I want to survey their spirit this morning. How is your spirit, Gary, this morning?
I think we're all grief-stricken with the tragedy that happened, but I feel there's a lot of support behind the way people are handling it.
You folks are a long way from New York and Washington, but you feel part of this as well, don't you?
Well, of course we do, because even though we're out here in Iowa, what they hit was the World Trade Center, and we do a lot of exporting from Iowa.
You guys are all businessmen. You're farmers, but businessmen too. Are you worried about the impact this tragedy will have on this nation's economy as we go forward?
It could have some impact, but I think if we hold the line and use some common sense, I think we'll work ourselves through this.
Where do we go from here? What does the U.S. do? We talked a lot about your anger. What do you do with that anger?
The government has to research this, find all the facts, find out who did this, and then have a well laid out plan to react accordingly. I think that's what the people want in this country. It might take some time to do this, but a well thought out plan is necessary.
You all, as we talked earlier, God-fearing people. If you were in a national cathedral on this day, what would you pray for? What do you pray for as you go home?
We keep the people who were killed, their families, and all the rescue workers in our thoughts and prayers. Our hearts certainly go out to them.
What about your own future?
I have no problems. Those people are the ones who have problems today.
Gentlemen, I appreciate it. Thank you. I know this affects everyone in this nation, and we appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us this day here in a cornfield, Dyersville, Iowa, Paula, as the whole nation unites in some way. Back to you.
Thanks, Jeff. I thought I would call attention as we continue to look at a picture of our former presidents and first ladies to share with you an email that a lot of people are getting across the country, support being encouraged over the internet. The statement that's being, I'm told, circulated among many, many people says, please pass this along. Friday night at 7 p.m., step out of your door, stop your car or step out of your establishment and light a candle. We will show the world that Americans are strong and united together against terrorism. Please pass this along. Right now we're going to go back to Judy Woodruff, who is standing outside the cathedral here just about 10 minutes before the service gets underway. Hi, Judy.
Hi, Paula. As I was saying a minute ago, the weather has just completely turned for the worse in Washington, but it is appropriate for the mood in this city at this moment when everyone has come together. Both political parties. You've been watching the pictures as we have. Republicans, Trent Lott, House Speaker Dennis Hastert joining together with Democrats, former President Jimmy Carter. Political party doesn't matter today. We're waiting for this national prayer service to get underway at the cathedral in about half an hour. And we want to talk right now with Bill Bennett, who has become a leading voice in this country on what it means to be an American and the values that this country cherishes. Of course, Bill Bennett, familiar to so many as a former education secretary, former drug czar. Bill Bennett, when I talked to you the other day, you said this is a moment of clarity, moral clarity. What did you mean by that?
Well, I think anybody who's been watching, Judy, just saw it. That farmer that Jeff Flock just interviewed in the fields of Iowa, when Jeff Flock said, "What about you?" he said, "I have no problems." Things that were large before, things that were problems before, are not now in the hearts and minds of many Americans, because things have been put in perspective. We now are taking, I think, acknowledgement of what's most important, and I think the lives of Americans are being changed, and the best of us is coming to the surface.
How do you go about, and I asked Reverend Franklin Graham this a little while ago, how do you go about explaining to Americans how something like this could happen?
Well, I think you do it at a number of levels. First of all, I think throughout this, Judy, on a lot of levels, on a lot of points, we're going to go through what we might call a great relearning. We're going to have to relearn things that perhaps we forgot. First, you explain that it is a dangerous world. Second, you explain that there is such a thing as good and such a thing as evil, and that we saw them on display on Tuesday. Third, you explain that the United States, although we have had a tremendous 10 years, virtually living in a bubble of peace and prosperity, that bubble's burst. It's over. And it is now a dangerous world in a way that a lot of people, I think, have forgotten. It also means specific questions, Judy. It means looking at our intelligence capability and whether we did things that perhaps were unwise. It means looking at policy toward governments, our reaction to past actions of terrorism. So it's both at the general level and at the specific level that your question should be answered. But I guess what I'd say in general is we have to relearn a lot of things. And I'd sum it up by saying it's a dangerous place. The United States is a country hated by a lot of people in the world, and we must never lose our vigilance, and we must pay much attention to our defenses, to our intelligence, and to our capabilities. This isn't the end of terrorism. This is the beginning. We may see more, and the moment of moral clarity is certainly here. Our task is to make sure that that moment extends through minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, and maybe years.
Finally, Bill Bennett, as we watch members of Congress pouring into the National Cathedral, others in the Bush administration, what message of comfort can Americans take away from a service like this one?
I think, Justice Douglas, the great Justice of the Supreme Court, said we are a religious people whose institutions presuppose the existence of a supreme being, and I think the comfort is that God is with us, and that in these moments, in these trials, in these tribulations, as is said in the Lincoln Memorial, where some of us walked this morning for some comfort, we can take refuge in the Almighty and in the blessings that He has provided. And with that, then, firm resolve. We pray today, we fight tomorrow.
Bill Bennett joining us from our Washington studio. We're about 25 minutes away from this prayer service. Darren Kagan in Atlanta.
Judy, thank you, and we'll be checking back with you also with this service, and we encourage our viewers to stay with us because, of course, you will be seeing this service live here with us on CNN. Meanwhile, we want to try to get some news in for you because the news does continue to develop, and the story does continue to evolve. We understand that in just the last hour or so, one of the spiritual leaders of the Taliban has spoken out in Afghanistan, and we have our own Nick Robertson, who is standing by in Kabul, Afghanistan. Nick, can you tell us about what this spiritual leader had to say, please?
Absolutely, Darren, and it was a very spiritual message. It was a rallying message in this time of adversity that the Taliban certainly perceive is coming upon them here. He said he addressed himself not only to the people of Afghanistan, but to all Muslims. In his speech, again, he talked about how they believed Osama bin Laden was innocent of what he was being possibly accused of. He also talked about Afghanistan's history. He said in the past we were invaded by the British Empire in the last century. Twice, he said there was no Osama bin Laden at that time and no Taliban. So he said to the people, why did that happen? He talked about the Russian invasion in the 1980s, a 10-year Soviet occupation of Afghanistan. He talked about that. But really, he focused on this spiritual element in the face of adversity. He told the people to have trust in their faith, to have trust in Allah, and if they were good Muslims, they would be very powerful, and that they would be strong in this time of adversity. He also went on to say that he wasn't doing this for his own safety and security. He said he didn't mind if he was killed. That wasn't important. What he was doing was telling everyone this for the sake of Islam, not for his own safety. It was very much a rallying speech, and certainly at this time, everyone in Afghanistan is very, very apprehensive about what could be coming next, Darren.
Nick, did he mention the United States in that speech?
Yes, he did. Again, talking about the United States and Osama bin Laden's role in the terrorist attack, explaining again how Osama bin Laden couldn't have been involved in it. He said Osama bin Laden was just a poor refugee, one man living in Afghanistan, and what happened in the United States, he said, was far too complex for one man to have organized. This is what the Taliban have been saying for the last several days. yesterday they put it in the form that Osama bin Laden couldn't have trained so many pilots. Today it's been in the form of it was a complex operation using telephones, faxes, etc., etc., communications they say he doesn't have. So very much they're trying to put across the case, and to their own people and to the international community, their case that Osama bin Laden was not involved. And he also addressed Pakistan, a reference to those outside the country trying to influence Afghanistan. He said, if they're not standing here with us in the face of this danger, then how can we take their advice? And this was very clearly aimed at Pakistan, whose ambassadors have been delivering messages, at least one message to our knowledge, to the Taliban.
Nick Robertson in Kabul, Afghanistan. Nick, thank you very much. We hope to have the opportunity to check back with you. Of course, here in the United States, the focus very much on the picture you're seeing on the right side of your screen, the service that's about to take place in Washington, D.C., much like services that are set to take place all across America. Let's go back to my colleague, Judy Woodruff, who's standing by outside the cathedral. Judy.
Darren, as you can see, this service is getting underway with singing. This is the United States Navy Sea Chanters. And this is part of the prelude to this prayer service that was called yesterday by President Bush when he said today would be a day of national prayer and remembrance. Let's listen now. National Prayer Service at the National Cathedral here in Washington. President Bush yesterday in this proclamation called on Americans everywhere across the United States to go to their church, their synagogue, their mosque, whatever place of worship they chose, to take time out today to remember the victims of September the 11th. He called for bells to ring. He called for candlelights, candles to be lit tonight. All part of a day long of prayer and remembrance. We've just been listening to the United States Navy Sea Chanters. The cathedral with the Reverend Franklin Graham. You were telling me a moment ago your father, Reverend Billy Graham, is in there. He was asked especially by President Bush to be here, and you were saying this is the first time he's spoken at a service like this since
probably Oklahoma bombing. He's of course has been preaching in his crusades. He has one coming up in Fresno, California, week after next. But I don't believe he's been involved in a public meeting like this. And this is a very it'll be a very difficult and emotional time for him.
We're told, Reverend Graham, this is former President Clinton arriving with his daughter Chelsea, and I believe that is Al Gore, although, no, I'm not sure, with his back to the camera, yes. And as we said to you earlier, we've learned yesterday President Bush called Mr. Gore while he was in Vienna, Austria for a meeting, and asked him to come back to the United States last night, today, to be part of this service. Mr. Gore and his wife Tipper flew across the Atlantic Ocean. They landed in Newfoundland and drove from Newfoundland to Chappaqua, New York, joining up there with former President Clinton, and presumably then they flew down to Washington this morning. Reverend Graham, I'm talking with Franklin Graham. What have you and your father said when you talk? What has he said about all this?
Of course, my father, like everyone else, is distressed. He's brokenhearted. I'll be ready in case you. But he is looking at the spiritual, and of course today he wants to. He hopes today will be the beginning of healing for this nation, and that their broken hearts will start to mend. And it's going to take a long time. It's not going to happen overnight. We know that. But there needs to be a beginning of healing. And so this is his concern. I had a chance I was with him last night about 11 o'clock. Went to see him before he turned in. And I've just been praying for him that God will give his message this morning power. And that America will listen, and that they'll hear today God's voice, and that they'll turn again to God and seek him as a nation.
Of course, your father has ministered to so many American presidents. We just saw former President George Bush entering the National Cathedral. We know he and your father together, the current President George Bush, and you and your father have been together. What do you say to a political leader at a time like this when they are seeking some sort of spiritual strength as they have to make some very tough decisions?
Again, Judy, I'm a minister of the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ, and to any political leader, whether it's my father or myself, we want to minister God's word to them. We want God to speak to them, and I would want to read Scripture and share Scripture with the presidents, so that they would hear from God and not from man, not from myself, but you want them to hear from God in a time like this. And it's important that we read God's Word. God's Word has power. It's a living Word. And as we read God's Word, He speaks to our hearts. And we need our hearts spoken to today.
I hear you saying this, Reverend Graham, and yet we know the people who were behind this presumably have a God that they believe in as well.
They do.
And they would say, well, our God tells us something different.
Yeah, that's no question. Listen, there are lots of gods in this world, and there's many religions in this world, and I'm aware of that. But as a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, I look at God's Word, the Bible, and I believe that to be His Word. And there are people who will say there are all kinds of roads to God and all kinds of roads to heaven. You can have your road and someone else can have their road. But Jesus said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes unto the Father but by me. The Bible says that God so loved the world, that's you and me, Judy, that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in Him shouldn't perish but have everlasting life. All of us, Judy, we're going the same direction. All of us are going to face death one day, and we as a nation and as a people individually, we need to be ready and prepared to stand before Almighty God and give Him an account. We never know when our life is going to come to an end. And those thousands of people on Tuesday morning did not know that their life was going to come to an end within minutes. And we need to be prepared. And I hope that many of those people were prepared. All of them were prepared, but I don't know. But that's a question we have to answer for ourselves individually in our hearts. Do we know God? Do we know His Son, Jesus Christ? Have we confessed our sins to Him?
These are pictures of the United States Capitol, the flag flying at half-staff as it has ever since Tuesday. Many of the leaders who normally would be working in that building or very close to it are gathered several miles north of the Capitol right now, northwest Washington, at the National Cathedral. We've seen former presidents, every former living president other than President Ronald Reagan, who of course is at home and in California. but we've seen former President Carter,
Right, yes.
Ford. We also saw the first President Bush, now President Clinton, and we assume that President Bush will be arriving any minute now. The families, you know, we've been watching these families, Reverend Graham, on television the last few days in New York. People wandering the streets of New York, going from hospital to hospital, looking for some sign of hope that someone is alive. This is just wrenching for most of us to watch.
It's wrenching, Judy, and the Billy Graham Association and Samaritan's Purse, the relief organization I represent, we're sending teams of ministers to New York just to be on the street, just to love the people, just to pray with them, to comfort them, to help them. We're going to be up there for weeks. And as long as there's people out there on the street holding up those pictures, looking for a loved one, looking for a friend, we're going to be there just to give them a little bit of comfort and share God's word with them. This is a time where we need to take time with each other. And you see on the streets up there, you see African Americans, Americans, white Americans, but people from all races on the street helping one another. This is going to unite this country and pull this country together. And the terrorists thought this would weaken America and that this would break our resolve. It's going to do the exact opposite. It's going to bring this country together in a way that we haven't seen since Pearl Harbor, and maybe even more than that. This is a wonderful opportunity for America to come together and to work together and to be united and fight the enemy and defeat the enemy.
Having said that, Reverend Franklin Graham, and we're watching the Cathedral Boy and Girl Choristers come in, where they will sing. How do Americans keep, though, from targeting their anger on those who may look Arab Americans and others?
We have to be careful with that.
How do you make sure that you're not misdirecting?
No, and that's very
anger.
easy to do, and I know that's happened. There's been on the media reports already of mosques that have been attacked and threats against different Muslim people. Most Muslims are totally against what we have seen here. It's just fanatics. And you cannot broad brush and say this is representative of Islam. It's not. Just like white separatists are not representative of Christians. And so this is a segment of religion, of the Islamic faith that goes outside the bounds of the Quran and that supports murder, supports terrorism. And this is the group of people we're going to have to defend against. As a nation, we're going to have to go after them, and it's going to take months, maybe years. And we're going to have to declare war maybe on some of these nations that have been backing them and supporting them. And there are quite a few out there that have been backing these groups. I've been to most of these countries. I have seen these people, and I hope the United States this time will take it seriously. When the Cole was bombed, nothing was done. When Pan Am 103,
USS Cole,
yes,
right.
When Pan Am 103, we put the Libyan agents on trial. These are agents of Libya. Why did we ignore Libya? And
why did we?
I don't understand that. That's a mystery to me, that we try agents and not the nation that these agents represent. And then, of course, when the embassies were bombed, we lobbed a few missiles and blew up an aspirin factory.
That's right.
But we did nothing to continue and sustain our attack on the enemy. We just, I don't understand it. But I believe President Bush does understand. And he is a man who's going to take some decisive action.
Well, there were those who said it would take something horrible for this country to come together and to understand what the threat of terrorism is all about. And we're now looking at President Bush and Mrs. Laura Bush entering the National Cathedral.
God bless him.
Here in Washington. But there were those, Reverend Graham, who said it was going to take something really just unimaginable for Americans to realize and take seriously the threat. And that's what's happened.
That's what's happened. It's happened. Never before, Judy, can I remember where the nation has come together like this. You have not only all of our
not
presidents.
Since World War II.
No,
is that what?
I don't think so. In my lifetime, I've never seen a country like this come together. And churches have come together. People of different faiths have come together. And in this service today, when you look at the programs you have in your lap, there's a lot of scripture, a lot of God's Word.
There is. This is the Cathedral Boy and Girl Choristers singing. We'll shortly see a presentation of colors. We will hear from the soprano Denise Graves a little bit later. And Reverend Graham, your father, Reverend Billy Graham, will be speaking.
He will.
Have you talked to him about what he wanted to say today?
I went a little bit. He was still working on his message last night. Of course, he realizes the importance of this day, and he has not been in good health in recent months. But
I wanted to ask you, how is he doing?
He's doing much better. He really is. My mother's doing better, and so he's. When the president called and asked, he accepted it without hesitation. He knew this is something he had to do, and I'm glad he's here. I'm glad for America that he's here, because he is seen by so many people as America's pastor. I mean, he needs to be here, and so it'll bring a lot of comfort, I believe, to many people just to see him here today.
We are just 5 minutes away from just a few minutes away from the beginning of this service, a prayer service at the National Cathedral in Washington, a service called by President Bush to symbolize today a national day of prayer and remembrance for the victims of the terror attacks on September 11th, just 4 days ago. It seems like 100 years ago in many ways, Reverend Graham, but because so much has changed in our country since then.
It has changed, but the change that I see, Judy, is the spiritual change, what we're seeing right here today. America coming seeking God. This is the strength of America. Our nation was built on faith in God and our faith in His Son, Jesus Christ. That's the foundations of this nation. And we have gotten away from that. And now America's coming back.
The President today called on Americans to go to the place of worship of their choosing. He said, go to your church, your synagogue, your mosque, whatever place you choose. And he called on employers to let people have time off to do that. We're told in just a few minutes the New York Stock Exchange will ring a bell to observe the National Day of Prayer and Remembrance, and the President has called on churches all over the country to ring bells. We do not see Vice President Dick Cheney. I believe, we know that yesterday it was reported he had been remaining at Camp David, and it's my understanding that he's still there. But he is not, we haven't seen him here today. It's part of a security step taken by the White House after more threats on the White House.
Judy, it seems as though everyone is in place, but the ministers will be officiated. They have not yet come in, and they're still waiting for someone.
I believe that's Health and Human Services Secretary Tommy Thompson. This is pretty much the entire cabinet of President Bush. As Reverend Graham and I were watching the presentation of colors representing all the branches of the armed services in the United States, the sun is beginning to come out here. So
the skies
God
are
is watching over this all.
The skies are clearing, Judy.
Okay, I
As we pray for the victims, we need to be praying today for our military. So many of these young men and women will be required to put their life on the line for this nation and for our freedom. And we need to remember them and their families and their loved ones and the job that they have to do in front of them.
So many of them already called to sacrifice after the plane that went into the Pentagon on Tuesday, but you are right. Given the fact that the government is, the president now seriously considering military action. Unbelievable, look at this. Would you look how blue the sky is right there?
That's something.
It's extraordinary. Just at noon exactly.
It is. Presently the colors.
This is the New York Stock Exchange ringing its commemorative bell in observance of today, the National Day of Prayer and Remembrance for the victims of September 11th. On the left side of your screen, the New York Stock Exchange. On the right side of your screen, the National Cathedral in Washington, where President Bush, former Presidents Clinton, Bush, Carter, and Ford have gathered with so many other leaders of the Congress, the administration, in a prayer service on this National Day of Prayer.
Please be seated. President Bush, all of you who have come here this day, we want you to know that we are grateful that you have called for this service and that you have brought people to this cathedral church, where people of many faiths have gathered to say to this nation and to the world that those who lost their lives, innocent lives, unspeakable tragedy, and the violence that has been committed to this nation, that those of us who are gathered here, Muslim, Jew, Christian, Sikh, Buddhist, Hindu, all people of faith, want to say to this nation and to the world that love is stronger than hate, and that love lived out in justice will in the end prevail. So we are grateful that you have come here this day, and we want you to know as you gather that this is indeed a house of prayer for all people. So we hope that you will let this be a container for your grief, But in addition to that, we want you to know that the light that burns here, the light of love, the light of justice, the light of hope, shines brighter than any light in the world. So come often, pray to God here, and let us be united that we will make that message of love the message that the world needs to hear in this time of great tragedy. President Bush has asked that later in this service there will be an offering for those organizations and institutions that are reaching out to those lives who have been rent apart by this tragedy. So I'm not ashamed to say to you today, be generous in that, because there are many who will need our care in the days ahead. Thank you, Mr. President, and welcome to all of you to the Cathedral Church of St. Peter and Paul, the National Cathedral, and most importantly, a house of prayer for all people.
When ancient Israel suffered the excruciating pain and tragedy of militant aggression and destruction, God said to them through the prophet Jeremiah, "A voice is heard in Ramah, lamenting and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children, and she refuses to be comforted because they are no more." Today we gather to be reassured that God hears the lamenting and bitter weeping of Mother America, because so many of her children are no more. Let us now seek that assurance in prayer for the healing of our grief-stricken hearts, for the souls and sacred memory of those who have been lost. Let us also pray for divine wisdom as our leaders consider the necessary actions for national security. Wisdom of the grace of God, that as we act, we not become the evil we deplore. Let us stand and pray together. God of Abraham, Mohammed, and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, we are today a people of heavy and distraught hearts. The evil hand of hate and cowardly aggression, which has devastated the innocent in many other lands, has visited America this week, and too many of her children are no more. But we know you are not the God of hate or cowardice, but of courage and of justice. So we gather this day asking that you provide us healing as a nation. Heal our grief, soothe our suffering hearts, save us from blind vengeance, from random prejudice, and from crippling fear. Guide our leaders, especially George, our president. Let the deep faith that he and they share guide them in the momentous decisions they must make for our national security. We also thank you for the courage of flight crews and passengers in the face of certain death. We thank you for brave volunteers, police, and emergency workers who labor tirelessly even as we pray. We thank you for the outpouring of generosity by businesses, unions, agencies, spiritual communities, and individual citizens. Yes, Lord, your Spirit is at work. So grant us wisdom, grant us courage, grant us peace for the facing of this hour. Amen.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على جميع الأنبياء والمرسلين. In the name of God, the most merciful, the compassionate, Lord, you said, and your words are true, if any do seek for glory and power, to God belong all glory and power. To him mount up all words of purity. He exalts all righteous deeds, but those that lay the plots of evil, for them is a penalty terrible, and the plotting of such shall not abide. Goodness and evil are not equal. Repel the evil with the good. Then will he between whom and you was hatred become as it were your friend and intimate. But no one will be granted such goodness except those who exercise patience and restraint, none but persons of the greatest good fortune. We turn to you, our Lord, at this time of pain and grief in our nation. We see the evil of destruction and the suffering of the many of our people before our eyes. With broken and humble hearts and with tears in our eyes, we turn to you, our Lord, to give us comfort. Help us in our distress. Keep us together as people of diverse faiths, colors, and races. Keep our country strong for the sake of the good and righteousness. And protect us, our Lord, from all evil. Amen.
The author of the Book of Lamentations wrote his poem after he saw the dreadful destruction of his beloved city of Jerusalem. But he did not only lament, he also spoke words of faith and hope for restoration. As we read these lines, we as Americans reaffirm our faith and our hope that security and peace will be fully restored in our country. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, says my soul. Therefore I will hope in him. The Lord is good to those who wait for him, to the soul that seeks him. It is good that one should wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord. For the Lord will not cast off forever, but though he cause grief, he will have compassion according to the abundance of his steadfast love. For he does not willingly afflict or grieve anyone.
Hear these words recorded by the Apostle Paul, taken from the book of 2 Corinthians. So we do not lose heart. Even though our outer nature is wasting away, our inner nature is being renewed day by day. But this slight momentary affliction is preparing us for an eternal weight of glory beyond all measure. Because we look not at what can be seen, but at what cannot be seen. For what can be seen is temporary, but what cannot be seen is eternal. For we know that if the earthly tent that we live in is destroyed, we have a building from God, a house not made with hands of men, eternal in the heavens. For in this tent we groan, longing to be clothed with our heavenly dwelling, if indeed when we have taken it off, we will not be found naked. For while we are still in this tent, we groan under our burden, because we wish not to be unclothed, but to be further clothed, so that what is mortal may be swallowed up by life. He who has prepared us for this very thing is God, who has given us the Spirit as a guarantee. So we are always confident. Even though we know that while we are at home in the body, we are away from the Lord. For we walk by faith, not by sight. Yes, we do have confidence, and we would rather be away from the body and at home with the Lord. So whether we are at home or away, we make it our aim to please the Lord. May the Lord add a blessing to the reading, hearing, and receiving of his written word. May his written word comfort and console all bereaved persons. Amen.
Lord be with you. A reading from the Gospel according to St. Matthew. Then Jesus began to speak, and he taught them, saying, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will receive mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when people revile you and persecute you and utter all kinds of evil against you falsely on my account. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward is great in heaven. This is the gospel of the Lord.
President and Mrs. Bush, I want to say a personal word on behalf of many people. Thank you, Mr. President, for calling this day of prayer and remembrance. We needed it at this time. We come together today to reaffirm our conviction that God cares for us. Whatever our ethnic, religious, or political background may be, the Bible says that He's the God of all comfort, who comforts us in our troubles. No matter how hard we try, words simply cannot express the horror, the shock, and the revulsion we all feel over what took place in this nation on Tuesday morning. September 11 will go down in our history as a day to remember. Today we say to those who masterminded this cruel plot and to those who carried it out that the spirit of this nation will not be defeated by their twisted and diabolical schemes. Someday, those responsible will be brought to justice, as President Bush and our Congress have so forcefully stated. But today, we especially come together in this service to confess our need of God. We've always needed God from the very beginning of this nation. But today we need Him especially. We're facing a new kind of enemy. We're involved in a new kind of warfare, and we need the help of the Spirit of God. The Bible words are our hope. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth give way and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea. But how do we understand something like this? Why does God allow evil like this to take place? Perhaps that is what you are asking now. You may even be angry at God. I want to assure you that God understands these feelings that you may have. We've seen so much on our television, heard on our radio, stories that bring tears to our eyes and make us all feel a sense of anger. But God can be trusted. Even when life seems at its darkest. But what are some of the lessons we can learn? First, we're reminded of the mystery and reality of evil. I've been asked hundreds of times in my life why God allows tragedy and suffering. I have to confess that I really do not know the answer, totally, even to my own satisfaction. I have to accept by faith that God is sovereign, and He's a God of love and mercy and compassion in the midst of suffering. The Bible says that God is not the author of evil. It speaks of evil as a mystery in 1 Thessalonians 2:7. It talks about the mystery of iniquity. The Old Testament prophet Jeremiah said, "The heart is deceitful above all things and beyond cure. Who can understand it?" He asked that question, who can understand it? And that's one reason we each need God in our lives. The lesson of this event is not only about the mystery of iniquity and evil, but secondly, it's a lesson about our need for each other. What an example New York and Washington have been to the world these past few days. None of us will ever forget the pictures of our courageous firefighters and police, many of whom have lost friends and colleagues, or the hundreds of people attending or standing patiently in line to donate blood. A tragedy like this could have torn our country apart, but instead it has united us and we've become a family. So those perpetrators who took this on to tear us apart, it has worked the other way. It's backlash. It's backfired. We are more united than ever before. I think this was exemplified in a very moving way when the members of our Congress stood shoulder to shoulder the other day and sang, "God Bless America." Finally, difficult as it may be for us to see right now, this event can give a message of hope. Hope for the present and hope for the future. Yes, there is hope. There's hope for the present because I believe the stage has already been set for a new spirit in our nation. One of the things we desperately need is a spiritual renewal in this country. We need a spiritual revival in America. And God has told us in His Word time after time that we're to repent of our sins and we're turned to Him, and He will bless us in a new way. But there's also hope for the future because of God's promises. As a Christian, I have hope not just for this life, but for heaven and the life to come. And many of those people who died this past week are in heaven right now, and they wouldn't want to come back. It's so glorious and so wonderful, and that's the hope for all of us who put our faith in God. I pray that you will have this hope in your heart. This event reminds us of the brevity and the uncertainty of life. We never know when we too will be called into eternity. I doubt if even one of those people who got on those planes or walked into the World Trade Center or the Pentagon last Tuesday morning thought it would be the last day of their lives. It didn't occur to them. And that's why each of us needs to face our own spiritual need and commit ourselves to God and His will now. Here in this majestic National Cathedral, we see all around us symbols of the cross. For the Christian, I'm speaking for the Christian now, the cross tells us that God understands our sin and our suffering. For He took upon Himself, in the person of Jesus Christ, our sins and our suffering. And from the cross, God declares, "I love you. I know the heartaches and the sorrows and the pains that you feel, but I love you." The story does not end with the cross. For Easter points us beyond the tragedy of the cross to the empty tomb. It tells us that there is hope for eternal life, for Christ has conquered evil and death and hell. Yes, there's hope. I've become an old man now, and I've preached all over the world. And the older I get, the more I cling to that hope that I started with many years ago and proclaimed it in many languages to many parts of the world. Several years ago, at the National Prayer Breakfast here in Washington, Ambassador Andrew Young, who had just gone through the tragic death of his wife, closed his talk with a quote from the old hymn, "How Firm a Foundation." We all watched in horror as planes crashed into the steel and glass of the World Trade Center. Those majestic towers built on solid foundations were examples of the prosperity and creativity of America. When damaged, those buildings eventually plummeted to the ground, imploding it upon themselves. Yet underneath the debris is a foundation that was not destroyed. Therein lies the truth of that old hymn that Andrew Young quoted. How firm a foundation. Yes, our nation has been attacked, buildings destroyed, lives lost. But now we have a choice, whether to implode and disintegrate emotionally and spiritually as a people and a nation, or whether we choose to become stronger through all of this struggle to rebuild on a solid foundation. And I believe that we're in the process of starting to rebuild on that foundation. That foundation is our trust in God. That's what this service is all about. And in that faith, we have the strength to endure something as difficult and horrendous as what we've experienced this week. This has been a terrible week with many tears, but also it's been a week of great faith. Churches all across the country have called prayer meetings, and today is a day that they're celebrating not only in this country, but in many parts of the world. And in the words of that familiar hymn that Andrew Young quoted, it says, "Fear not, I'm with thee. Oh, be not dismayed, for I'm thy God, and will give thee aid. I'll strengthen thee, help thee, and cause thee to stand upon thy righteous omnipotent hand." My prayer today is that we will feel the loving arms of God wrapped around us, and will know in our hearts that he will never forsake us as we trust in him. We also know that God is going to give wisdom and courage and strength to the president and those around him. And this is going to be a day that we will remember as a day of victory. May God bless you all.
make an offering this day that will be used for charities that are serving the relief efforts, seeking the victims, reclaiming the bodies, and ministering to those who are suffering, as well as supporting those who are serving and ministering at this time. I say to those of you that are at home here in our nation and beyond, endeavor to join us by today making a contribution to a charity in support of this great effort. Let us bring offerings as we enter into the courts of God.
Let us assume an attitude of prayer, please. Almighty God, the supply and supplier of comfort and confidence, we pause now to thank you for our leaders. We pause now to thank you for all of our leaders, the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknown, those who have led in the limelight and those who have led in the shadows. Bless them and keep them and equip them to do your work. Your word tells us that if we humble ourselves before you and pray and seek your face and turn from our wicked ways, then you will forgive our sins and heal our land. So, Lord, as our leaders humble themselves and pray and seek your face and turn, use them to perform and perfect your primary will for this nation, for our allies, and for the entire world. Respecting persons of all faiths and traditions, I humbly submit this prayer in the name of Jesus the Christ. Amen. Hear these words of comfort and confidence from the psalmist David, taken from Psalm 27. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? When evildoers assail me to devour my flesh, my adversaries and my foes, they shall stumble and fall. Though an army encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though war arise up against me, yet I will be confident. I would have lost heart unless I had believed that I would see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait for the Lord. Be strong and let your heart take courage. Wait, I say, on the Lord. May the Lord bless the reading of his word. Amen.
We are here in the middle hour of our grief. So many have suffered so great a loss, and today we express our nation's sorrow. We come before God to pray for the missing and the dead, and for those who love them. On Tuesday, our country was attacked with deliberate and massive cruelty. We have seen the images of fire and ashes and bent steel. Now come the names, the list of casualties we are only beginning to read. They are the names of men and women who began their day at a desk or in an airport, busy with life. They are the names of people who faced death and in their last moments called home to say, "Be brave, and I love you." They are the names of passengers who defied their murderers and prevented the murder of others on the ground. They are the names of men and women who wore the uniform of the United States and died at their posts. They are the names of rescuers, the ones whom death found running up the stairs and into the fires to help others. We will read all these names. We will linger over them and learn their stories. and many Americans will weep. To the children and parents and spouses and families and friends of the lost, we offer the deepest sympathy of the nation. And I assure you, you are not alone. Just 3 days removed from these events, Americans do not yet have the distance of history. But our responsibility to history is already clear: to answer these attacks and rid the world of evil. War has been waged against us by stealth and deceit and murder. This nation is peaceful, but fierce when stirred to anger. This conflict was begun on the timing and terms of others. It will end in a way and at an hour of our choosing. Our purpose as a nation is firm, yet our wounds as a people are recent and unhealed and lead us to pray. In many of our prayers this week, there's a searching and an honesty. At St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York on Tuesday, a woman said, "I prayed to God to give us a sign that He's still here." Others have prayed for the same, searching hospital to hospital, carrying pictures of those still missing. God's signs are not always the ones we look for. We learn in tragedy that His purposes are not always our own. Yet the prayers of private suffering, whether in our homes or in this great cathedral, are known and heard and understood. There are prayers that help us last through the day or endure the night. There are prayers of friends and strangers that give us strength for the journey. And there are prayers that yield our will to a will greater than our own. This world He created is of moral design. Grief and tragedy and hatred are only for a time. Goodness, remembrance, and love have no end. And the Lord of life holds all who die and all who mourn. It is said that adversity introduces us to ourselves. This is true of a nation as well. In this trial, we have been reminded, and the world has seen, that our fellow Americans are generous and kind, resourceful and brave. We see our national character in rescuers working past exhaustion, in long lines of blood donors, in thousands of citizens who have asked to work and serve in any way possible. And we have seen our national character in eloquent acts of sacrifice. Inside the World Trade Center, one man who could have saved himself stayed until the end at the side of his quadriplegic friend. A beloved priest died giving the last rites to a firefighter. 2 office workers, finding a disabled stranger, carried her down 68 floors to safety. A group of men drove through the night from Dallas to Washington to bring skin grafts for burn victims. In these acts and many others, Americans showed a deep commitment to one another and an abiding love for our country. Today we feel what Franklin Roosevelt called the warm courage of national unity. This is a unity of every faith and every background. It has joined together political parties in both houses of Congress. It is evident in services of prayer and candlelight vigils and American flags, which are displayed in pride and wave in defiance. Our unity is a kinship of grief and a steadfast resolve to prevail against our enemies. And this unity against terror is now extending across the world. America is a nation full of good fortune, with so much to be grateful for. But we are not spared from suffering. In every generation, the world has produced enemies of human freedom. They have attacked America because we are freedom's home and defender. And the commitment of our fathers is now the calling of our time. On this National Day of Prayer and Remembrance, we ask Almighty God to watch over our nation and grant us patience and resolve in all that is to come. We pray that He will comfort and console those who now walk in sorrow. We thank Him for each life we now must mourn and the promise of a life to come. As we've been assured, neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth can separate us from God's love. May He bless the souls of the departed. May He comfort our own. And may He always guide our country. God bless America.
O God, whose days are without end and whose mercies cannot be numbered, grant to us and to all who are bereaved the spirit of faith and courage, that we may have strength to meet the days to come with steadfastness and patience, not sorrowing as those without hope, but in thankful remembrance of your great goodness, and in the joyful expectation of eternal life with those we love. These things we ask in your most holy name. Amen.
Go forth now into the world in peace. Be of good courage. Hold fast to that which is good. Render to no one evil for evil. Strengthen the faint-hearted. Support the weak. Help the afflicted. Honor everyone. Love and serve the Lord. And now the peace of God Almighty be with you this day and forevermore. The God who created you, the God who liberates you, and the God who stays with you for this day and for eternity. Amen.
national prayer service at the National Cathedral here in Washington has just concluded. As we listened to the sound of tolling bells, we heard the Reverend Billy Graham say, "This is a tragedy that could have torn this country apart. Instead, it has united us." He said if the terrorists wanted to tear this nation apart, it's worked the other way. He also talked about underneath the World Trade Center, which crumbled after the 2 airplanes crashed into the Twin Towers. He said underneath the debris is a foundation that is not destroyed. He said we too have a choice, whether to implode and disintegrate or to become stronger. President Bush, speaking toward the end of this service, we are in the middle hour of our grief, he said. He talked of offering deepest sympathies to the children, the families of those who are missing, who are dead. He spoke words of comfort, but he also spoke words of firm resolve. He said, "This is a war that was started by others at a time unknown to us. It will end at an hour of our choosing." CNN's White House correspondent John King is listening and watching at the White House.
More than 100 people, when I counted 30 minutes ago, were lined up.
And I'm here now at the cathedral with the Reverend Franklin Graham. You were just saying to me, Reverend Graham,
these people showed up anyway,
that the American people really don't have a sense right now of what we are facing as a nation.
I don't think so. I think many people think that maybe this is closure. But in some ways, this is the beginning of a long struggle for our way of life. And I believe there is a war that is in front of us. And my father spoke of the hope. And we as a nation, we need that hope. And we've talked of the hope as Christians that we have in faith in Jesus Christ, God's Son. And he spoke of that foundation which you mentioned, and the foundation that we have as a nation, which is there. And even though we have been attacked, our foundation needs to be on Almighty God. And we as a nation, we need to turn back to God and build on that foundation which was started by our forefathers many years ago. And of course, the President talked about ridding the world of evil. And one day I believe that will happen when God comes and when Jesus Christ, the Son of Almighty God, establishes his kingdom here on earth. We'll see evil removed. But till then, evil's going to be present with us, and it needs to be fought, and we need to oppose it, and we need to work for good in this world while we have that opportunity.
Your father spoke with remarkable energy. You were telling me he's 83 years old. He walks with a cane. Sometimes now he walked slowly, but his words were vigorous, and they were strong. It struck me, Reverend Graham, he said at one point, we come together to affirm our conviction that God cares for us, whatever our ethnic, political, or religious background. He was speaking to everyone.
He was, and God does care for all of us, and he loves all of us. And that's what my father wanted to get across to the nation, that God is a God of love, and he's a caring God.
I mention that because this is a time when many of us might be tempted to look at those of Arab backgrounds from the Middle Eastern part of the world and just in a blanket sense turn against those people.
And we should do that. I have many Arab friends, many Muslim friends, wonderful people who, of course, are just as broken-hearted and disgusted over the incidents of this past week as we are. And we should not just turn our hatred toward people of another race or of another religion. We need to focus on those that are actually responsible for this. And it wasn't a race of people that did this. It was a small group of people who have been on the destruction of this country, these Islamic fundamentalists that need to be stopped. So I would just plead with people not to paint in a broad brush, so to speak, the people of the Middle East. They're wonderful people.
Do you have any doubt, Reverend Graham, that we are headed for a war?
Yes, I believe so. I really do. And how long it will be, I don't know. But you're not going to be able to attack these terrorists and defeat them in 100 days. It's not going to be a Gulf War. This is going to take time.
You know, it's been said ever since Vietnam, and perhaps even before that, Americans have been reluctant to think of sending our young people off to the far corners of the earth to die for causes that Americans didn't necessarily understand or support. But I hear you saying this is different.
This is different. This is for the sake and security of this nation. And this may sound rough, Jude, but we need to use every weapon in our arsenal, if need be, to defeat this enemy. And I don't think we should hold back, and we'll make a great mistake if we hold back our technology and hold back our weapons and put young men and women in there and sacrifice them because we're scared to use some of our major weapons. And I think we're going to have to use every, and I hate to say it, hellish weapon in our inventory if need be to defeat these people.
Do you really believe that the American people are prepared now to have young Americans die?
No, but I think they're prepared to stop this, but not to put our young men needlessly, or our young women needlessly. And yes, there may be some young men and women whose lives may be lost, and I pray not. And that's why I think we need to use these weapons that we have, and not our young men and not our young women, and just sacrifice them as cannon fodder. But let's use the weapons we have, the weapons of mass destruction if need be, and destroy the enemy.
We're watching the front of the National Cathedral here in Washington. Just prayer service called just yesterday by President Bush just concluded. We're seeing an extraordinary coming together of presidents, former President Clinton, former President Gore, whom, as I mentioned earlier, President Bush specifically asked to come to this service. Many of the people in the cathedral, members of Congress, members of the Bush administration, but also families suffering. We saw people clearly emotionally moved, having a hard time holding back their emotions. And we can only assume they are families of those who missing and dead at the Pentagon and perhaps in New York City.
And I think the president's message is probably one of the greatest speeches I have heard in recent times. Especially, I think it's the greatest message he's ever given speech. And I think he touched the heart of America with his words. He reminded us of the stories and of the heroes, the real heroes, the people who have sacrificed their lives already to save others, the firemen, the priests, the men and women in uniform that died on their post. And I think I think this may be one of the great hours in our nation right now as we prepare to go forward to deal with this.
We're watching former President Clinton speak with the head of the Democratic Party, Terry McAuliffe. This is one of those moments when political parties, the differences between the two parties seem to fall away. Aaron Brown joining us now in New York. Aaron, it seemed to me that the president wanted to make a point of the character of Americans, and we're watching President Clinton, as we all are, affected emotionally by this. But President Bush said, "It is said that adversity introduces us to ourselves." He said that's true of a nation as well.
He said, he quoted a Franklin Delano Roosevelt line. He talked about the warm courage of national unity that we are basking in this difficult moment. I was struck, Judy, by the beauty of the cathedral, of the words, the music, in contrast to the utterly obscene look of the Pentagon and the World Trade Center. That contrast seems so powerful to us as we sit here in New York today.
It is, Aaron. And the sounds here in Washington too. I mean, we've listened over the last few days to the replaying of the screams of those as they watched the aftermath of those planes hitting the World Trade Center, the screams of those who couldn't believe what they were seeing. And today we hear voices lifted in song and in praise. And you're right, it is the contrast could not be more stark.
And we also, as the service was beginning, we were quite moved by the services that were going on in other places, from quite literally Maine to California, all across the country, as Americans of all faiths gathered on this Friday, this memorable week unforgettable week. Gathered together and worshiped and cried and hoped for better days. One never knows how long these moments of national connection last. But while they are occurring, while they happen, and they almost always occur in the country's most difficult moments, they are quite moving. Former Senator, presidential candidate Bob Dole there.
Aaron, I really believe, and you know, I guess it's being said over and over, this country hasn't seen anything like this since World War II. We haven't had an occasion to come together with this sort of political and religious unity, ethnic unity, you know, all those words that Billy Graham spoke. Whatever our backgrounds, we join together as a country. And you think back to the challenges this nation has faced in the last half century, and I can't think of a time when the country has seemed more united than it seems right now, and will need to be as we face whatever lies ahead.
It certainly speaks to how strongly the events of Tuesday shook the nation. That those buildings could come down, that the Pentagon could be hit, that so many lives could be lost, that a vulnerability could be exposed, is so utterly shocking, I think, to Americans, that it made it important to join hands. And for however long it lasts, whether it's days or weeks or months, who knows. Certainly there will be days and issues coming up where political differences will emerge again, as they always do. But one wonders, can't know, but wonders if something profound here has happened.
John King at the White House. John, a lot of care went into preparing the remarks that we heard from President Bush today.
That's right, Judy. The White House realizing the president here faces a number of challenges. On the one hand, it is his job to try to console the nation, certainly to rally the courage of the American people, if you will. Senior advisors here saying that in the days, months, and years ahead, this administration will be committed to a war against terrorism. Emphasis on years ahead. And we're told there could be some military response, perhaps even in the days ahead, if the president is satisfied that the investigation has come to a certifiable conclusion about the responsible party or parties. But also a senior official last night telling us this will be fundamentally different from anything the United States has ever done before in response to a terrorist attack, in terms of military operations, a financial effort, a diplomatic effort to crack down on terrorists and the states that harbor them. So the president trying to prepare the American people for what could be a sustained campaign. At the very moment, he is also trying to help console those legitimately angry and who have great grieving ahead of them because of their losses. Now, let's go back inside the service for just a minute. On the one hand, the president quite emotional, paying tribute to the firefighters, the policemen, those who lost their lives trying to save the lives of friends. But even here at this moment of national reconciliation, the president speaking from the pulpit, delivering a very stern message, promising that the United States would respond.
This conflict was begun on the timing and terms of others. It will end in a way and at an hour of our choosing.
And for all the remarkable moments, we saw the president as he walked off the altar go back to his seat, sitting down next to Laura Bush, reaching across his father, the 41st president of the United States, a little pat and a handshake there, the former president telling the current president, job well done. A remarkable moment on a day, and after 3 days of remarkable moments, some of them horrific, others quite moving. Judy?
John King at the White House. President Bush leaves the National Cathedral, heads to the airport here in Washington to fly to New York City. His first visit, of course, to that city that is suffering so much since Tuesday's tragedies. The president will be visiting the site of the World Trade Center disaster. CNN's White House correspondent Kelly Wallace is in New York. Kelly.
Judy, exactly right. The president will be coming here. He said he wants to come here and get a first-hand look at the horrific damage left behind by Tuesday's attacks, but also to thank the hundreds, the thousands of rescue workers who are turning out, who are working hour after hour to try and search for any possible survivors. The president aide said earlier in the week definitely wanted to come to New York, but he didn't want to get in the way. He didn't want to get in the way of rescue operations. The president had a conference call yesterday with New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani and New York Governor George Pataki. The New York leaders and members of New York's congressional delegation had invited him to come to New York and had assured him he absolutely would not get in the way, and so he told them during that call that he would be coming here. And Judy, almost all, we believe, of the members of the New York's congressional delegation will be traveling with the president on Air Force One, including New York's two senators, Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton and Senator Chuck Schumer. And to show you how this tragedy really hits home, one member who will be traveling with the president is Congressman Joseph Crowley, who represents mostly Queens and the Bronx. Judy, he comes from a family of firefighters and police officers. We understand his father was a police officer. He has many cousins who are police officers, firefighters, and he has one cousin, Judy, who is a firefighter, a battalion chief with the New York City Fire Department, who has been missing since Tuesday. He has not been heard from since that second plane hit the South Tower. So the congressman's staff telling us that the congressman very, very pleased that the president is making this trip, saying it will be a real morale boost for the New York City area, a message that New Yorkers, the nation, stand united and stand together at this time of great tragedy. Judy?
No doubt, Kelly Wallace. And again, you're reminding us that so many families in this country, on the East Coast and elsewhere, affected by what, 5,000 missing in New York City. And when you add the 200 or so at the Pentagon, the numbers are just mind-boggling. And each one of those represents a life cherished by those loved ones. Aaron, we are hoping to talk shortly here with Senator Joe Lieberman, who of course is a Democratic vice presidential candidate. We saw him inside the cathedral. We hope to talk with him and also with some of the firefighters who were taking part in this service at the National Cathedral. Aaron?
As people file out, you saw virtually the entire Washington political establishment, saw Alan Greenspan, Federal Reserve Chairman. In the cathedral also were 170 members of the diplomatic corps. Of the 175 countries that keep embassies in Washington, 170 sent representatives. They went to the State Department. They signed a condolence book. They rode over together on buses. It speaks to how this tragedy, this catastrophe, has shaken not only the country, but how it has awakened in many ways the world at large, and they have stood, countries around the world, with the United States. That is but one sign of that. There are many, many others. Here's CNN's Richard Quest in London.
As the clocks across Europe chimed, a silence descended. 3 minutes to remember those who had died. In Paris, sightseers came to a standstill. In Britain, crowds gathered outside the American embassy, while members of Parliament stopped their emergency debate to remember. At Heathrow Airport too, passengers, many of whom had been stranded, stopped as well. From Berlin to Brussels it was the same. Politicians and people united in a moment of quiet thought and prayer. Even at Harrods, London's famous department store, announcements asked for 3 minutes of respect. And when it was all over, a service of remembrance began at St. Paul's Cathedral. Britain's Queen Elizabeth joined the American community to pay tribute and remember. Richard Quest, CNN, London.
Contrast the warmth of the service at the National Cathedral and the events overseas as well with the cold, harsh realities of what is going on in New York and in Washington as the rescue and recovery operations continue. It is a chilly, wet day in New York that is hampering the rescue operations. A couple of other notes to make as we catch everyone up on where we are right now. The President has authorized the Secretary of Defense to call up as many as 50,000 reservists. Not expected the number will go quite that high, perhaps 40,000. Many of them pilots, and they'll be flying patrols around the United States. And other soldiers will be brought in to help do some relief work. People here in Washington who are trying to manage the scene, the crime scenes, that's what they are, look very weary, very tired, and they'll get some help when the reservists are called up. CNN's Martin Savage has been for the last couple of days down and around Ground Zero. It is a wet and difficult area today. Marty, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Aaron. And throughout the service, throughout the morning, throughout all of last night, it was a very cold rain and a very bitter and biting wind that was blowing through the streets of New York, passing through the area where the desperate search for survivors is continuing. It is a mood that perhaps weather-wise is not reflected across the country, but in feeling it seems to go that way. For the rescuers, the weather has been very problematic for them, especially in the last 12 hours. The rain has been difficult for them because it makes it very treacherous just moving around that very big debris pile that measures about 100 feet tall. Once used to be 2 towers 110 stories tall. On top of that, though, is the wind. We've already told you a number of times about the structural damage and the concerns about a number of buildings that remain standing but may not be fully sound. The wind blows through those buildings, and rescuers that have been in the area and engineers say that they see gaps in buildings now that are beginning to widen, and that is only increasing their concerns about the stability of those very structures looming over those that are working so hard to try to find those that may be trapped down below. We can tell you that even though the nation may have paused to remember, there was no stopping here, at least not at this checkpoint, which is just about 3.5 blocks away. All of the activity continued here. There is too much to be done and too little time to waste in order to stop. They felt it was important to keep moving. One thing that is noted, security increasing almost by the hour, obviously in preparation of the President's visit. It is clear that they have a lot of work to do, and they are about that job at this hour and for the hours that remain. One last thing we wanted to show you, Aaron. There is a flag that flies at the top of the American Express building. That flag has a story. It was placed there by a New York City firefighter. His father died recently. His father was also a colonel in the military. That flag draped his father's coffin. He felt that it was appropriate to place at the top of that building the highest presence in this area as a salute to his father and also a remembrance to all those who have died. He would not give us his name, but he felt that it was very, very important for everyone to know that it was there. There are many stories down here, Aaron. The biggest one of all, though, still continues, the search for survivors. Aaron?
No one is watching that search for survivors more carefully, with more hope, than the hundreds of people who have gone to the Armory here in New York. It's been open 24 hours a day. They go there in search of information. Hillary Lane is there as well, and she joins us now. Hillary. Hillary, can you hear us?
Yeah, Aaron, I can hear you. Let me tell you a little bit about what is happening behind me. We are at the Missing Persons Bureau, which is the giant armory that has been set up for these purposes. There are 2 lines here, one for people who still have to file missing persons reports, and I have to tell you there were hundreds of people in that line yesterday, and there's nobody in that line today. There is another line on the other side of the building, and that is for people who've come back with more information. Apparently inside they've been asking people to bring in dental records if they have them, to bring in hairbrushes if they have them. All of that information could be used for DNA purposes, for DNA sample testing that is sure to take place as they do recover bodies from the wreckage downtown. Now I'm here right now with Suktan Shin, whose brother was working on one of the higher floors at Fiduciary Trust.
In the 90s.
You said you spent hours in line yesterday, and today you appear to be incredibly frustrated. Tell me what's happening.
basically, we have spent hours and hours in line waiting to see Liz. Liz at the center in St. Vincent's and at the Armory. It's just a process that we had to go through. And yeah, we went through it again and again and again with the people that are trying to help us. And it's just very, very frustrating. And at this point, after not finding any news, we are very desperate.
One of the things that was happening, you were telling me earlier that you hadn't been able to contact anybody from the company. And as we were standing here, Alan Lum came by. You're looking for your cousin. You saw Mrs. Shinsign. You started to talk to her. So tell me what you saw and what you have told her.
Well, the first thing I noticed is that and everything, her brother from Fiduciary Trust, well, it so happens one of my partners, John Bosco, had barely escaped, right, from Fiduciary Trust with his life, and I approached her, and said, look, I can't guarantee anything, but I'm going to call my partner John Bosco to see if he heard or saw, Robert and everything, and also there are several other people that we do not know that he had gotten out there with, and we're going to ask them if they saw Robert and potentially give you some information to continue hope.
And the two of you now have exchanged phone numbers,
yes.
And
yes,
I should just say, take a look there. You're looking for your cousin,
yes.
Bill Lum.
Yes, I'm looking for my close cousin Bill Lum. He was in One World Trade Center. I think he was working on the 100th floor. Last time somebody heard from him was 8:20 in the morning, because Bill always gets there early, and that's the last time some of his coworkers had heard from him.
Well, thank you, and good luck to both of you. And thank you for sharing, and I hope that you can provide each other with some information.
Thank you.
And Aaron, this is what's happening here. There are people milling around. They've been putting up posters, many of them washed away now by the rain, but still walking around trying to meet up with anybody who would have any information, going from hospital to hospital. One of the final stops that the people who come to the Missing Persons Bureau make after they fill out the paperwork, after they meet with a detective, is to go downstairs and to check the many lists of people who have been admitted to hospitals, or the short list at this point of people who have been confirmed dead. So it's a hard place. The other point I have to make is that this morning I spent a good amount of time talking with one of the Red Cross representatives, a man named Jack Herman, who coordinates all of the disaster and mental health services. He said they have about 100 counselors inside milling around. He said those counselors are hugging and crying along with all of the families who've come here today and yesterday as well. Aaron.
Hillary, thank you. It's such a desperate scene down there. Thank you. We, on the other side of the monitor, on the right side there, see the president's helicopter on the lawn of the White House. The president beginning that short, hour-long or so journey here to New York, where he will join with political leadership here in support of the rescue workers and in support of all of those who have lost their lives and all of those who are waiting at the Armory for word on a loved one, and all of those who have been touched by the tragedy. Judy.
Aaron, here at the National Cathedral in Washington, just a short time ago, we heard President Bush saying, we see the character of a nation in what we've seen in the last few days, and we see that in part in the work of the rescuers. We have two rescuers with us right now who heard the president's words and who took part in the rescue efforts at the Pentagon in the last few days. I want to introduce them to you now. This is Dennis Young, a firefighter based at Fort Myer in Virginia, but at the Pentagon when that American Airlines plane hit the building. And also Captain Dennis Gilroy, you're also based at Fort Myer.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to come to you first, Mr. Young. You were in the building, and how close when the plane hit?
Approximately 75 to 100 feet away.
What happened?
It happened so fast. There is no way to explain what happened. 1 minute I heard a noise, the next minute we were in a ball of flame. I mean, why I'm talking to you now, only God knows.
Were you knocked unconscious?
No, ma'am, I wasn't. I walked out of the building without a scratch. Everybody that was in the building with me and the 2 firefighters that was with me, all were injured. How I got out of that building without anything happening to me, God himself can only tell.
Well, you're a firefighter with 18 years experience. You were at the fire station, which is inside the Pentagon. What did you do when you realized this had happened? What did you do next?
I obviously got out of started to get out of the building, and I went out into the app bay. And when I walked into the app bay, it was literally pieces of fire here and there from the explosion.
The app bay being?
Where we store the truck at.
Fire truck.
Yes. And I had gotten my firefighting gears. I just picked it up in my hands and walked outside. When I walked outside, I had realized what had happened. I mean, there was pieces of airplane everywhere.
Were there people? Did you see?
There were people trying to get away from the Pentagon. I helped maybe 3 of them out, and then I went out into the field and I put my bunker gear on, and then I went back and I've got some rescue equipment or first aid equipment and took it out to where some of the people were injured, but I only helped about 3 or 4 people. And then by that time our captain was down there at the fire station. Captain
Dennis Gilroy,
yes,
24 years experience. How did you learn what had happened? What happened?
We were in the middle of an ARF class at Fort Myer, and it was our second day of an ARF class. ARF is an acronym for Aircraft Rescue Firefighting. So it was our second day of this class, ironically enough, and we were just talking about the fuel loads and so forth of different aircraft and where the fuel pods are located. And we heard the crash, actually we heard a noise, and then one of the other firefighters that was with Mr. Young, which was Alan Wallace, and the second one was Mark Skipper. Those 2 individuals had just finished checking the fire truck for the day and had it parked outside, and they come around the side and they were in front of it and they saw the aircraft coming towards them. They ran. They were both rendered.
They saw the aircraft coming.
Ma'am. Approximately 25 feet off the ground is what they told me, and both of those are off. One of them's here today. And Mr. Wallace, he went home to Ohio to be with his family. They saw the aircraft coming. They ran. They had no other reaction.
To get out of the way.
To get as far away as they could as possible. They made it approximately 25, 30 feet, and one of them was rendered unconscious, and that was Mr. Skipper, but briefly. And then they got their composure back together, realized what was going on. They connected up with Mr. Young. Between the combination between the 3 of them, they rescued approximately 8 to 12 people out the windows.
The windows at the Pentagon?
Yes, ma'am, which were no longer there, of course.
Right.
And they did what they could. They tried to get the...
Did these people survive, or...?
I don't know at this point.
Most of the people that come out of the windows were people that were pretty much physically able to get up, but they needed some assistance.
Now, Mr. Wallace tried to start the fire truck that we had. There's a brand new fire truck that was on location. He got it running, however, it was totally incapacitated. It was no use to him. But he was able to use the radio to put out the mayday that they'd been hit by an airplane. And being in the class, we had the radios on there, so we knew exactly where they were, and I knew at least one of them was alive at that time. So we responded from there, and we knew the quickest ways in. We was one of the first units there, along with Arlington, and they were coming in on South Parking. We was coming in a different way. So we was able to get our truck up on the pad and set up a water curtain to try and help more people out and to cover our guys. And we just went from there, and it just escalated after that.
Mr. Young, how long did it take you to realize it was an airplane? Immediately, you saw that it was an airplane that had come?
The time frame of from when I actually heard the noise, seen the explosion inside the building. I mean, you could see the explosion inside the building without being outside. Until I got out, I can't tell you how long that was, but it wasn't very long. But it seemed like it took forever.
And you say you don't know how you survived.
No, I don't. I mean, there's no reason why I should be talking to you right now.
You heard the service today. Were you both comforted by the words you heard today, Reverend Graham and others, the President?
It's the start of the healing closure for us, and you know, with the nation behind us and the world, when the healing will continue. Also, I'd like to say, you know, my prayers are with our brothers and sisters in New York, and hopefully they'll find as many as they can.
Were you comforted by the words you heard today?
Yes, I was. I think God spared me, and I hope that He spares our country and my fellow firefighters. That's basically all I can say.
Dennis Young, Captain Dennis Gilroy, and Dennis Young, we thank you both. Thank you both for being with us. Two heroes, Aaron.
And there are many out there. Whether you are here in New York or in Washington or indeed around the world, because many of the people who are missing, in fact, are foreign nationals who worked in the investment community down in the Trade Center. If you log onto our website at CNN.com, we may be able to be helpful in identifying the missing and connecting and getting you information and the like. What you need to do is contact us. Make sure that you send a contact phone number with the picture of your loved ones so that people can get in touch with you. The picture will be posted on the website along with the contact numbers, and you need to know that. Email the photos to missing at CNN.com, or log on to our website at CNN.com and click on the link, and it'll get you to the right place. And again, for this to work, you need not simply to send the picture, you need to send a contact number, so if something does turn up, and we hope it will, people can get in touch with you. The Justice Department has now identified 19 of the suspected hijackers on Tuesday. That is just a part of a very broad, in fact, international investigation that is going on. CNN's Mike Betcher is handling the investigative side of this, and he joins us now from Atlanta. Mike.
Well, Aaron, earlier this morning we had a list with 18 names, but this is the updated list. Let's take a look at it. The only difference between the FBI list and the list we presented to you this morning is that additional name and some slight changes in spelling. On American Airlines Flight 11, which was the flight from Boston to Los Angeles, which flew into the Second World Trade Center tower, Walid al-Shari was a passenger, Wael al-Shari, Mohammed Atta, Abdul al-Amari, Satam Sugami. On United Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles, which struck the South Tower, the first tower to be hit, Marwan al-Shehi, Fayez Ahmad, Mohad al-Shari, Hamza al-Ghamdi, Ahmed al-Ghamdi. On United Airlines Flight 93, from Newark to San Francisco, that is the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania in the field. The names are Ahmed al-Haznawi, Ahmed al-Nami, Ziad Jarrah, Saeed al-Ghamdi. And finally, American Airlines Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles. That is the aircraft that rammed the Pentagon. And this is where the additional name has come in. Originally there were 4, now there are 5. The additional name will come at the end. Khalid al-Dihar, Mahed Moked, Nawaf al-Hazmi, Salem al-Hazmi, and Hani Hanjour. That is the additional name provided by the FBI today. So that official list out, it was released during the service. So let's take a look at this and this list and see where some of these people have gone. One in particular, Mohammed Atta. We know quite a bit about him and the trail he took starting back in the 1990s when he lived in Hamburg, Germany. Now this was a transatlantic operation. Shortly, a few years after he lived in Hamburg, he came to Venice, Florida, in May of 2000, and there he had his initial flight training in Venice, Florida, where he learned how to fly at a flight center there. Later on, we've tracked him to Coral Gables, Florida, and in Coral Gables, he rented an apartment. The man who was giving him flight training there was a person who didn't like having Atta in his house and another man. Atta was staying in that home, so Atta had to find a new place to live, and that was in Coral Gables. At Opelika, Florida, we know that he went to a place called Sim Center, which is a flight simulation company. Now, at Sim Center, he and 2 other men bought 6 hours of training time in a 727, in a simulated 727 cockpit. They paid $1,500 cash for that. Later, back to Hamburg, Germany. That was in February, and if you saw us yesterday, those pictures of the German police raiding an apartment there, that was the apartment of Mohammed Atta. They also looked at 7 other apartments in Hamburg, Germany. For some reason, he went there, and then he returned to this country at Pompano Beach, Florida, where he went to a rental car company called Warwick's. And at Warwick's, he rented 2 cars over the period of about a month. That second car he had for about 2 weeks, and he put 3,000 miles on that car, so he drove a considerable distance. He could have gone up and down the Atlantic seaboard in that amount of miles, so we don't exactly know what happened there. After that, he went to Palm Beach County, Florida, and this was just last week. And in Palm Beach County, Florida, he took about 3 hours of flight time in a Piper aircraft. He said he wanted to get his skills back, a refresher course. From there, he went to Boston, Massachusetts. He rented a car there at an Alamo rental car. He drove it on the morning of the hijacking to Portland, Oregon, and then took an early flight from Portland back to Boston, and then back on that ill-freighted aircraft that flew into the World Trade Center tower. Now, Mohammed Atta is an interesting figure. One of the things we have to look out for here is that there are several different people around the world with the same names, but we've talked to Israeli sources who said they have been seeking a Mohammed Atta, a Palestinian. They said he's been wanted for terrorist acts in Israel, but we are not sure if it's the same individual. Aaron?
There's a phenomenal amount of detail there. Let me ask a couple of questions. First of all, do the names themselves tell us anything about where their allegiances, whether, look, the question here is, do they have a connection, and can we tell that by their names, to bin Laden or anyone else who might be of interest right now?
Well, we're attempting to do that, and intelligence officials have been trying to do that for a couple of days now when they got those names together. We do know that more than half of the names are either prominent Saudi names from the south of that country or Yemeni names. But I was told by one source there is the possibility that these names may not be the real names of the actual hijackers. I have the bin Laden manual for al-Qaeda that's issued to followers of bin Laden, in which they talk about using cutouts, so to speak, stealing somebody's identity. It's a tactic they use all the time, so it's something we got to be really careful. There could be some names on this list that maybe there's another Mohammed Atta out there, and so we're trying to be very careful. But certainly the FBI must have a lot of confidence in this, Aaron, to release this as it is right now.
We see the president, Mike, as you were talking, walking up the steps, getting into Air Force One for his trip to New York. Assume Air Force One will be pulling away shortly. Mike, if you're still there.
Yes, I am.
We know now, or at least we have 19 names that we believe are either real names or aliases of some sort of the hijackers. Is there much you can tell us about the broader investigation that's going on in Germany, in parts of the United States as well, for people who may have either information about what went on or may have been complicit in one way in what went on?
Well, let me tell you, good intelligence sources worldwide are telling me that one of the groups they're looking at that could have been one of the major groups behind this is Egyptian Islamic Jihad. Now, that group has close ties to bin Laden. It operates under the umbrella, oftentimes, of al-Qaeda, which is the umbrella organization run by bin Laden. Al-Qaeda itself is not a group. It's more like the corporate board, and these companies, these smaller groups, which work in cells of 18 to 20 people, they are the ones that go out and do it. They're looking very close at these North African groups, some Algerian groups, and that. Now, that's not to say, when I say Egyptian Islamic Jihad or an Algerian terror group like GIA, that's not to say they're operating from those countries. For example, Egyptian Islamic Jihad members have had to flee Egypt because President Mubarak has been very successful in tracking those people down, put a lot of heat on them. And so these cells from that organization have been operating in Afghanistan and also in areas of Pakistan for the last few years. So that is obviously the neighborhood of bin Laden. And that's one of the groups they're looking at.
Mike, thanks. Again, it is remarkable how much detail that investigators have been able to put together in a relatively short period of time, and we assume, as it seems reasonable, at least here, that that's just what they are telling us, that very likely, they have a whole lot more detail on these 19 men and their movements and their connections and the rest, and we'll be continuing to work on that. It is also, I think, quite remarkable to a good many Americans that you could find 19 people out there, perhaps more, who have such hatred for the United States that they would not only commit this awful act that went on in New York and in Washington and kill themselves in the process. It is less difficult for people abroad to imagine that. They see this kind of hatred directed at the United States perhaps more than we do here normally. Christiane Amanpour now on why the United States has such problems in the world.
These pictures of Palestinians celebrating the terrorist attack on the United States horrified all those who were in mourning. Palestinian leaders were quick to point out that these were only isolated incidents by what they called an ignorant few, and Chairman Yasser Arafat immediately condemned the attacks.
We are completely shocked. Completely shocked. Unbelievable.
Later, Arafat was seen giving blood in a symbolic gesture of solidarity with America. Arab allies, the Iranian president, and even Libya have strongly condemned what happened, saying that it violates Islamic principles. But on the streets of all these countries, anti-Americanism has been building. Moderates are being eclipsed by extremists after almost a year of violence in the Middle East, the Palestinian Intifada in Israel. We don't wish for the destruction of the American people, says this man. We just want the destruction of Bush and the U.S. Congress because they support Israel. Experts in radical Islamic terrorism say masterminds like Osama bin Laden have cleverly manipulated a real sense of grievance into a willingness by some to become human instruments of mass murder.
Osama bin Laden has been in the Muslim world. Has been capitalizing on very sensitive issues that mobilize the whole Arab and Muslim community. The liberation of Jerusalem, American troop presence in Saudi Arabia, of course the fate of the Iraqi people suffering under sanctions.
This gathered momentum after the Gulf War, when bin Laden bitterly complained about U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia. Troops invited by Saudi leaders to defend against the Iraqis, and yet condemned by bin Laden and extremist Islamic preachers for, quote, desecrating holy sites. In addition, Muslims all over the world have been enraged by a decade of continued bombing against Iraqi military installations and crippling sanctions that have ended up hurting the Iraqi people much more than their intended target, Saddam Hussein and his regime. Experts say terrorism cells manage to operate in America's Arab allies, such as Egypt and Saudi Arabia, as well as Europe and North America. Fearful of a backlash, mainstream Muslim leaders here in Europe are trying to explain that this war on American civilians is a crime that can never be justified as a religious duty.
The position of the Muslim community in the UK, as I'm sure in different parts of the world, is very clear. We condemn
utterly and unequivocally the atrocities that has been committed. We believe that the people, the perpetrators of this heinous crime are outside the pale of civilization.
So now, British and other world leaders are calling for a global alliance to combat a global network of terrorism, to arrest them cell by cell, shut down their financial support, and make it more difficult to forge travel documents. There are no quick fixes, they say, just a long, sustained, and difficult campaign. Christiana Manpour, CNN, London.
President Bush is making his way to New York City. We also expect within perhaps 10-15 minutes a briefing by the Secretary of State Powell. You see Air Force One and Andrews will be heading this way. Out in Seattle right now, across the country, there is a memorial going on, firefighters' memorial going on, Amazing Grace. Let me just listen to this for a moment. Among the dignitaries there, the Governor Gary Locke, but as you can tell, this is not about dignitaries. This is about people, in this case Seattleites, who have come together for their moment together. Being together matters in times like this. Seattle is acutely sensitive to these sorts of issues, these terrorist issues. Seattleites believe they might have been a target at the Millennium celebration when a suspected terrorist, someone who indeed had a plan or was part of a group that had a plan, was caught at the Blaine, Washington Canadian border with the makings of explosives that caused Seattle to cancel its Y2K celebration and had the city quite on edge for some time. Here in New York, many of the people who were hurt, the survivors of the blast on Tuesday, are still hospitalized. A good many, in fact, have been let go, are home and recuperating and getting back to the normal routine of their lives. Many others, of course, are not, and their conditions range from they're getting okay to still quite risky. Brian Palmer is at St. Vincent Hospital, which is in Lower Manhattan, and Brian joins us now. Brian?
Aaron, good afternoon. It is still a wet and dreary afternoon out here. As you can see, normal or close to a normal flow of traffic, things getting back to normal. Volunteers are still doing their thing, but we have seen a slowing of a number of ambulances coming in. We spoke to a hospital spokesman who was saying that because of the slippery and treacherous conditions, they were expecting more people to come in. They're disappointed they haven't seen all that many people coming in, meaning that perhaps they're pulling fewer people from the actual blast zone. But today we've actually heard from some of the voices of survivors recovering at St. Vincent's. Two people, Arturo Griffith and Fareed Paul.
I finally spoke to my wife yesterday, and as I was talking with her, she was listening to my voice, and she didn't believe still. She thought I was dead, and we was exchanged, and she was crying, and I was crying too.
I saw the World Trade Center on fire. I saw that, and I saw people in the window waving white sheets, and that's what breaks my heart. It was a heart-wrenching noticing these people were trapped up there, and there's no way of them being rescued, and that really hurt me. And also seeing my own two eyes, that plane coming out of nowhere in slow motion and turning and hitting directly into the building it's just unreal. It's just unreal. It's something I'll never forget for the rest of my life.
Now, both Mr. Paul and Mr. Griffith suffered severe injuries to their legs. They couldn't get out on their own. They were rescued by Good Samaritans who hand carried them down flights of steps and brought them to their safety. Now today we also had a visit from New York Governor George Pataki. He spoke to some of the doctors here and some of the survivors. His message was one of thanks, but he also expressed some concern that fewer people were being brought here from the blast zone. But he said, quote, "Miracles happen There still could be some people brought up here. That was the message today, Aaron.
Brian, before we let you get away, as you know, so far today at least, no survivors from the blast itself have been found, taken to the hospital. I suspect now that anybody who's coming into the hospital is very likely a rescue worker who's been hurt on the scene. It's very slippery, kind of mucky. That all that dust has turned to mud down there. Is that what's happening?
Well, that is definitely the case. As of this morning, St. Vincent's had not seen any actual new blast victims in 36 hours, so that was close to 8 hours ago. What we did learn from the Greater New York Hospital Association is that the website for patient information is in fact online now. It's up and running, www.nyc.gov, and you click on Patient Locator System. So this is the official information clearinghouse of the Office of Emergency Management. This is not one of the fly-by-night websites. This is where people should go for their information on loved ones who may still be missing. Aaron?
Brian, thanks. It's unimaginable in some ways that you could go this many days, or at least what it might feel like to go this many days, not know if someone you love is dead or alive, hurt, what their situation is. Our hearts go out. We're joined now by Brother Edward Coughlin. Somebody said a while ago that there are, I think it was Marty Savage, that there are thousands of stories down there, and there are, and we don't rank one above any of the others. But the story of Reverend Michael Judge is a particularly interesting and moving one to us. And Brother Coughlin was a dear friend, a longtime friend of Michael Judge, who was a chaplain with the fire service and died at the scene.
That's right.
Tell me, I want to talk about him in a second, but tell us, as you can, the circumstances that led to his death.
As far as we know, he was at the scene. It appears that he was hit with some debris. There was one report that he was administering the last rites of the church to someone when he was hit. The firemen found him, and there was a picture in the New York Times yesterday, page 2, that shows the firemen carrying him out.
Yeah.
They took him over to St. Peter's Church on Berkeley Street and laid him in front of the altar and covered him, and it was kind of a real symbol, I think, of their great reverence and respect for him as one of their several chaplains who worked for the fire department. Because
you knew him a long time, and because one way or another I've been chasing fire engines for a long time, the fire departments are an extraordinary brotherhood or fraternity or whatever. Mm-hmm. They're a remarkably close group of people. They understand, and the Reverend was one of them. I want to find out more about who he was, but I need to interrupt us just a second because the Secretary of State is just starting his briefing, and we want to know what he has to say.
And the support that the Congress is giving to our efforts, it shows the United States as a nation, as a people, coming together in this time of crisis and showing our determination to move forward deliberately and decisively to deal with this particular incident, as well as the broader threat represented by world terrorism. I have been in touch with a number of officials, in addition to the cabinet meeting and the very moving memorial service that we just had up at the National Cathedral. Earlier in the morning, I spoke to the Foreign Minister of India, Mr. Singh, and was very pleased to receive an exceptionally strong statement of support from the Indian government, and we had heard that previously, but he confirmed it this morning. I've also had conversations with the Portuguese Foreign Minister, the Saudi Foreign Minister, Moroccan, Tunisian Foreign Ministers, my colleague, Foreign Minister Tanaka of Japan. I'll be speaking to the Israeli Defense Minister in a few moments, and I have a call into the Syrian Foreign Minister. And this will continue throughout the day for me. But beyond that, we have instructed our ambassadors around the world to go in and talk to their colleagues in those capitals to let them know how serious we are about this and begin to set the stage for any other requests we might have for them with respect to what we do as we go forward. In addition, our regional assistant secretaries here in the State Department have been inviting in ambassadors resident here in Washington to discuss the situation with them and to receive any questions they may have and to pass on any guidance that we have available to them. As you know, we are waiting to hear from President Musharraf of Pakistan, and I'm quite encouraged that the Pakistani government is taking this so seriously and so deliberately, and our ambassador is waiting for a reaction from them. I might also say that I'm pleased that the actions of the Australian government in activating the ANZUS Treaty as an expression of support, and a little similar to what NATO did, but those alliances that we hold dear and have used so effectively to keep us together as friendly nations over these many years are now, seems to me, paying off as people come forward to help us. I'm also pleased that expressions of support we have received from countries such as Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan and others are coming in. I don't have all of them on my list or in my memory, and Richard Boucher will, in the course of the day, let you know who we have heard from and what kind of responses we have received from them. And let me just stop there and take a couple of questions before I have to make a phone call.
Any indications of what the Pakistan, whether you get a positive response from Pakistan, you're going to call the Syrian, any indications yet of their position?
Yes, the Syrians, President Assad sent to President Bush a very strong letter of support in efforts against terrorism. Now, of course, we have had a mixed relationship with Syria over the years, and in the course of my conversation, hopefully this afternoon with my colleague, I'll pursue the spirit of the letter that President Assad sent to President Bush and see where that takes us.
And any indications from the Pakistanis, even though there's no final answer?
So far, I am very encouraged, but I think it's best that I do wait for a final answer.
Mr. Secretary, Indian media says that that government handed over some maps to you today of guerrilla camps and other training areas that Afghanistan is said to be using. Can you confirm that that's...
I can't confirm it. I just don't know. Richard could chase that down for you, but I can't confirm it here. It wasn't mentioned to me in my phone call at about 9 or 9:30 or 10, whenever I had, or about 10:30, I guess it was, with the Indian Foreign Minister.
Mr. Secretary, we've heard a lot, yourself and other cabinet members and officials say, as we reach out to countries and ask for help, you're either with us or you're against us. Now, of course, we hope that all countries are be with us, but if we ask for something from a country, we ask them to root out terrorism in all its forms or to provide logistical or any type of other support that we need for any eventual military response. If they decline, if they say that they won't do what the U.S. asks, what are the consequences for, quote, being against us?
I think we have to be careful as we go forward, and we intend to be. We're talking with countries that are friendly to us, and we will present requests to them and see what they are able to do within their capacity and within their political circumstances. But if we find a particular country, especially those that might be serving as a haven or is a well-known supporter of this kind of activity, and they are simply unresponsive, and we deem that unresponsiveness to be contributing to additional terrorism or to the fertile ground in which terrorism thrives, then that will certainly affect the kind of relationship we're going to have with them in the future. I am not threatening so much as I am saying this has become a new benchmark, a new way of measuring the relationship and what we can do together in the future and what kind of support we can provide to you in the future across a whole range of issues and activities.
Mr. Secretary, the last 2 days you've been saying that how important you think it is that despite the events here, that the tragic events here, that it's still very, very important for the Israelis and the Palestinians to have high-level meetings between Chairman Arafat and former Mr. Perez. Now, Prime Minister Sharon has now called that meeting off. And secondly, you're speaking to the Israeli Defense Minister later. Are you going to bring up his comments that were quoted in an Israeli newspaper this morning, in which he said that the disasters in New York and here were a catastrophe for Arafat because the Israelis had killed 14 Palestinians since then and no one had noticed? I
don't know what we'll discuss. I haven't seen those comments, but I know him rather well, and I'm sure we'll have many things to discuss, but I won't prejudge what I might raise or what he might raise and announce it before he raises it or I raise it. I would still hope that a way is found for the Israelis and the Palestinians to meet. When they meet is a judgment for them to make. We have two leaders who have to judge their own interest. We believe a meeting is important to get the process started. This conflict isn't going away, and I don't think it's going to be solved by continuing conflict between the two sides. So I hope that conditions will present themselves soon so that a meeting can begin. But I think it is also fair to say that the events of the 11th of September have fundamentally changed the way in which people look at terrorism and acts of terrorism.
Secretary Powell, as your strategy to fight global terrorism begins to take shape and as these international coalitions that you've been trying to build solidify, it's obviously a very different war that you're preparing to fight in that the enemy is not in one country. Could you explain this to us?
Yeah, I was raised a soldier, and you're trained. There is the enemy occupying a piece of ground. We can define it in time, space, and other dimensions, and you can assemble forces and go after it. This is different. The enemy is in many places. The enemy is not looking to be found. The enemy is hidden. The enemy is very often right here within our own country. And so you have to design a campaign plan that goes after that kind of enemy. And it isn't always blunt force military, although that is certainly an option. It may well be that the diplomatic efforts, political efforts, legal, financial, other efforts may be just as effective against that kind of an enemy as would military force be. And the point the President made this morning is that the whole cabinet's involved, and we're going to use all the tools and weapons at our disposal to fight this campaign and to win this war. I only have time for one more, and I apologize. Let me say, who haven't I? Go.
Do you have a message for the Taliban? Yes.
Did a vote? That's the question. All right. The message is, to the extent that you are providing havens, support, encouragement, and other resources to organizations such as the organization headed by Mr. Osama bin Laden, that is attacking civilization, that is killing innocent people. And I would give this message to any other regime in any other country that might be doing similar things. To the extent that you are doing these sorts of things, even though we have not yet, notwithstanding words like prime suspect, we have not yet identified Osama bin Laden as the direct perpetrator, but the evidence, we have a lot of evidence is mounting which will allow us to determine in the near future who it is. But he certainly is the leader of that kind of organization, and to the extent that governments such as the Taliban government in Afghanistan support such things, you need to understand you cannot separate your activities from the activities of these perpetrators. And in our response, we will have to take into account not only the perpetrators, but those who provide haven, support, inspiration, financial, and other assets to the perpetrators, as the President said in his very first set of remarks some days ago. Thank you. I do have to go. Thank you.
Secretary of State Powell now going off to make more phone calls to foreign leaders. A couple of things he said jumped out at us. He was asked about his statement yesterday. He said, we're basically saying to other countries, you're either with us or you're against us on this question of terrorism. He said, today I'm not threatening those other countries, it's just a fact of life. And then when he talked about Afghanistan and its possible harboring of terrorists, including Osama bin Laden, he said you'll be held accountable if that's what it turns out to be. He also said the Syrians have sent a strong letter of support and characterized that relationship diplomatically as mixed, somewhat more contentious than that. Turn again to Brother Edward Coughlin, who, before we went to Secretary of State Powell, we were talking about his good friend, Reverend Michael Judge, who was a chaplain for the fire department and died on Tuesday, ministering, doing what his job was, ministering to last rites to a fireman down on the scene. Was it a fireman down on the scene? He was.
We believe so.
Yeah,
that's the report.
And he was carried out by another firefighter, as I recall the story.
There was actually a picture that appeared on page 2 of the New York Times. It says an unidentified fireman, but in fact it was Father Michael being carried out by about 5 other firemen who found him, and they're the ones that brought him to St. Peter's Church and put him in the sanctuary there so his body would be protected. And it was a great, I think, symbol of their tremendous reverence for him and respect for him as someone who was really there for them. As soon as he heard about it, he went right down there. And
right. As soon as this happened on Tuesday, and there was this massive response by the New York City Fire Department. I think it's some 20,000 or so. May have that wrong. I think that's about right. And among those was the chaplain, and he went down there because that's his job. That's what he'd done for how long?
About 10 years.
Any idea why he decided to become the chaplain to the fire department?
One of our friars had been a chaplain to the department for almost 20 years and died of cancer, and Michael kind of took over from him and moved into that slot a long time there. Our friary on St. Francis on 31st Street is
Franciscan?
Franciscan friary, right across from the firehouse on 31st Street, Engine 1 and Ladder 24. We had a long relationship, and Michael slipped into that role, and he and I think 6 other men from that house were killed in the disaster the other day, but he went right across the street, and one of those men drove him down there, and he went in to do what he could do as a chaplain to be with the men. That's the kind of guy he was.
I want to talk about the kind of guy he was. How old is he?
68 years old. Probably seemed like he was about 40.
Yeah, well, you look at the picture, I don't know how current that picture was, but he doesn't look 68 at all when we put it up. He grew up here in New York, do you know?
No, he didn't. Actually, I'm sorry, he is originally from Brooklyn.
Yeah.
He's been a Franciscan for over 50 years, and his family now lives in Maryland. So.
And all of this is horribly sad.
Terribly sad. It just has tremendous impact, obviously, on the fire department for all the different individuals they've lost. But the men across the street in particular, their engine was parked in front of the house for several days with the window blown out in the front, and many people were writing messages of love on there, and they have a picture of Father Michael and the various other men from their house that were lost, and people have been stopping by as many places with flowers and saying a prayer, and it's just a very touching kind of scene.
I suspect the firefighters would say he was as much a part of what they do as they are, that he was a part of their family, and they're trying to show that. Thanks for coming in.
Okay.
You're very patient,
Thank you.
waiting
No
to a number of different things.
Okay.
It's nice to meet you, sir. Thank you very much. The business at hand. The business at hand in many parts of the country is trying to get back to normal. Normal's a difficult thing these days, and air travel is one example of why it is so difficult at busy, very busy Hartsfield Airport in Atlanta. Hartsfield International, CNN's Bonnie Anderson joins us now to update us on that. Bonnie.
Well, if you were to judge just by the terminal, by the numbers of people inside, by the traffic outside, by the comings and goings, it would appear that Hartsfield International Airport is back to business as usual, but it's not yet. While we're still hearing planes overhead, they're only back to a partial schedule. That means there are many more delays, many more people having to wait. But on a day like this, for many of these people, it's also then time to remember.
The plane area is under close video surveillance.
Thousands of passengers going through the now tedious motions of air travel today. But beneath the surface, sorrow.
It's a devastating thing to watch on TV. All you could think about are the families, what they're going through. It absolutely breaks my heart.
For Ruth and John Coleman, hoping to get home to North Dakota today, certain images say it all.
For the people who helped out, like the firemen and the policemen, I mean, who gave their lives, you know, to serve others. I guess that's what really touches my heart a lot.
Just seeing the picture of the policewoman with the 2-year-old at home. It's terrible.
As he waited for a plane to take him home to Utah, Ted Lloyd read his Bible and sent a heartfelt message to those in pain.
Our hearts are with you, and as hard as it is, I know that all of us would love to just put our arms around you and cry with you and support you and know that your Heavenly Father is there.
Chaplain Carol Meredith, who is part of a terrorism response team, sends prayer.
I pray for God's strength for everybody that's involved.
comfort for those who are trapped, strength for those that are really hurt, the ones that are trapped and are injured severely, hope for the rescue workers.
At noon today, there was also a moment of silence. All activity stopped inside the terminal. People bowed their head in prayer. And now, with heavy hearts, many of them are continuing on their way home. Aaron?
Bonnie, thank you. Bonnie Anderson in Atlanta. We told you the weather's pretty rocky here in New York. That's affecting the movement of a Navy hospital ship that's coming up. I believe this is correct, from Baltimore. Thinking about memory here. Anyway, it's having trouble getting into New York Harbor. Down at the Pentagon, Craig During, an Assistant Secretary of Defense, is beginning a briefing on the reserves and the mobilization thereof.
And then they fill it by going out and actually identifying the units or the individuals that they think are best suited to fill those needs. Now, if it's for a mission involving support to civil authorities, the lead federal agency will define the requirement to DOD through the Executive Secretariat and the Director of Military Support. And I think you had a briefing yesterday from Brigadier General Vaughn about that process. So we have to go through that process yet to determine what it is that we need in both cases. The services themselves will identify the units that would be recalled. Now, as for the Air Force, I'd probably have to defer to them to find out why their numbers might be larger than the others. It might have something to do with the air superiority mission, but it would strictly be a guess on my part.
But we've already been told by senior defense officials, in fact by Tory Clark, that the initial ones are expected to be within days. Is that not true?
It's entirely possible. It depends on how long it will take for them to send their requests in, and obviously some thought has gone into this before now. So I'm sure that some are more prepared than others. Yes, sir.
So is this largely the Homeland Defense missions, with the civil support being a smaller portion of this? And what are the Homeland Defense missions specifically?
Well, the civil support, of course, would be, let me start with that first, would be the type of missions that you would see, working with communities, working, trying, the cleanup, the MP type actions, the chaplains, the mortuary affairs, whereas the Homeland Defense missions would be the more military, the traditional military-oriented activities. And again, we'll just have to wait and see what the services ask for. I imagine they're putting their concept of operations together now.
In other words, you don't know which is the larger portion of the
I do not know
total.
which is larger, quite frankly. I just haven't looked at that.
And when you say more military type, can you name
the traditional, from the definition of Homeland Defense.
I mean, fighter pilots, things like that.
Certainly, most of the air superiority mission, if not all the air superiority mission now, is in the Air National Guard, for example.
Has the secretary signed the order for the 26 air bases to enhance air superiority mission at the 26 air bases?
I honestly don't know.
Did the president authorize that, or does he need to do it? Can the secretary do that without authorizing?
I honestly don't know the answer to that, and we might be getting into operational issues here, and I'm just going to steer clear of that today.
You're still sorting out the missions that need to be performed. How did you arrive at the 35,000 figure?
These are the estimates that the services gave us, based on their best planning at this point, and we think it's a pretty accurate number for the need now.
That, or would that be the figure?
Well, of course, under the authorization, they can go significantly over that, but right now the guidance is that if we were to exceed it by if we were to exceed the cap of 50,000, the Secretary of Defense will coordinate with the President, with the White House, before we actually exceed that limit. So the point I'm making here is that the White House and the Department of Defense are working very closely together on this. This is a well thought out plan, and they're working in concert with each other, and certainly have a handle on what is happening. Yes, sir.
Do you have an estimated breakout by service?
Pentagon spokesman Craig During talking about the mobilization of reserve units in a very broad, general way, talking about what those reservists, whether they be Air Force, Army, Marines, Navy, so about 2,000 Coast Guards men and women, and part of that. The best guess now, although the President has authorized up to 50,000 reservists to be called up, it'll be somewhat lower than that, perhaps 35,000 at least initially. You heard him talking about MPs at one point. A lot of that has to do with just helping provide support here in New York and Washington to crews that are tired, weary, and need some help. One of the things that the Secretary of State is demanding of countries is that they stop allowing money transfers from their country to suspected terrorists who might be living in other countries. That's one of the elements of that side of the story. Our David Ensor, national security correspondent, joins us now with more on how some of these items are playing into the investigation. David.
Well, Aaron, before I get to the money, I would like to just mention one aspect of the law enforcement and intelligence side of the investigation that's going on now. U.S. officials tell me that there are still would-be terrorists inside the United States who they believe have the hope of attacking additional targets. They would not offer any details, but they say that there is no reason to believe that all the perpetrators are dead or in jail. So there is a serious amount of concern about that, obviously, and that explains some of the additional security measures that we've seen taken in the last 24 hours or so. Now, in answer to your question, there's a tremendous amount of work being done at the State Department and other parts of the U.S. government trying to build a coalition for this war that they expect to have to be involved in, calls to scores of nations. The message to Muslim nations and moderate Arabs, Pakistan also, is that you must choose sides now. Specifically, they are saying that you must stop the flow of money to bin Laden's coffers. For years, there's been a blind eye turned by many governments to payments sent by wealthy Muslims to charities and other fronts for Osama bin Laden and organizations like his. U.S. officials are saying there can be no more hedging of bets, and they're saying the U.S. will be watching closely to see whether that money flow is actively stopped or not. They are watching now to see whether President Musharraf of Pakistan, who is meeting with advisors today, will be ready after that meeting to say he's going to fully cooperate with the U.S. The U.S. is asking, would he allow overflights in the event they became necessary? Would he allow troops if that was necessary? Will he control his border? Will he stop aid to the Taliban? There's a recognition, officials say, that if he says yes to all of those questions, there is a risk of some unrest in Pakistan. There is a downside for him. Officials are hoping, but they are not sure, that President Musharraf will come down on the U.S. side. The priorities now then are to help New York to solve the crime, build the coalition. On retaliation, that whole subject is not getting too much of the President's attention, I'm told by senior officials or his cabinet at this point, lower level people. The Pentagon obviously has to make its plans. Public rhetoric makes it clear that retaliation is going to be foreseen, and they're not ruling anything in or out at this point, Aaron.
I want to go back to the beginning, but let me ask you one question about the end, which is, just in the normal course of business, I assume that military people would put together a plan, an option, or perhaps several options, and then present it to the President. Doesn't need to take his time now.
That's right. The senior people are dealing with those issues I mentioned before. The issues of New York, of the nation, of security here, of solving this crime and preventing any future ones. There are preparations being made for them to be able to consider the what next, the retaliation questions further down the road.
All right, let's go back to the beginning, this troubling piece of information you're hearing. No reason to believe that all the terrorists have been found. And I'm prepared to hear you say this is all they're saying and they won't give us any more, but let me ask it anyway. That's a little different than saying there's no reason that there may still be terrorist plan out there.
I know it is, and that was exactly what I asked. And the answer is you can say it in the positive as well. In other words, there is evidence that there are terrorists in the United States planning additional attacks. So obviously that's a big concern. Aaron.
Let's see if we get, let's build a couple bridges here. Let's go to Atlanta. Mike Betcher, who's been covering the investigation in the United States as well. Mike, hearing what David has said and hearing what your sources are telling you, are there any dots you can connect here?
Well, the dots I can connect to the fact that there has been movement of some organizations to the United States over the past few years, evidenced by indictments in North Carolina earlier this year of, according to federal prosecutors, members of Hezbollah who they say were raising money in the United States. And over the course of the past few years, as I've covered terrorism, they've always brought up the specter of sleeper cells. Now, these are people who come into the country, lead normal lives for a period of years, and then are activated for particular missions. And certainly, if you look at the case of people involved in this certain act, I think we're going to find some people who led normal lives here and then all of a sudden were activated. So those are the dots I can throw out there for you right now, Aaron.
The Attorney General, I believe I heard this correctly. Guys, hang around because I'd like to pick up on this. The Attorney General, John Ashcroft, is talking now about the investigation, and we'll pick that up here.
I want to take this time to give you a report in regard to these matters. Today, the Federal Bureau of Investigation released a list of 19 individuals who have been identified as hijackers aboard the 4 airliners that crashed on Tuesday. The FBI requests that anyone who may have information about these individuals, even though these individuals are presumed to be dead, anyone with information about these individuals immediately contact an FBI field office or call the toll-free hotline. The toll-free hotline, as you know, is 1-866-483-5137. 1-866-483-5137. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has also forwarded a list of more than 100 names to numerous law enforcement organizations. These are the names of individuals the FBI would like to talk to because we believe they may have information that could be helpful to the investigation. The organizations that we have submitted these names to include the Federal Aviation Administration, the airlines, FBI field offices, about 18,000 police departments across America, the U.S. Border Patrol, and the U.S. Customs Service. Now, the nature of this list is that it would be changing constantly as people are either removed from it or added to it. But we believe that the individuals on the list may have information that could be helpful to us in our efforts. I want to take this moment to extend our appreciation to state and local law enforcement organizations that have cooperated with this investigation, have acted responsibly, and have been very helpful to us. Their dedication and swift action has been essential to the progress of the investigation. I'm pleased now to call upon the Director to give you some more information.
Before we answer questions, I thought I would fill you in on the extent of the investigation to date. As of today, we have 4,000 FBI special agents who are working on the case in various offices around the country and on various aspects of the investigation, and we have 3,000 support employees also on the investigation. 20 FBI legat offices are running down leads overseas, and all 56 FBI offices around the country are engaged in the investigation. We have conference calls several times a day to make certain that everything is being coordinated appropriately. To date, we have had more than 36,000 total leads. Of those, over 30,000 have come in off the internet. 3,800 have been received on the FBI hotline, and another 2,400 have been generated through the various field offices. Now, as you well know, and I picked up, we've conducted hundreds of interviews around the country. We've served over 30 search warrants in various places. Hundreds of subpoenas have been issued, and we have, in the course of seizing some of those executing some of those search warrants, we have seized computers, other documentary information that we are following up on. One other point I'd make before we respond to questions, and that is that we have dispatched sent to the various major airports, FBI agents, teams of FBI agents, to assist in quickly resolving any incidents that may come up when passengers or passengers are attempting to board an aircraft or obtain a ticket, and there's some question raised, so we can minimize the inconvenience to the person who may well be stopped, and also swiftly resolve the issue. And with that, I believe we're happy to take whatever questions you might have.
Director, have you obtained under seal or otherwise any fugitive injustice warrants or leveled any kind of charges against anyone in this investigation?
Well, under seal, I probably couldn't tell you, but I can say that there have been no FBI arrests at this time. Any detentions that have occurred have been pursuant to immigration holds where an individual has been out of status.
People on the list of hijackers, have they been connected to organizations connected to Bin Laden?
And I can't get into the details of that.
Astonish you that...
Sorry, we'll take one and then two. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Astonish you that they trained, all their training came to the U.S., there were so many of them trained as pilots, and that they lived in the open, they weren't hiding their identities here. Did any of that astonish you or shock you?
Well, the tragedies quite clearly astonish and shock me and the country. The fact that there were a number of individuals that happened to receive training at flight schools here is news, quite obviously. If we had understood that to be the case, we would have, perhaps one could have averted this. But beyond that, I and I think everybody else is just astonished at the extent of the tragedy as a result of what happened last Tuesday. Yes, sir.
Director, there were two people removed from the flight last night, I guess, in New York, and those two people's names appeared on a list. How were they able to board if their names were on?
Well, I can tell you that that was pursuant to a watch list, other than those names were pursuant, were on the watch list for reasons not related to this investigation.
Mr. Mueller, on the list of the hijackers, two quick questions. One is there are several shared last names. Were many of them related to one another? And the second question is Delray Beach and Hollywood, Florida seem to be very common residences. Do you know whether those were like bases of operation for these men?
I can't. We are still, while we have the names for the manifests, and are still pursuing investigations of those names to try to document and absolutely be certain that the person who went down the plane fits with the name on the manifest. The further association of the names we're still investigating.
Director, what can you tell us about?
All I can say that there are a number of places in the country, without specifying any particular place, where we have conducted a number of interviews and several search warrants,
Director,
and executed several search warrants.
Tell us about a DC police all-points bulletin being put out about a silver or gray minivan. They may be carrying a chemical weapon.
I can't tell you anything about that. Yes, sir.
What have you learned from the cockpit voice recorder and from the flight data recorders of the two planes?
They're currently over at the NTSB, and I think the question should be directed to the NTSB on those at this instant.
They referred us to you.
As of this moment, we have not learned or received anything off those recorders. Well, actually, I should say we have not received anything off the voice data recorder. There is that recorder, which is other than the voice data recorder at the Pentagon that we picked up, and we did receive information off that.
What did that tell you about that flight, about its path?
I can't get into that now, sir. Yes, sir.
what confidence do you have the names on the list are actually the people who were on the plane as opposed to aliases or stolen identities? Do you have a level of confidence there yet?
I think we have a fairly high level of confidence, but when we spoke to you yesterday, we had 18 individuals who we believed were the hijackers. We now have a 19th that our investigation has disclosed was probably one of the hijackers on that plane that left Dulles, and consequently continuous investigation updates our confidence or level of confidence, degree of confidence in assuring that the person who actually was on the plane is associated with the name. Yes, sir.
Those 19 names, suspects or individuals who are still at large, who may have been the leaders or masterminds of this conspiracy?
I'm sorry, what?
Have you identified any suspects who you believe are still at large in the United States, who are the masterminds or leaders of this conspiracy?
I cannot get into the details of the investigation. Suffice it to say, if we believe that there is somebody in the United States who is associated with this conspiracy and we had evidence upon which to base a charge, we would have and would level that charge. Yes, sir.
Can you say anything about the immigration status of the 19? Were any of them out of legal status?
I believe we tried to provide some of those visa details on the listing that we provided to you. I can say that some of them were out of status, yes. I'm not certain how many or which names or which individuals whose names appeared on the manifest and we believe to be a hijacker was out of status. Yes.
It's common for the FBI to name a case agent in a big case. Have you yet done that on this one?
The investigation is being run by Tom Picard out of headquarters here, with Dale Watson and numerous other, I would say, senior FBI agents assisting in various capacities.
And the name of the investigation, sir. Has the investigation been given a name, and what is it?
Pentagon.
The FBI briefing goes on. There are a number of things we want to deal with there. Before we do that, the president is making his way to New York. We have a pool report from the flight from David Gregory, who is the pool reporter on it, and we can listen in on that now.
Gregory traveling with President Bush, where he has just touched down at McGuire Air Force Base in New Jersey. I'm reporting from a government helicopter that is about to take off and accompany Mr. Bush, as he has just boarded Marine One and is preparing to tour the damage around the World Trade Center. The president was greeted upon his arrival just moments ago by Governor Pataki of New York and Mayor Giuliani. The three men were casually dressed, all wearing FEMA jackets, windbreakers, and hats. The three men embraced as Mr. Bush got off the plane. Mr. Bush has had a sullen look on his face since emerging before reporters after the service at National Cathedral. Again, if it's difficult to hear, the helicopter is about to take off now. Just 3 days after Air Force One was designated a target by the Secret Service, the security was again extraordinary today. When reporters arrived at Andrews Air Force Base outside Washington, 2 fighter jets were visible patrolling the skies overhead just as the president's helicopter, Marine One, approached Andrews Air Force Base. The flight over, again, a reminder of how tense the Secret Service is about the president's security, as again, a fighter jet was visible within 1 to 2 miles off the right wing of Air Force One, presumably another jet off the left wing as well. The president traveled on Air Force One with a congressional delegation from the tri-state area, and on board with him 9 members of that delegation, including Senators Clinton and Schumer of New York. The president now proceeding to the World Trade Center, and will report later once he gets on the ground after his aerial tour. This is David Gregory reporting with the president in New Jersey.
And that's the pool report with the kind of detail that other reporters, which is where that report goes to, want to hear, including what people are wearing, who's with the president, and so on. If we can get back Betcher and Ensor here, Mike and David respectfully, there were a couple of things that came up in the briefing that play into the conversation we were having about the possibility that other terrorists are still in the country, where or what they might be. Mike, let me start with you, because you've been working the domestic side of this, as David's been dealing with the intelligence community largely, though not exclusively. Here's how I heard it to the FBI director. We heard reports of a gray minivan carrying a chemical weapon. Can you tell us anything about that? And he said, I can't tell you anything, which tells me literally nothing. So tell me if you're hearing anything about that, what to make of that.
Well, I can tell you I know zip about that. That was a new one, but I will say that there is another list out there, which is right here. There are 52 people on this list, and these are people on a watch list being distributed around the country. Some have already been cleared, so the list is shrinking, but they want to talk to some of these people we don't know as material witnesses or as possible suspects. Aaron?
I want to get to that in a second. David, let me go to you again. There's a lot of things out there right now, and there's a lot of it's rumor and a lot of it's not, or perhaps it's not. We're not sure. Have you heard anything about this minivan? And if you haven't, we'll move on from it.
No, I have not.
Okay.
But they are worried about a number of different kinds of threats. They are not giving details. Yesterday I was in the streets of Washington, and there was a bomb scare we haven't even reported yet, but on Connecticut and M. There may have been nothing to it, but there's a lot of that kind of stuff going on, and a good deal of nervousness among U.S. officials, Aaron.
All right, then let's go back to the beginning of your report some time ago. Sources telling you no reason to believe that all the terrorists have been found. And we were trying to figure out, in a sense, what that meant. And my concern here is on the lower third of the screen, it said other terrorist plots in play or something to that effect. I mean, that may be more to come. Is that what they're saying, that they believe that there is a plot out there that is not yet over?
I started by hearing from someone the negative, the expression that I just gave you, that there's no reason to believe that there are not, that all the perpetrators have been rounded up and are not dead or in jail. So I said, well, can we say it in the positive? Can we say that there are terrorists in the United States that you believe have additional plans to attack targets? And he said, yes, you can say that. That is true.
I think that beyond the unsettling nature of the information, it gives viewers an idea of how difficult it is sometimes to focus the information in a way when you're dealing with sources, and you did your job in trying to get it, as you always do. They wouldn't give you anything on what the targets might be, what the plan is. I gather they're not saying a thing.
That's right.
And Mike, do you see anything in the investigative side of this that says they are still, that federal officials are responding in ways that suggest there may be a plot still out there?
Well, I think the fact, a clue to that may have come from the press conference with the director, in which he said they are assigning FBI agents to various airports around the country. There are certain military teams that are pre-positioned who could respond to more weapons of mass destruction, terrorism around, but I don't know any details, or I have no knowledge about the deployment of groups like that. And Aaron, I'd like to add one other thing. David was talking about funding of bin Laden and the attempts to cut that off. What we've seen in talking to terrorism experts who really know this al-Qaeda organization is that a lot of these groups who operate under the al-Qaeda umbrella, various terrorist groups from North Africa and others in the Middle East, have, with their cells, instituted a policy of self-sustainment in which they are raising funds on their own on the ground, basically using cybercrime. And a lot of, I attended a conference that had a lot of government intelligence officials in Scotland this summer, and it was called, the title of it was called Organized Crime and Terrorism, and how they're moving into organized crime, especially identity theft, in order to sustain themselves for the long haul so they can operate for years at a time somewhere and come through with missions like this.
Mike, David, a lot of things have come up in just a very short time here. I know that you'll be back on the phones and working through some of this material. Thank you, and I apologize if I pushed you farther than you wanted to go or could go. We all have jobs to do today. Thank you. Mike Betcher and David Ensor are working the investigative side of this. Judy is back in the Bureau in Washington, I gather. Judy?
Hi, Aaron. Yes, under warm shelter, I guess you could say, after having been at the cathedral this morning. You're talking with our colleagues about fast-moving developments in this story. Meantime, all across the nation today, in houses of worship, in schools, businesses, and in living rooms, Americans have been praying and remembering the victims of Tuesday's terror. But at Ground Zero in New York, in the ruins of the World Trade Center, search and recovery efforts go on with yet another complication. Rain has slowed and at times stopped the operation. Right now, President Bush, as we've been hearing, is in New York. He's there to see the devastation for himself and to see how the city is coping. Earlier, the president did attend a prayer service at the National Cathedral here in Washington, along with many other dignitaries, including former Presidents Clinton, Carter, Ford, and Bush, the first President Bush. In other developments, 3 days after the attack on America, the president has approved the call-up of up to 50,000 reservists for recovery missions and to defend the nation. Congress has approved $40 billion in emergency aid to help victims and to hunt down terrorists, among other purposes. The Justice Department has released the names of 19 suspected hijackers in Tuesday's attacks, all of them believed to have links to Osama bin Laden. And the cockpit voice and data recorders from the plane that rammed into the Pentagon now are in the hands of authorities. They were recovered early today. Aaron.
Judy, we shift gears a little bit with the president now here in New York. Spent some time on his visit to the scene, starting with White House correspondent Kelly Wallace, who begins our coverage. Kelly?
Well, Aaron, exactly. The president at this very moment inspecting, getting a first-hand look at the damage. The president had said, aides said earlier in the week that he wanted to come here to New York, but he was concerned that he might get in the way, but that he was invited, of course, by New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, by New York Governor George Pataki, by members of the New York congressional delegation, and assured that he would not be in the way and that his visit would really be a morale booster for the city to show that the people of New York and the country stand united. Now, to give our viewers a little sense of this, the president's security is incredibly tight. The president traveling with a very small group of reporters, one of my fellow colleagues calling in what we call a pool report, giving us some of the sights and sounds of the president's trip here so far. And he talked about the intense security measures that are being taken. Of course, we know the White House told us just a few days ago that Air Force One, the White House had real and credible information that it believed Air Force One was a target of these hijackers. And so when reporters came to Andrews Air Force Base to get on Air Force One, they saw 2 fighter jets overhead as the president flew to the New York City area. The reporter noting that there was a fighter jet about a mile or 2 off the left-hand wing and likely to have another jet on the right-hand side as well. So security very, very tight. We know the president wanted to look at the damage, Aaron. He also wants to meet with and talk with these rescue workers. You know, he went over to the Pentagon a couple of days ago to do the same thing. And when he was there, Aaron, he said he was really overwhelmed by the devastation at the Pentagon. He said it made him sad, but it also made him angry. He said that the U.S. would not be cowed by terrorists, but he also sort of thanked the rescue workers and the Pentagon staffers for doing everything they possibly could to obviously see if there were any survivors there. So likely to get the same message from the president today to these workers. Again, the president trying to get a first-hand look here. Likely to be an emotional moment for the president, Aaron.
I would think so. You know, in our cynicism sometimes, all of us sometimes see these sorts of moments, excuse me, Kelly, as photo opportunities and really don't understand how important they are, both, I think, to the president of the moment and to the people on the ground to get a visit from the President of the United States, particularly when they're engaged in such difficult work.
Exactly. I was speaking to a staffer, to Congressman Joseph Crowley. I had mentioned earlier he's a Democrat representing Queens and some of the Bronx, and his cousin happens to be a firefighter, a battalion chief for the New York City Fire Department, who has been missing since Tuesday. He is one of the members who urged the president to come here, and one of his top aides to the congressman said that this would really be a very symbolic visit, that it would be important for the president to come here to send a message to the people of New York City, really to the people around the country, that the people of New York, the people of the country stand united, stand together, grieving together, and try to come together at this tragic time and hopefully try to take steps so something like this never happens again. So here's members of Congress definitely very, very pleased the president coming here to send a message to the people of New York. Aaron?
And it is a message. The president landed in New Jersey. Air Force One did at an Air Force base. He's making his way by helicopter. Martin Savage has been down on the ground near where the president will be. Joins us now. Martin?
Well, Aaron, one thing that can be said for certain is it's not really known, really. I guess back up and start again. It's not known for certain if those people that are working as part of the rescue teams, as part of the volunteers, are thoroughly aware of the impending visit of the President of the United States. And even if they were, it is possible that they may not be concerned. And that is not to show any disrespect to the President. It is the fact that the job that they have at hand in their minds and in most people's minds is far more important, the continuing search for survivors. You mentioned the weather aspect. One thing they have noted, the rain has stopped. Welcome news, because it had made conditions inside the work area extremely difficult for the firefighters and the would-be rescuers. That pile that they have been working on, the tunnels that they have been digging, and all of the work that they have been doing was made more treacherous by the fact that it was slippery, that it was wet, and that it was just extremely cold and bitter to work in. Now, with the fact that the rain has subsided and a little bit of drying is taking place, that's a good thing. The bad thing is the wind continues to blow here. Not so bad maybe where we're standing, but you get in the cross streets or you get in the upper buildings here. At times those gusts can be strong. It's a concern because, as you know, there are a number of buildings that are considered to be unstable. They were concerned about them yesterday when there was hardly any wind. They're very concerned about them today when the wind is stronger. The wind loads that these buildings can take now is in question, and engineers reportedly have seen cracks in those buildings begun to widen, and those buildings loom over the heads of those that are trying to provide and care for any survivors if they can be found. In the meantime, this is a checkpoint. It's located about 3.5 blocks away from what used to be the World Trade Center. It is a beehive of activity, has been throughout the day. One thing we do note, though, people are coming out, but not necessarily people going in. An insinuation that the security has gotten that much tighter in advance of the president's arrival. Aaron?
CNN's Richard Roth is also on the ground covering the president's visit to the site. Richard, are you there?
Yes, I am, Aaron.
And give me an idea where you are, Richard, and if you can see the president yet.
No, I can't see the president. I am in Lower Manhattan, and we're still looking at the devastation of the scene here, Aaron, but it's still very quiet as the mayor has, in effect, cordoned off most of Lower Manhattan.
You see a large group moving towards the site, and when we get back to that shot, it's difficult for us to tell precisely who's in the group, but they certainly are surrounded by a bevy of security, any number of people in New York, NYPD jackets. NYPD, New York Police Department, would provide some of the security, of course, the Secret Service, much more. There, as you can see, former First Lady Senator Hillary Clinton and New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani in the scene. They're all wearing those masks that have become so familiar to everyone. We do not see the president in that shot. Off to the left of the screen, this is a piece of tape earlier. New York's Governor George Pataki also in that group. Governor Giuliani, Mayor Giuliani has been given broadly, I think, pretty high marks for his handling of this crisis over the last
Aaron,
several days. Yes.
I think the pool reporter said that the mayor and governor of New York had greeted the president in New Jersey at McGuire Air Force Base, so I don't think that time-wise they would be with him, but certainly they are grateful for his arrival, and the mood of New York, incredibly somber still, and the weather, as the other reporters have noted, is certainly miserable during the night. Thunderstorms lashing Manhattan, and I think the sound of the thunderclaps just even more of a nightmare in the early morning hours for New Yorkers. I think some comforted by the pelting rain on their own windows to reassure them. But it's a split Manhattan, with Upper Manhattan kind of getting back to business and Lower Manhattan totally shut down.
Well, I can tell you the thunder and the lightning around midnight last night got my attention. Richard Martin, hang on here. Kelly, we'll keep track of the president. Elizabeth Cohen is at the Armory, where so many of the families of the missing are still gathered. Elizabeth, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Aaron. We're still here at the Armory, and there are far fewer people here than there were yesterday. Yesterday there were lines for hours and hours. Today there are far fewer people. However, today this group of gentlemen came to look for their friend Nick, Brenda, Marty. This is Mike and Dave and Jeremy. And Mike, could you tell me who was the last person who heard from Nick, and what did they say?
Nick actually contacted his mother and then called his father and said that they were evacuating the building right after the first crash, and we haven't heard anything since.
So he was in the second building?
He was on the 89th floor for Keith Breton Woods at the second building.
Okay. And tell me, do you still have hope?
We definitely still have hope. We came here, we're going to be out here all day. We were just at the Armory, we registered, and we're going to go to all the hospitals right after this. And Nick, if you're out there, buddy, keep fighting. We're coming to get you. We're going to bring you home.
You mentioned that his parents live in New Jersey, and about 40 or 50 people are there trying to comfort them. What do you want to say to his parents?
Mr. and Mrs. Nick and everyone else that's down there, Mrs. Brenda Marty, please keep hope. We're going to do everything we can to bring Nikki home.
This is what I've been hearing again all day, Aaron, just like yesterday, just like the day before. People still have hope. They're still looking. Aaron?
Hope, as we said yesterday, is what gets us through the worst of times, and for so many people, these are the worst of times, Elizabeth. One other way that the families of the missing can perhaps get some assistance, we've set up on our website at CNN.com a way for you to post pictures of your friends, your loved ones. Let me run down some of the things that will make this work. When you send us a picture, and we'll tell you how to do that in a minute, you need also, please, to supply us with a contact number. We need, people are going to need to be able to get a hold of you if they do in fact know something. Keep that in mind. It goes up on the website. The pictures will be posted along with those contact numbers, of course. Again, I want you to keep that in mind. In any case, email the photos to missing@cnn.com, or you can log on to our website at cnn.com, click on the link. I don't honestly know how many people are comfortable or know how to email a picture. If I had to do it, I don't think I could. Perhaps along the way here today we'll figure out a way to be helpful there as well. Anyway, the website's set up to provide that assistance, and if you want to take advantage of it, please do, whether you're in the country or around the world, as many of the missing were foreign nationals. Back to Judy in Washington.
Aaron, the story moving forward on so many different fronts at one time. We're waiting now any moment for the Treasury Department to hold a briefing to talk about efforts to cut off the money trail to suspected terrorist Osama bin Laden. In the Congress, we've already been reporting about the $40 billion payment the Congress has voted to give the president, give the administration to provide relief, cleanup efforts. Kate Snow, our congressional correspondent, joins us now with some developments, Kate, in terms of how some of that money is going to be spent. Kate?
Right, Judy. The $40 billion, by the way, now passing the House unanimously, in addition to the Senate, where it passed earlier today. We're learning some news, Judy. We're learning that House Republicans and Democratic leaders have gotten together this afternoon. They've talked about the airline industry. It may surprise you to know that the airline industry is not doing well financially. They weren't doing well even before Tuesday's crisis, and now they're certainly not doing well. The House leaders have said that they are prepared and they are working on on an emergency bailout measure to the tune of $2.5 billion. This would be money, Judy, that's included in the $40 billion that we've just mentioned, according to House Majority Whip Tom DeLay. This would be money taken out of that $40 billion, $2.5 billion given in direct cash payments to the airlines. That, again, according to Tom DeLay, the House Majority Whip, the Republican Majority Whip, who just came out of that meeting. The idea is to try to keep the airlines afloat through all of this. As I said, they were already, according to industry watchers, were in the hole by about $6 billion for the year before Tuesday's attacks. Now, in light of Tuesday's attacks, because the airports have all shut down, because of increased security, and because people may be afraid to fly, the fear is that they're about to lose another estimated $4 billion. So the total figure they may be looking at losing is $10 billion. And again, the Congress looking to help out, giving them at least a small piece of that in direct cash payments. Judy, back to you.
Well, Kate, that's an update on what they're doing on the fiscal front, if you will. What about on the military front, diplomatic front? They're talking about a use of force resolution.
The Senate has already passed that, Judy. Earlier this morning, the Senate unanimously, everyone in the Senate voted in favor of a resolution. It authorizes the use of U.S. armed forces for those responsible for Tuesday's attacks. And it very clearly says that the use of force can be used also to prevent future acts of international terrorism by those groups responsible for Tuesday's attacks. The language is very important here, Judy, and they worked hard on the language. The Congress wanted to pass something to help the president, to give him some backing, but they wanted to be clear about what the president was authorized to do from their point of view. And again, he is now authorized by the Congress to use force against those responsible for Tuesday's attacks and against those who were responsible for those attacks, should they be planning any future act of terrorism. They do not give a carte blanche, if you will, to the White House. They do not say the president can do whatever he wants. And that was something that was a fine point that had to be negotiated. Judy, as you know, there's always a little negotiation on Capitol Hill. But that's the way the language stands now. That has been passed by the Senate. We do expect it'll come up later today in the House. Judy.
All right, Kate Snow bringing us the latest from Capitol Hill, what the Congress has been up to. We've been, as we said, we're watching for the Treasury Department to brief. We're looking at the trails of the investigation of this story. And, of course, in New York, where President Bush is touring right now, the ruins of the World Trade Center. But for now, we're going to go to our colleague Bobby Batista in Atlanta for Talk Back Live, which, of course, normally is seen at this hour on CNN. Bobby.
Judy, thank you. This is actually the first time that Americans have been able to sit together and react to the events that happened on Tuesday, and we virtually have a mini United Nations, if you will, down here. We have folks from Germany, Ireland, Mexico, South Africa, and of course Americans who would like to react to everything that happened on Tuesday. So let me go straight to the audience and get some. Tony, you're from New Jersey.
Yeah, I'm from Trenton, New Jersey, and I just want to start off by saying, I'm outraged about what I've seen so far and what's been done at the World Trade Centers, and also Washington D.C. and also in Pennsylvania, which doesn't get mentioned that much lately in the media. My main reaction and my gut feeling from an emotional side is that the U.S., once they have all the facts, that they should be swift and unrelentless in getting to the bottom of this and taking care of this whole situation.
We also happen to have with us in the audience former UN Ambassador Andy Young, who's with a group here from South Africa. That was a nice coincidence. Ambassador, welcome. Your thoughts on what's happened this week?
Well, it's horrible, and it's something that we've got to find a way to put an end to. But I think having gone through this here in Atlanta 5 years ago, and still not having caught the terrorist who bombed Centennial Olympic Park right across the street, I think we have stopped terrorism in this country, even though we didn't catch the terrorists. And I think that that's one of the things that I wish we would focus on. What are the causes of terrorism in the world? I think we looked at America, we looked at McVeigh, and we began to define that sickness for the world, and particularly for Americans. And we made that kind of behavior unacceptable for Americans. And I hope we can do that on a global basis. Terrorism really did exactly the opposite of what they hope to do. They hope to demoralize America. We are more proud to be Americans than ever before. We looked at our values. We believe in our democracy. The free enterprise system has worked for us. We're strong in our religious faith, our commitment to education and the values of this society. And I think that we've got a battle of ideas, not just trying to get even with somebody.
Thank you. And over here to Tracy.
Hi, I just want to say that terrorism is something that many other parts of the world have been dealing with on a very regular basis, and that we should consider that when we start expressing anger. And although it's an awful situation, I think that we really do need to look at the intelligence element and maybe look at what we can be doing to get more information and possibly go back to some things that we were involved in the past, which is paying for information and having informants, and really get at the network as opposed to the individuals. And absolutely what Mr. Young says, it's really a global issue, and we need to deal with it in exactly that fashion.
We have a number of guests who are scattered amongst our bureaus here to take questions from many of the folks in the audience. But before we do that, I'd like you to meet two people. No, we don't. All right, we don't have them yet. We will go to them in just a few moments. Their husbands were victims of the attack on the World Trade Center, and they will tell us the story of what has happened to them and what they hope has happened to them in just a few moments. A couple of emails that I'm getting. Kid in Virginia says, in honor of our country and all the brave firefighters and police who have been such wonderful heroes, I have decided to send my tax refund to the American Red Cross. Julie in South Dakota says, an early morning phone call from my young Marine son overseas. He told me we are ready to do what it takes. We will not let our nation down. God bless our United States of America. Up to the audience. And
Jack.
As an American, I'm enraged, and at the same time, I know we need to temper things with a little good judgment and patience, and we do need to use the intelligence that I believe Tanya mentioned earlier. But I think at this point now it's a little late. America's been stomped on, and I think if we know within a shadow of a doubt who has done this, we do need to act swiftly, and we do need to move in with a military strike as soon as possible. Afghanistan is suspected as harboring these people. If they've been asked to release him or divulge where he's at, I think we need to resolve to go ahead and do something, because it shows weakness and not strength if we wait much longer.
All right, Jack, thank you. Our guests in New York are ready now at this time. Amy Everling is with us, along with Kristen Kane. Both of these women have husbands who were in the World Trade Center at the time of the attacks. We thank you both very much, Amy and Kristen, for joining us. Have you heard anything at all about the welfare of your husbands at this point?
Go ahead, Kristen. Yeah. We know that they are most likely still alive. The two colleagues that they work with made it out of the elevator before the building collapsed.
Well, tell us what floor they worked on in the World Trade Center and what happened to them that they ended up in this elevator shaft.
They worked on the 89th floor of 2 World Trade Center, which was the first building that collapsed. They made it out in the elevator. I talked to my husband briefly before they were on their way out. The reason we know they're in the elevator is because Linda Rothman made it out, and she got the firemen to come to the elevator and try to get the other guys out. There are about 15 more people in this elevator, and even though they went through a free fall, there was a safety mechanism at the bottom that prevented them from crashing into the ground floor. However, they're still in there because they couldn't get out. The firemen could not cut them out before the building collapsed. So I know they're down there. We know it's the elevator bank on the left-hand side if you enter in from Liberty Street. We know it's the second elevator from the left-hand side. So we know which one it is. We know that they were in good health. And it's just a matter of getting them out. If we could get the people there to start digging. I mean, there's 15 families here that have family members in there that they'd probably like to know they're still alive too.
York?
She's on the other one.
The guy, I'm not sure they can hear us anymore in New York. Amy, Kristen, can you hear me?
hear you. We
Okay.
hear you now,
Okay, we
yeah.
lost you there for a few minutes. Okay, so let me try to understand this. Your husbands and a bunch of other people got in this elevator. It went through this free fall, and the brake went into effect, which kept them from falling all the way. And they ended up between like the ground floor and the first floor.
Correct.
Yes, that's where they are.
And so, okay, so firefighters are now telling you there is a good chance that they could still be alive because there's enough air in there.
Yes.
We're hoping, yes.
How much air?
We've been told 10 days worth of air.
Possibly, yes.
Possibly, yes. But I talked to Lauren Smith, which is also one of the young ladies who got out of the elevator, is their colleague. And she said that there is a crack in the door, small enough for them to fit through, but air is coming in. It's just the water.
What kind of help are you guys getting from rescue workers in New York to try to get to them?
I have had an angel on the ground. His name is, he's an officer, Louis Savelli, and he's been giving me updates every now and then when he can. The last word I heard last night is that they finally secured the building enough to get inside. They're able to enter from both sides of the building now. And some firefighters, I don't know if this is true, but they're hearing tapping. And they know that there are people down there. It's just a matter of getting enough people or workers in there to get them out.
So can they give you a rough estimate of when they think they might be able to get in there? Oh, I know, that's so frustrating.
And that's the frustrating part. And it's not just us. We're here for the other family members of those people that are in the elevator with them. There's 15 people that are still alive here, and if they're looking to find some people still alive, this is where they can go. And that's what we're trying to let everyone know.
Tell us, if you will, about your husbands.
They work for the brokerage firm Keefe, Bruyette and Woods. It was on the 89th floor. They're in the research department. The colleagues that they got out were also in the research department. The two women, the one woman is perfectly fine. She's home in Baltimore right now, so she can verify facts in this situation. They left before the building collapsed, but they were encased in the elevator, so we're hoping that that was the safest place to be at the time.
The other young lady, Lauren Smith, is in the hospital at
Lenox Hill.
Lenox Hill. She was just transferred there yesterday, so they can verify the information with her as well. They're good men, and I'm sure everyone out there, their loved ones are just as wonderful. We just want them home.
Well, our thoughts and our prayers are with you both, and the best of luck. Amy and Kristen, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this time.
We're hoping for you. Let's go to Elizabeth Cohen here for a few moments. She's at the Armory in New York, where we're hearing a lot more stories like Amy and Kristen's. Elizabeth, are you there?
That's right. Hi, Bobby. I'm right here. And I'm here at the corner of 26th and Lexington, where people have been standing in line to go inside to register information about their loved ones. The lines were around the block yesterday. People waited for an hour.
Elizabeth, hang on just one moment. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, Elizabeth, but Marine One is landing in New York now with the president on board. Aaron Brown is in New York. Aaron?
Helicopter landing, and the president will make his way to the location, as we have been telling you. I believe that's the president's helicopter. The first helicopter must have been in the advance team or security team. In any case, the president will make his way towards the World Trade Center site under very, very tight security. As you can imagine, on any presidential trip, security is very tight, especially so here. The pool report by pool reporter David Gregory talked about fighter jets flying on the wings of Air Force One, just off the wing of Air Force One, as they came up from Washington up the corridor. Martin Savage down on the ground, along with a number of other CNN correspondents. Marty, are you able to hear me? Not yet. Richard Roth, are you able to hear me yet? We'll work on that.
Certainly not a sight that people in New York are accustomed to.
There we go.
Perhaps it is a sight that the people in America will be growing accustomed to in light of the changes in society and in life in general ever since the devastation that took place at the World Trade Center. Activity here, as far as supplies and equipment going in, has been brought to a standstill. That seems to be a clear indication right now that the whole security cordon has been carefully put in place now in light of the president's visit that is expected to be very soon. But it has not disrupted the work that is going on at the site. They realize this is vital. Certainly the White House would not want to impede in any way the chance that survivors could still be found. And despite the rain, despite the change in the weather, despite the wind that blows, the threat that hangs over their head from buildings, the morale is still high. The hope still burns very strongly in the minds of many of these rescuers. It should also be noted that despite the heavy downpours of rain, the fire continues to burn deep inside the World Trade Center. The smoke may not be so obvious against the background that is no longer blue, but it is still there. Those fires are about 65 feet underground, Aaron.
Marty, let me interrupt you for a second. We've seen just in the last few minutes here a number of helicopters flying in the area, and it's not clear to us, and maybe producers on the ground have a better idea here, which one the president is in, though that may be exactly the idea. We see a fighter jet there. This gives you a sense of just how tight the security is. That fighter jet circling that helicopter, it looked to us, very low altitude to the rather dense clouds in New York today. It has been, for those of you just joining us, rainy, quite cool, and miserable down on the site and across the city. Kelly Wallace, up on the roof, I believe, has a view of this as she looks downtown. Kelly?
Aaron, exactly. Just as you're noting, the evidence of fighter jets and helicopters in the air, another example of the absolute, very extreme security precautions that the Secret Service, the administration taking as President Bush makes this visit to New York today. We know the president very much wanted to come here, and he will try and get a first-hand look at the damage left behind by Tuesday's attacks. We also expect him definitely to talk with the firefighters, the hundreds and thousands of firefighters and other rescue workers who are working around the clock, obviously going through the rubble, trying desperately to see if there are any possible survivors in there. And again, you know, we can't underscore this enough. This administration very concerned, of course, remaining on a high state of alert. Obviously, as our colleagues have been reporting today, evidence that there is still a definite threat out there. And so, of course, this White House taking every extreme precautionary measure to make sure the president, his aides, very safe as he tries to come here. A very symbolic move for the president. This, Aaron, the president taking on the very difficult role of trying to comfort a grieving nation, coming here to talk to the people of New York City, but also to send a message to the country to try to help them at this very difficult time. Balancing that, though, Aaron, with, of course, his resolve to not only try to find those responsible for these attacks and hold them accountable, but this president saying that this will be the focus of his administration, trying to stamp out, I think he said whip out yesterday, terrorism around the world, and that is going to now be the focus of this administration, just 9 months old. Aaron?
There is a heliport right along the Hudson River, excuse me, on the west side of Manhattan, and it looked to me, at least, that's where the dignitaries and officials who are going to greet the president on his arrival have assembled as the helicopter goes behind that building. When we looked at the shot of those people waiting, we did not see the president, nor did we see any of the activity that would suggest the president's helicopter has landed. Perhaps this is the one. As we said, a number of helicopters preceded this one on the ground. It may have been just other officials, excuse me, or it may have been decoys, a way to just further, I guess, the security that is already in place. Kelly, because you're one of the White House correspondent team here, do you know how long the president plans to spend on the ground here in New York?
Well, it's interesting, Aaron. The White House really not trying to give too many details, trying to keep very private and under wraps exactly what the president will be doing here, in part because of, again, the extreme security measures that are being undertaken. So we know the president will be on the ground and will, again, look at the damage. We'll talk with some rescue workers. We expect this to be a relatively brief visit. We do know that because, again, the president not wanting to get in the way and interfere with any rescue operations, wanting to come here, give somewhat of a morale boost to these workers and firefighters and to the people of New York City and send a message to them, but also then get on his way and let that work continue when he leaves.
We see helicopters continuing to circle in the area. That one I am positive, as I eyeball it, is not the president's. That looked to me to be much too small. In any case, we wait for the president to put down at a heliport on the west side of Manhattan. Richard Roth is not far from there. Richard, what can you tell us? Richard?
Security is tight, and security is going to be using decoys and whatever it takes. It's a wartime atmosphere here. The sun actually coming out for the first time in a day from the west, but the weather conditions obviously hampering the search. And of course you have overhead that roar of those jets that we've been hearing for 3 days. But for the morale, I think the workers are going to be grateful for the president's visit, but the frustration, I think, will quickly set back in. No one being recovered in the last few days, and it's going to be a limited visit, and the sheer weight of the numbers. I mean, 4,700 people unaccounted for, and if you talk to anyone in New York, instead of how was your day and how are you, now it's who did you lose, how many did you know, and you hear someone say, I lost my brother, a friend of mine lost 3 cousins, I had 8 friends in the building, and this is going to reverberate through this big city for months and years.
Somewhere in this group of helicopters that's circling the west side of Manhattan, the lower west side of Manhattan, looking for, waiting for the president to land, is the president and his helicopter. We haven't seen him yet. Excuse me. Yet another helicopter putting down, and we'll see if the president is on board this one. Suspect he is, to be honest. Kelly, you go on these trips all the time. Just as you've been watching this, does it just look different? Is there more? Are there more things in play? More planes, more helicopters, more signs?
Definitely, Aaron. I mean, as you know, of course, there's always tremendous security surrounding the president anytime he takes a trip in the United States or certainly around the world. So definitely security always tight. We are seeing beefed up security measures, things we haven't and don't normally see. But again, that is just another example of the situation that the White House and the administration now facing. We see, and again, we don't know for sure, but we do believe that is likely to be the president's helicopter. And the president, I believe, Aaron, was getting an aerial tour of to see the damage from overhead. And again, that was likely to be pretty difficult for the president to see. The damage and destruction, when you look at it from above, is pretty enormous. The president would then get down on the ground and view things firsthand from there, and then talk to some workers. So as you know, Aaron, you saw the president in the Oval Office yesterday sort of balancing 2 emotions. You know this president to be a very emotional man, and when he was asked how he's sort of handling this, if he's praying, he said he didn't want to talk about himself. His focus was on the families and children, and after he said that, he sort of bit his lip and clearly was starting to tear up. At the same time, during that Oval Office appearance with reporters, he also was very determined and showing his resolve, saying that this is sort of an act of war on the U.S., the first war of the 21st century, and that he was committed to doing everything possible to find those responsible for those attacks, those organizations or countries which support or harbor terrorism, and to work with the international community to wipe out terrorism. Aaron, the president saying it's a time of great tragedy, but that he was going to try to use this as an opportunity while he is in the White House to do everything possible to try to reduce the terrorism threat around the world. Aaron?
Before the president made his way to New York, he signed the formal declaration of a national emergency. That is a legal requirement that allows now the Pentagon to call up as many as 50,000 reservists, though the Pentagon briefing earlier today suggested the number will probably be somewhere between 35,000 and 40,000. Many of them in the Air Force, others in the Army, the Air Force flyers and support domestic patrols, as we understand it. Many of the soldiers and their support, the Army, will be in support of people on the ground here. We see the White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer coming off and wait for the president to come off. As those of you who just may be getting home from work today, it has been a miserable day. by and large in New York City, cold, wet, rainy. That's what the president's walking into. Martin Savage.
Well, Aaron, one of the things that I wanted to bring out to you is the fact that a comment that has been made by so many of the workers that have been here, that have traveled from so far. Seeing it on television is one thing. Seeing it in person is vastly, vastly different. They remark that television, even with the many different angles, with the many different cameras that peer down consistently, just do not do justice to the amount of damage that has been done and to the extent of the tragedy that can be seen spreading out around the World Trade Center. So one of the clear things, obviously, as President of the United States, but also as an American, is the impression he is going to get from being here on the ground, from seeing it firsthand. Aaron?
Marty, we remember being with President Carter 20 years ago after the eruption of Mount St. Helens, when he flew over the site. Judy Woodruff, in fact, was on that helicopter with us back then, and that's exactly what he said, that television doesn't begin to do justice to the magnitude of something as big as the event is. The screen remains the size it is, and it all has to fit in the screen, and when you see it in person, you do get this extraordinary sense of how large the area is. The other day, Gary Tuchman, who got quite close to Ground Zero, correspondent Gary Tuchman, talked about blocks and blocks, 10 blocks, I think, around the Trade Center that showed dramatic signs of destruction, buildings collapsed, heavily damaged, and so the president flying overhead in the last few minutes, no doubt got an impressive and we suspect somewhat depressing look at the magnitude of what those two planes did when they came crashing into the towers of the World Trade Center at 8:48 in the morning on September 11th, and then again at 9:08 in the morning. How long ago that seems.
Yes, it does.
Marty?
Yes, Aaron.
Are you seeing any sense of busyness? We just, there's the president dressed in looks like a khaki jacket, just behind the fellow in the red Coast Guard uniform. Governor Pataki with him. They're moving behind that, looks like a fire truck to me, Newark Airport fire truck. The heliport, it would be a relatively easy location to secure, relatively easy, because on one side is the river. That's in fact where they are. I believe it is. Yeah, I believe it is. They're clearly along the water, and it gives you one less area that is difficult to control. Obviously, it's not a perfect area, nothing is, but that would be a little bit easier. We saw a number of congressmen from the New York area who were part of whatever delegation, formal or otherwise, is there to meet the president. The New York governor, George Pataki, who has been in the city rather than the state capitol since this all began. And we certainly expect we'll see New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani as well making the walk. The FEMA director has been in town, a longtime friend of the president's, Joe Alba, and I believe in the Pool report, David Gregory said that a number of the people on the president's plane were wearing FEMA jackets. Judy can join us now. Judy?
Aaron, as we're watching these pictures of the president in New York, we can tell our viewers that our White House correspondent John King has learned that the president has declared a state of national emergency today. A legal requirement, we are told, tied to the decision to authorize the Pentagon to call up National Guard and military reservists in the wake of what happened on Tuesday. John King reporting the declaration cites the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon and notes, quote, the continuing and immediate threat of further attacks on the United States, end quote. Now, of course, that's a reference to what investigative authorities are telling our reporters, that it is not wrong to assume that there still are people in the United States with plans to do further great harm to this country. The president also issued an executive order, we're told, John King learning, authorizing the Pentagon to issue that call up to Guard members and reservists, and he has sent a letter to Congress notifying them of all of these decisions. Again, this reporting coming from our White House correspondent, John King. Aaron.
I believe I saw this correctly. The president did not get into the usual limousine. He got in to one of those SUV, large SUVs that generally hold the Secret Service agents in the motorcade. I'm almost certain that's what I saw. It would one more small sign, but a sign nevertheless that the security is quite tight. It looked also to us that a number of agents were in that SUV. President making his way from the west side, from the Hudson River across now, and it's not very far, to the site, and there's a look at the site. It is still smoldering all these many hours later, and even despite the rain that has created a somewhat dangerous situation, slippery, muddy. It has certainly been a dreadfully uncomfortable day to do this awful and uncomfortable work. Martin Savage has been down there all day, and he knows better than any of us here, certainly, how uncomfortable it has been for the recovery teams.
Well, that's right, Aaron. It has been very difficult for the recovery teams. It's been difficult for the people who've been doing the digging. A lot of the digging work had been done almost by hand, literally bucket load by bucket load that is passed in a human chain. That is done because they say that there is so much smaller pieces of debris, dirt and papers and pieces of the building that are really too small to be handled, because what has happened is that they are trapped inside of steel girders, they're trapped inside of large chunks of concrete. So they cannot approach with the heavy equipment until this debris is pulled out of the way. The fact that it was raining so heavily made that work very difficult. At times it had to stop. The fact that it's dried out now means that the work can begin again. And we have been told that all of that material is sifted through, that the buckets are actually turned upside down and carefully gone through, looking for evidence, looking for remains. And then, of course, there was the threat of the wind. It has subsided somewhat, but still, those buildings that are still standing but damaged are very much a threat to the rescue crews. I was standing out here this morning, Aaron, staring. I find myself looking at it. You are fixated on that spot when you are here, even though the towers are gone. And a police officer sort of caught me deep in thought and said, it isn't going to change. It looks the same. And he's right, it is going to change. And I found that it was something inside of me, and maybe in a lot of people. That's what's changed.
Well, it may not change, but our impressions, how we feel about it, tends to change as we stare at these things. There was, we saw a painful, I think maybe is the right word, account of the other day that the search teams, as they go in, are carrying essentially small dishes or plates so that as they find remains, they can be taken to morgues and held, and ultimately DNA tests can be done. This is how, in many cases, people are going to be identified, so families can, when that becomes necessary, have funerals for their loved ones, say goodbye in ways more appropriate than this. Thousands of DNA tests are going to be done. There's still almost 5,000, 4,700 people that we know of who are reported missing. And it is, we also, there have been a number of accounts of people who have made cell phone calls out and helping rescue workers to locate them and get them out in the hours, in the first hours. There hasn't been much of that, and no survivors have been found today. There's also an effort made to get cell phone calls in, that is to say, to call the cell phone numbers of people who were working in the building. The cell phone technology essentially would allow then the phone company to track where that cell phone is. It also, if the phone is still working, the ringing sound itself might help rescue workers identify where someone is buried, possibly still alive, possibly not. but would help them locate someone. There was a report I heard earlier today that rescue workers, some of the firemen, thought they heard some pinging sound, someone maybe banging against something, and I haven't heard anything on that since. So what we know for certain is that so far today, no more survivors have come from the site at all. Marty?
You're right. When we talked to the rescuers that were coming out this morning, those that had worked the night shift, they said that they had not heard the typical sounds that had been heard days before. Yesterday they were telling us of the cellular telephone calls that you were talking about. And they told us specifically what they knew about the individual. I'm not going to pass that along because it would only serve to give hope that may not really exist at this point to a family that waits. And then there were the tapping sounds, the knocking sounds that have been reported. And you know, it's a remarkable scene when you're down there at this search site and there's literally hundreds, sometimes thousands of people at work at the same time. And there is a shout that goes out, quiet. And it's passed throughout the throng of the rescuers. And very quickly, that whole site becomes so silent, you could hear a pin drop quite literally. The engines are shut down. Everyone stands in place, almost holding their breath and listening, along with that person who thought they heard something, and above all, hoping. Time goes by, and then it all begins again. Aaron?
Richard Roth is down on the streets as well, as Richard has been, as Martin Savage has been down there for the last several days. Richard?
Yes, Aaron, I kind of struck by something maybe with a political touch that doesn't really seem that pertinent now, but and it seems almost meaningless, but for months there was so much talk in New York City. When would the new President Bush visit this city? There had been more of a Democratic turnout here. It was now Senator Hillary Clinton. It all seems so ridiculous now. Who would have thought months back ago that this is how President Bush would return to the city? He'd already been here once before, maybe a second time, but brief visits. But it's incomprehensible that anyone could think about that's how George Bush would come to a city which is needed of a morale boost. And they're going to get one today by the visit by the president.
Judy?
Aaron, again, as we keep an eye on the president, what the president is seeing there in New York City, we are constantly watching the developments in the investigative front, and I can tell you that our national security producer, Chris Plant, is reporting that the Defense Department's investigating the possibility, as hard as this is to believe, that 2 of the alleged terrorists involved in what happened on Tuesday may have attended schools run by the U.S. military. Now, this is according to a senior defense official. This official didn't reveal the names in question, so we don't know whom he's talking about or other specifics, such as what kinds of schools they may have attended. But the official said 2 of the names released on Friday by the Justice Department matching the names of people who had attended schools or courses sponsored by the U.S. military under a foreign military exchange program. Now, I should say that officials at the Pentagon are cautioning it's possible that these matching names are merely a coincidence or that the terrorists were using false identities. And of course, we've been pointing that out on CNN all day long, that they may have taken on the identities of other people. Pentagon officials also wanting us to know that military officers from many countries around the world attend these U.S. military academies or courses every year. So this is done all the time, but what irony it would be if it turned out that one of these terrorists had been to school at a U.S. military-sponsored course. You're watching now in New York, streets of Lower Manhattan, a motorcade with the President of the United States.
See some people on the sidewalks there. Don't know if those are civilians or firefighters, rescue workers, as the motorcade makes its way through the city.
Aaron, can you tell us, do we assume traffic has been completely, maybe,
well,
maybe you've already answered this question.
Yeah, as you know, because of your years at the White House, whenever the president moves, essentially traffic around the president shuts down. If you're on a freeway, they shut down all the exits along the way. And in fact, the other day I heard former Vice President Gore make a remark about that as he talked about his new civilian life. There isn't much traffic down on lower Manhattan. These days it's all pretty much cordoned off anyway. And clearly nothing is moving very nearly around the president at all. The president is, we believe, in one of the Suburbans, large SUVs that always accompany these motorcades, usually filled with Secret Service agents, sometimes medical personnel, all part of the formal movement process of a president of the United States. And these things are kind of large and unwieldy, as you can imagine. And particularly down in that part of Manhattan where the streets get a bit narrow and tight as they'll move through here. And it has stopped, and we can't tell you why it has stopped. We just don't know.
A much longer motorcade than the typical one the president would be traveling in.
It seemed that way to me. That there were considerably more cars in the motorcade than you would normally see. And we assume that there are a fair number of New York City, New York State officials, FEMA officials, and the like. But as you can see, that's the back end of it, and it's still going. The white cars would be almost certain would be New York City police cars, would be part of the motorcade. We see a number of ambulances as well. So you would have New York City police, you would have Secret Service. Kelly, you most recently, I guess, of us been in these motorcades. Who else is in that long line, would you suspect?
Well, it's hard for me to see from the vantage point looking at the monitor here, but as you and Judy both noting, obviously a tremendously long motorcade. You have senior staffers and those traveling with the president. You have a whole slew of Secret Service officers there. You have, New York City Police Department and ambulances on hand and more security measures than any of us really know. And as you know, Aaron, the U.S. Secret Service not talking about, and we certainly understand they never do, talking about the security measures that the Secret Service takes to make sure that the president is safe and sound. All we know is that the U.S. is really operating on a heightened state of alert, and that is expected to continue for an indefinite amount of time while there is still a concern about threats out there. So we just can't underscore the security situation. As we also noted yesterday, we saw it firsthand around the White House. We saw that the Secret Service decided to expand the security perimeter around the White House, basically closing off to pedestrian traffic several blocks around the White House and also to any vehicular traffic as well. So they are taking every step they can take to make sure that the president and his top aides are safe and sound.
Part of what's so difficult right now for the administration, for the country in many ways, is that while the president wants to project a sense that things are okay, in fact things are something less than okay. This gathering at the National Cathedral today that Judy was at, most notably absent from that was the Vice President, who we gather was kept away for security reasons. They didn't want the President and the Vice President in the same location.
Absolutely, Aaron. The Vice President remaining, we understand, at the presidential retreat at Camp David, as you noted, for security reasons. You touched on a very important point, the delicate balancing act, because certainly the administration saying it is not business as usual. It certainly is not and cannot be after what this nation witnessed on Tuesday. But at the same time, as you noted, the White House wanting to show that government is up and running, that things are being taken care of, that federal workers are returning to their jobs, that the U.S. government is doing everything and throwing all resources possible into search and recovery efforts. So there is that balancing act, trying to get the American people to somehow move forward and get back to business and get on with their lives. But, certainly no one's saying it's business as usual. And that was an important part of today, the president declaring this the National Day of Prayer and Remembrance, the president calling on all Americans during their lunch hour to go to a church, a synagogue, a mosque, to take some time and pray for the victims, for the families, for the thousands and thousands of people, really everyone, Aaron, as we've noted, affected by this because, as you know, Aaron, you really run into almost everybody that has been touched on based on this tragedy, either directly or indirectly. Almost everyone knows someone or a friend of a friend who is either in these trade centers or on a plane or in some way has a family friend affected. So that is part of what the president hoped to do today. Aaron?
Well, you're being pretty much drawn out by a plane going overhead. It can hardly be business as usual in the country when in the president's declaration of national emergency today it cites, quote, the continuing and immediate threat of further attacks on the United States. We have another pool report. David Gregory is the pool reporter traveling with the president, and he is filing for all of us to hear, and so we'll listen in to what he has to say with the president.
This is David Gregory traveling with President Bush now in Lower Manhattan, where the president is now meeting with local search and rescue teams. He's alongside Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani as they shake some hands, meet fire commissioners and rescue crews. We are standing about 100 yards to the north of what used to be the North Tower of the World Trade Center, and I am literally footsteps away from a huge pile of rubble that was Building 7, which is now smoking and completely destroyed. This housed the Secret Service, and the president is just now getting his first look at what remains of the North and South Tower. The poignant moments are all around. The president raising his thumb to a group of firefighters in the distance who are still working to clear the debris from the North Tower. The president going along and shaking hands. I can see him mouth the words, "I appreciate you," as he goes down the line. Those men he's waving to, again, as I say, about 100 yards away. The smoke is very thick here, though the skies have cleared, and there is still the rumble of fighter jets overhead that also accompanied the president, some 3 of them, as he was touring the damage from the air. The president, Governor Pataki, and Mayor Giuliani, as well as a 37-member congressional delegation touring the damage from the air for about 10 minutes. The president will remain here as he listens to members of the New York Fire Department describe to him Building 7, where, again, the Secret Service office was housed. Mayor Giuliani pointing to some of the other damaged buildings in the area where windows are missing and are clearly structurally unsound. As the motorcade was moving through each of the cars with American flags on top, there were people lining the sidewalks, waving at the president, faces completely still and what is obvious, so completely sad and silent as the president's motorcade moved by. The president will stay at this location, get an assessment, we're told, of all the efforts underway right now. He will then move on to another location to assess the damage, and then we'll move on to meet some families and other rescue personnel one by one as he continues to take in the site, which is to those who have said that it is impossible to capture on television. It's certainly true, as the smoke is so thick down here, to see what are essentially phantoms, what used to be the World Trade Center. This is where the president is standing and looking up now and trying to take it all in. More as we continue. This is David Gregory reporting with the president.
David Gregory is the pool reporter today. The pool rotates day to day. David, down there, and I gather, Kelly, you may be able to help me on this, but my guess is it's a very small, there are several different sized pools, I think, aren't there? And that's a very small one today.
Very small one. Standard practice, though, is always to have one television correspondent and television crew with the president at all times, and that, of course, today it is David Gregory of NBC. I believe there will be certainly someone representing newspapers, the wire services, magazines, and radio. They're keeping it very, very tight, of course, for security reasons. You heard David, Aaron, mention the president sort of giving a thumbs up to firefighters, saying, appreciate you. Clearly an opportunity for the president to really try to boost the spirits of these firefighters, these search and rescue teams who have been working around the clock and trying to go through that rubble. And as we've heard, family member after family member hoping and hoping that they will find some more survivors in that debris. The president, I think David said, got an aerial tour of the damage for about 10 minutes and then is on the ground and will get an assessment of all the search and rescue efforts and then meet with some families and rescue personnel. Aaron, you're really seeing the president try to do two things, as we've noted. We saw him go to the Pentagon to see some damage and meet with rescue workers. We definitely saw him do the prayer service today. He went to a hospital in the Washington, D.C. area yesterday to meet with victims. This is the part of the side of the president, his role here to try to comfort a grieving nation. At the same time, as you noted, putting forward orders to call up to 50,000 reservists to help with security and recovery efforts. Also, the administration preparing the nation for what it calls a long struggle, saying there would not be just potentially one military response, basically saying that this will be a long, possibly multi-year campaign to find those responsible and to stamp out terrorism around the world. So the administration definitely also trying to prepare the nation for what will be a very long battle against terrorism. Aaron?
Somewhere in that mass of people ahead of that girder, we suspect the president is, and we also suspect as time passes, we'll get some better pictures of the president down there, but we're probably not going to get him for a bit. The president was reluctant to go to the site until he was assured that it would not be too disruptive to the relief efforts and the rescue efforts, and we note it clearly has not disrupted the effort to cut that beam down, because you can see the torch, they continue to work and clear that area, that piece away, even as the president makes his way around the site. David Gregory in his pool report noted something that we had mentioned earlier, and that it is until you see it on the ground, in the air, in person, I guess, that you get a sense of the real magnitude of this. Martin Savage has seen much of it over the last couple days. Marty?
Well, I can empathize very well with the reporter that was giving us that pool report, and even the President of the United States. I've spent a lot of time around ground zero. Your first impressions, where every sense in your body feels, sees, smells, even tastes the disaster that took place there, is something that television will never give to you. And it has an impact on you. It changes you, and it would be very interesting to hear the president's comments, having been there. There's so many times we have struggled, even as reporters, to try to give you words, to try to give you some verbal depiction to go along with the pictures, and you can't. And I think when the president's there, he sees that as well. And in the meantime, we watch these fighter jets continue to provide cover overhead as the president walks below.
One of the things about this, Marty, it seems to us, is that in terms of describing what is left down there, the awful mess down there, the pictures, whatever the limitations of television, and certainly there are some, but whatever those limitations, the pictures themselves still speak volumes. The smoke still rising now on Friday, late Friday afternoon, speaks volumes. Judy?
Yeah, Aaron, I'm watching the same pictures you are and wondering, maybe you or Marty can help me understand where the people are walking to tour. What is the relationship between that and where the rubble is, and where the human remains are? I'm trying to understand, how is it possible to get close enough to look at it without being physically on top of it?
Well, Marty weigh in here too.
Well, first of all, let me tell you that I'm at a disadvantage that I cannot see on a television monitor exactly what you are seeing. But one of the things to point out, the areas where they have always felt that the greatest chance for survival would be people that are now underground. No matter how they got there, whether it was in the form of the collapse or whether they had been underground at the time or near ground level and then collapsed into the ground. That's where they believe the chance of survivors are. The sub-basements of the World Trade Center are said to go down at least 6 levels, not 6 stories, deeper than that, 6 levels. Some of these ceilings are 20 feet high. So it is quite possible that there is an area that is being cleared out and prepared, because that's where they feel most likely the chances are of finding But I can't tell you specifically where the president is walking. He would not be walking in an area, though, where they have an active search for a survivor going on.
But Judy, as a practical matter, the damage is so broad and so widespread that wherever, assuming the president is within even a couple of blocks, and surely he is, it's a terrible scene down there, and it is not unlikely there are victims of the collapse still there. Just picking up on something that Marty just said, there's a tunnel that the PATH trains are the commuter trains that run between New Jersey and what was the trade center. That was the end point, or the beginning point, I guess, depending which way you're going. And crews from the other side, from the New Jersey side, with the Jersey City Fire Department, continue to work through the tunnel. They are hopeful, as Marty indicated, that's a natural air pocket, and that perhaps if they work quickly enough, and it's flooded now, but if they can work quickly enough, pumping out, clearing away, working their way through it, there is a possibility, just a possibility, but a possibility they may find someone alive, Judy.
Aaron, we've also learned, we've been talking about the many roles that a president fills at a time like this. He's keeping an eye, of course, on the investigation. He's looking to the military front, to what our options are as a nation. He's touring, he's been comforting families of those who are missing and presumed dead. We also have been told today that he has proclaimed that flags throughout the country will remain at half staff through not just tomorrow, which I think had been the original plan, but through Saturday, September the 22nd, which extends this period of national observance, if not mourning, at least for one more week. And I will also tell you, I see that CNN correspondent Jean Meserve has reported in talking to Walmart and other stores that sell flags, that the sales of American flags have shot way up. Walmart reporting it sold 314,000 American flags just on Tuesday and Wednesday this week. In the previous 2 days, it had only sold 15,000. Kmart sold 200,000 flags. So the point we're making is that there is a burst of patriotism in this country.
Yeah, it's pretty clear when we've been, and we haven't had obviously much time to be out and about, but when we've been out, we have certainly seen in New York signs of that. We saw an American flag in a restaurant the other night. Some firefighters came in and they were applauded and serenaded with the national anthem, or God Bless America. It is one of those moments too. The president is down touring in the area. This is tape of the president as he circled the area around the Trade Center. He's approaching the area of the Trade Center. This would be the pool footage that we're just now getting in, and this took place not all that long ago, like perhaps a half hour ago. We lose track of time a little bit these days. Coming into Manhattan, well, that looks to me like the southern tip of the island, so we're just kind of wheeling around, and I would guess there we go, as we zoom in, you see where it all once was. It's really, to my memory at least, the first time that I have seen the south tip of the island, of Manhattan Island, looking back at where the Trade Center was. All our focus has been from the other side, from the north looking down. Shot of the president's helicopter landing at a heliport along the Hudson. And that's a scene live that we have all become too familiar with over the last few days, Judy.
Well, Aaron, we're going to, of course, keep our cameras trained on that area of South Manhattan where President Bush and other dignitaries are getting their first look at the rescue recovery efforts there. But today in Washington at the Justice Department, they were giving out more information on the suspected hijackers. Attorney General John Ashcroft released the names of 19 men suspected of hijacking the 4 airliners that went down on Tuesday. Now, all 19 of those are presumed dead, of course. Law enforcement officials tell CNN all of the men can be linked to suspected terrorist leader Osama bin Laden. FBI Director Robert Mueller described the efforts his bureau has taken to investigate the attacks on Tuesday.
As of today, we have 4,000 FBI special agents who are working on the case in various offices around the country and on various aspects of the investigation, and we have 3,000 support employees also on the investigation. 20 FBI legal offices are running down leads overseas, and all 56 FBI offices around the country are engaged in the investigation.
It's FBI Director Robert Mueller. And now for the latest developments in the investigations underway, let's go to Mike Betcher at CNN Center in Atlanta. Mike.
Well, Judy, they're looking at those 19 names. As you said, they believe that they do have contact somehow with Osama bin Laden. What they're trying to find out is what groups did these people actually belong to? And I have information gleaned from intelligence sources about some of the groups they're looking at and some of the individuals. Let's begin with Islamic Jihad of Egypt, sometimes called al-Jihad. It is led by a man named Ayman Zawahiri, and this is a picture of Zawahiri on the left with bin Laden. That was taken about a year ago. He is a top lieutenant of bin Laden. We have a fact sheet on this man. He goes either by Abu Fatma or Dr. Abdel Muiz. He's Egypt's most wanted man, widely regarded as military commander and chief strategist of the militant Islamic Jihad, or al-Jihad. And he is the personal physician and close associate to Osama bin Laden. Now, we also have a second group and person that's being looked at by U.S. intelligence agencies, and frankly, this name puts chills down the spines of counter-terrorists who work in this country. He is being looked at but has not been connected that I know of or have been told, but I am told that he's looked at as one of the people that could have a connection. His name is Imad Mughniyeh. Imad Mughniyeh is well known in terrorism circles. This is not Imad Mughniyeh, actually. This is, we'll take that off. In fact, only one picture in the last 21 years exists of Imad Mughniyeh. He was one of the original founding members of Lebanese Hezbollah, and up until this event that happened in New York and Washington, terrorism experts say he killed more Americans and prosecutors in this country than any other terrorist in the world. He is responsible, they say, for the U.S. embassy bombing in Beirut, the Marine barracks bombing, hostage taking, bombings in Argentina, bombings in Saudi Arabia, and the list goes on and on and on. Now, a link between bin Laden and Imad Mughniyeh came to light back in 1994 when intelligence sources were able to discover that at an Islamic conference in the Sudan, bin Laden and Mughniyeh came together to talk at this conference in the night, and that they believe some of the seeds could have been planted back then in 1994 for what is happening now. Not the specific plan, but a general strategy. That's at least a theory they're working on or looking at right now. Now, more evidence of the bin Laden-Mughniyeh connection came from this man you saw earlier, Ali Muhammad, who was a U.S. Special Forces sergeant. Ali Muhammad was recruited by the al-Qaeda organization, and he testified at the trial of terrorists who were convicted of conducting the Africa embassy bombings. Let's look at that testimony. I'll read it to you. He says, "I was aware of certain contacts between al-Qaeda and al-Jihad organization on one side and Iran and Hezbollah on the other side. I arranged security for a meeting in the Sudan between Mubniya, Hezbollah's chief, and bin Laden. Hezbollah provided explosives training for al-Qaeda and al-Jihad. Iran supplied Egyptian Jihad with weapons. Iran also used Hezbollah to supply explosives that were disguised to look like rocks. Now, this came in public testimony, and it relates to terrorist activities up to the African embassy bombings, but that is a public link by a former member of al-Qaeda between Mubniya and Osama bin Laden. So that's something very important to keep an eye on if that pans out as a lead. I will tell you that I spent some time in Beirut this summer, talked to leaders of Hezbollah, because Hezbollah's name is brought up in that testimony. Hezbollah denies they have any intentions ever to attack the United States with any terrorism. They're very emphatic about that, and I want to make that point clear. That's what they say. But these various links are being looked at in the intelligence community, and there are a lot of links to look at, Judy.
All right, Mike Betcher in Atlanta watching all these investigative threads, and I would just, one question that immediately comes to my mind, but I'm not going to ask you this now, Mike, is how, if they're coming up with all this information now, after the fact, why weren't we knowing about it earlier? But we're going to be talking to someone in a moment who can perhaps help us answer that question. At the Pentagon, they're not only keeping an eye on the investigative aspects of this, they're of course also looking at what are the next steps militarily. And for both of those angles, let's turn to CNN's military affairs correspondent, Jamie McIntyre. Jamie?
Well, Judy, the Pentagon announced today, as we reported last night, that the Pentagon has requested and President Bush has authorized a call-up of thousands of reservists to back up some of the people who are flying combat air patrols over the United States and also providing disaster relief. Each service, the order is approved for 50,000 reservists to be called to active duty. Each of the services have reviewed what it is that they've been asked to do and identified requirements so far for about 35,000 reservists. The breakdown is about as follows. The Army is planning to call up about 10,000 people. The Air Force, 13,000. Many of those will be air crews and pilots for these planes that are flying, either flying over the United States, providing homeland defense, or on strip alert, waiting to be sent on a moment's notice to take to the air. The Marines will be calling up 75,000 people, the Navy 3,000, the Coast Guard 2,000. They're going to be providing everything from port operations to medical support to engineering support, support of civil authorities, even things like chaplains and military police will be called up. And initially what they're doing is they're asking asking for volunteers. You might ask, well, who are these reservists? And basically they're your co-workers, they're your neighbors. They're my cameraman today, is in the military reserve. And the head of reserve affairs for the Pentagon said today that they're getting an enormous response from reservists who say they are volunteering for duty.
We've had people who are knocking on the doors seeking to help. They want to serve. They want to be a part of this. They're very emotional. We've had to say, wait a little bit. You know, we've only had a matter of hours since this all began. We're proceeding along our way, and now we have the authorization to bring those people on board.
Now, the way the U.S. military is structured today, it can't launch any major military operation without the help of reservists. That's part of the plan. But this mobilization is really geared more toward, as I said, homeland defense, making sure the United States is protected from any future threats, and support of civil authorities who are engaged in disaster relief. If the United States moves ahead with military action against suspected terrorists, that will probably necessitate another call-up of reserves. Judy?
All right, Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. And Jamie, as you've been talking, we've been looking on the right side of our screen at the president's motorcade in Lower Manhattan. These are live pictures of President Bush. We've been reporting to you about his activities there as his helicopter landed at the southern tip of Manhattan, and he has been taking a close look at the recovery and rescue efforts underway there in the vicinity of the World Trade Center. But we're just beginning to get a sense of you know, the enormity. In fact, none of us, you've been talking about this all day long, Aaron in New York and my colleagues, just beginning to get a sense of the enormity of the devastation. there in New York City. While we're looking at this, we want to have joining us someone who has been very involved at the Pentagon. Formerly, she was the Deputy Chief of Army Intelligence. She is retired Army General Claudia Kennedy. And General Kennedy, I'm going to pose to you the question that I halfway posed to our correspondent Mike Betcher a minute ago. If we're getting so much information so quickly now about these suspected terrorists, why didn't we have it before?
Judy, I think that part of the answer lies in the way we've been looking at the terrorist problem. Is it a criminal issue or is it a military threat? And when you handle it as a criminal issue, then what we do is we take a look at it through the FBI, we gather evidence, we try to build an airtight case for court. But when you look at it as a military threat, you look at it for early warning of impending attack, and you try to destroy it before it comes at you.
You're saying the threshold is lower. Is that it?
Well, the threshold is lower for action if you handle it as a military threat. But what I'm saying here is that some time ago, I think we went in one direction, and that is to look at it as a criminal issue, and we wanted to make sure we could bring these people to justice through the court system. And I think what's happened is the world has changed, and our approach probably at this point needs to be reviewed and say, do we still want to try to handle this primarily as a matter of law enforcement, or is it now really a military threat that the military needs to deal with?
Well, just as an example, in the last few days we've learned that that the whereabouts of Osama bin Laden, the United States has been looking at that for a number of years. There have been several instances in recent years where people had identified, authorities had identified his whereabouts, but nothing was done. There was a report yesterday in the Associated Press at the end of the Clinton administration. They had a lot of information, but they chose not to take military action. What would it take to change that approach, I guess is my question.
Well, my thought is, like a lot of Americans today, that what happened on the 11th of September has altered our viewpoint about what terrorism is, how devastating it can be, and it is probably the beginning of some thoughtful discussion about what it is we need to do in response to terrorism. I would say that we have got some superb people in the national security policy area and in operations, and we need to go ahead and take a hard look at this. And I am sure that the President and his team of advisors is taking a very hard look at this even now.
And you believe we're up to the job?
I absolutely know we are.
All right, retired Army General Claudia Kennedy, formerly Deputy Chief of Army Intelligence. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Judy.
We appreciate it. And now back to Aaron in New York as we see these pictures of the recovery effort.
It's a New York Fire Department a tent in the foreground there, and somewhere in the background we suspect the President is, and we're certain we'll get better pictures of this when the pool is allowed to get its pictures out. It's a very small pool with the President. Quickly, we mentioned a minute ago that there was some effort to work through the PATH tunnel, the commuter train tunnel from New Jersey to the World Trade Center, in hopes that there were people still alive in the tunnel. Officials now say that is off. There is nothing to salvage. Correspondent Jeff Flock has been working in the Midwest the last couple of days. He was in Wisconsin yesterday. He's in Dubuque, Iowa today, taking the pulse of the country from that vantage point, and he joins us now. Jeff.
Indeed, Aaron, our cross-country tour continues. This is it's a window and door factory, Eagle Windows and Doors. Perhaps you've heard of them. This is one of the places, one of the countless places around the U.S. today that have been marking this day with moments of silence and other observances. And Darren, you were saying you don't want the President's job right now as we were watching him tour.
I couldn't imagine the feelings and emotions that the President has right now. I am so much with him in spirit and in faith. I really hope the best for him.
You folks are a long way away here in Iowa, but you feel very much attached and connected to what's been going on. How is that?
I don't think there's anybody around the country that doesn't somehow know somebody who knows somebody or have a direct relative who was in the area at the time to be affected by it.
We're talking about the reserve call-up. I know you have reservists that work here with you. That's coming. Do you have fear about what's coming down the road now, the next step that this nation takes?
I think
there's fear, but there's also just a sense of something's going to be done this time. You know, it's not going to just be washed away. We're going to have to take care of it this time.
This is tape of the president meeting some New York firefighters, New York police officers, some of the workers. This is tape we got back just a minute ago. Jeff will allow your conversations to go on while our viewers also watch the president as he works his way through this group of rescue workers. Look at that face, how tired that young man looks.
His tour today. Do you feel good about how the president has reacted to this so far?
I think he's reacted very positive, and I think that the whole U.S. is behind him, along with underlying nations and larger nations overseas. I think they're all supporting his actions.
As we watch the president in New York talking to the people that are firsthand having contact with this, a rescue effort, what is his next step in your view? What should his next step be?
Just keep visible, keep assuring us that things are going to be okay. He's doing everything that is possible. Just be himself. Right now, he hasn't gone, like in a bunker and hidden. He's been out there, right there, and he wants to be with us.
How do you rate him so far?
I think he's doing a very good job. I really liked his speech the other night to the country, as well as just the support of the prayer vigils and that sort of thing, being support of that, and coming down to New York, which I haven't seen yet. But
we're watching it now on the air.
Right, but being visible to the people.
You said it's a tough job. Nobody wants it in a time like this. Is he the right man for this job?
Oh, I think so, very much so. He's, I think, done as good a job as he could do over the past 8 months, considering what he's had to deal with. And I think that he'll come through shining just the way every president of the United States does.
The nation coming together. Aaron, the latest from Dubuque and our cross-country tour will continue, and we'll continue watching.
Jeff, thanks. Thank you very much. We continue to look at tape of the president. We see, and this is tape, we see New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani just off the president's shoulder there. This is tape that the pool shot just a few moments ago. It gets a little difficult here identifying rubble, to be honest, but I do believe that's an area that we have been able to see as he moves, giving a thumbs up to some of the rescue workers. Again, that's Governor Pataki, the New York governor, off to the president's on the left side of your screen. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and obviously an official with New York's bravest, New York City Fire Department. Certainly no one would quarrel with that this week, would they? That they are New York's bravest. Some 200 firefighters still missing in the rubble. This is, again, tape shot by a very small pool of reporters that have been allowed to travel with the president today. Some of that has to do with security. A lot of it has to do with the fact that the president was very insistent that his visit be at worst minimally disruptive. Any presidential visit anywhere is disruptive. Richard Roth is down on the ground. Richard, come on in.
Yes, Aaron, work is going on right very near the president. You can see torches, sparks as what's left of the pedestrian bridge to the American Express corporate building is being brought down. They've been working on it for the last few days. It's one of the structures that's still been left up. One can't help noting that at this time in Wall Street, for the thousands of people in the World Trade Towers, this would be a very joyous part of the week. The stock market would have just been closed. It was Friday afternoon. And usually Wall Street in this area, World Trade Center, has been often called a ghost town on weekends, though more people have been moving down here of late. And as we've noted over and over, it is now a different type of ghost town. You have these giant buildings hulking over the president and his entourage in lower Manhattan, and they're just dark, no power. Some are structurally weakened, their fate unknown. And Friday afternoon in New York, not the way it used to be.
No, it's certainly not. Just helping identify some of the other people there. We see New York Senator Charles Schumer facing the camera, basically. And off to the left there was Joe Albaugh, the FEMA director, a longtime friend of President Bush's, and he named him to run the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Again, this is tape shot by the pool. Is Elizabeth Cohn available here or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Elizabeth, have you seen any activity? Is the president going to make his way to the Armory?
Unfortunately, Aaron, I have no idea.
Okay. Okay. Elizabeth has been, we see Senator Clinton, Senator Hillary Clinton, getting a kiss on the cheek from Mayor Giuliani there. They were almost ran against one another. Kelly Wallace, will the president make his way to the Armory?
Well, Aaron, we don't know, again, because the White House keeping everything under wraps a little bit, but we do know that he is expected to go to another location after this one. So we don't know what that location will be, but we do expect him to go somewhere else after spending some time with firefighters and police officers. And I just wanted to bring up something I learned earlier this afternoon that I don't think has been reported just yet. You see the president there alongside Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton. I was speaking to former President Bill Clinton's spokeswoman earlier today. Of course, we know that the former president, along with Senator Clinton, attending the National Prayer Service in Washington, D.C. And to show you how this really hits home, apparently, according to the spokeswoman, Chelsea Clinton was 12 blocks away at the time of Tuesday's attack, and that she apparently has a friend who was working in one of the towers, one of the Trade Center buildings, and that she and her friend joined countless other New Yorkers racing away from the downtown area shortly after 9 o'clock in the morning. And apparently, according to the former president's spokeswoman, you know, the President Clinton, hearing about this, obviously concerned, but he was a father first and foremost. He was concerned about getting in touch with daughter Chelsea. He couldn't get in touch with her for a while, and he was most gratified when he was finally able to talk with her. And then, of course, we know that the former president was in Australia, made his way back to New York, and that he and Chelsea decided, as New Yorkers, according to the spokeswoman, they wanted to go down to the area and talk to New Yorkers and try and do everything they could to comfort those people grieving. I thought that was rather extraordinary. Again, it shows you how this really hits home.
That's remarkable. It's remarkable that it happened, and it's frankly, I think, somewhat remarkable that we hadn't heard it until this point, given how much is out there. Charlie Rangel, congressman from Harlem, with the president, and then just in front of Mr. Rangel, Jerry Nadler, also a congressman from the Upper West Side of, I believe that's right, the Upper West Side of Manhattan. It's, as you would expect, it's all very cordial. These are not political moments. New York City is a very democratic town, and voted heavily Democratic in the election, as did the state. But this is not a political moment, and the entire delegation is certainly welcomed with the president today.
And Aaron, a very Democratic town and a Democratic state, but with a Republican mayor and a Republican governor.
Yes, indeed. It is a Republican mayor, think back all those, what seems like a lifetime ago in many ways, to Tuesday. Tuesday was election day. Mayor Giuliani is ending his term limits make it impossible for him to run again, and so it was election day to begin the process of choosing his successor. That election was canceled, and I saw this morning it's now been rescheduled, and I can't pull out the date from my brain here, but I know it's in a couple of weeks, I think, to see who will replace him. A couple of Republicans in the race, but at this point, I think it would seem more likely, without predicting any outcome or suggesting I'm doing that, that Mayor Giuliani will give up office to a Democrat. The mayor, as I said earlier, has generally been given, I think, very, very high marks for his handling of this crisis. He has been, as he often is, very visible out there when things go bad or things go well in the city. It doesn't get much worse than this, and he has been tireless out there. We expected another few seconds or so to get another one of the pool reports from David Gregory. David is the pool correspondent who is traveling with the president today, and he will be telling all of the other reporters and us what he has seen.
This is David Gregory with the president in Lower Manhattan, who continues to survey the damage at what they're calling Ground Zero. We are within sight of where the Twin Towers stood. The president has been working a rope line surrounded by throngs of policemen, search and rescue crews, firemen, many of them getting on the bulldozers that they had been using to clear the debris, to take a picture, to wave at the president. We understand now that the president is actually going to stand on some of the rubble, grab a bullhorn, and make a statement. Some of these men have been chanting USA, USA, and don't let them get away with any of this. The cheering you're hearing is the president now with a bullhorn in his hand as he is standing aboard some rubble, his arm around a fireman with soot on his face. You can hear the chant. Listen to this. The president about to speak now. Listen in.
I want you all to know you can't go any louder. I want you all to know that America today is on bended knee in prayer for the people that live and lost here, for the workers who work here, for the families who mourn, that make the stand with the good people of New York City and New Jersey and Connecticut as we mourn the loss of thousands of our citizens. I can hear you. I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of it soon. The nation sends its love and compassion to everybody who is here. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for making the nation proud. And may God bless America.
You can hear the chants that continue as the president climbs down off the rubble, grabbing a small American flag and waving it in the air. This crowd here clearly loving it. It's an amazing scene, and as the pictures ultimately get fed back, everyone will be able to see what we are seeing now, a completely electric crowd of people determined to overcome this, as the president and the throng of workers are surrounded by complete destruction. At one point, as you heard, some of the workers who were about maybe 50 yards away from the president said, "We can't hear you." The president beckoned back, "I can hear you." And he said, quote, "The people who knocked down these buildings are going to hear all of us." That's the latest with the president as he tours the destruction in Lower Manhattan. I'm David Gregory.
Well, that is about as memorable a scene. I don't make predictions out here, but I'll make this one. I think you probably just saw what's going to be the front page picture in your morning paper tomorrow. The president with a bullhorn or an American flag in his hand, or both, talking to that group of rescue workers. I can't wait to see now the pictures, the lower level pictures. Again, this is tape of the pool of the president at the scene with members of the congressional delegation and New York City officials as well. These are familiar faces now to many of you, and should be, given how much focus has been on the city, this small area, really, a relatively small area of New York City, but how important it is to the city, how symbolic it is about the country, Wall Street, which will open again on Monday at 9:30 after being closed since Tuesday morning, the longest such closure ever. We expect the president to, well, before I do that, if Kelly Wallace up on the roof is still able to hear me. Kelly, I hope you were able to see that in your monitor. I know what that monitor is like up there. Have you ever seen anything like that before?
I have never seen anything like it. As I watched and listened with you, I was just thinking, what an extraordinary moment. There, the president, as you noted, holding a bullhorn, and the chanting, USA, USA, don't let him get away with it. You know, Aaron, we've been reporting that many people hope the president coming here would be sort of a morale booster for these firefighters and these search and rescue teams. Clearly, it appears that that is exactly what happened. It probably, though, Aaron, was a bit of a morale booster for this president, who is obviously facing the most difficult challenge of his only 9-month-old presidency, and that is, of course, balancing an absolute tragedy, trying to comfort the nation, as well as focusing on the investigation and trying to make the difficult decisions about next steps, military options, working with the international community, in his words, to whip out terrorism. So this likely to be a very memorable experience for the president. And Aaron, as we've all been reporting, one of really the most incredible stories here, and certainly one of the toughest is the stories of all those firefighters and police officers who were going into those buildings as all the people working in those buildings were coming down. I know I was on Tuesday not too far from the buildings talking to people who got out, and many people saying that they remember coming down the stairs and firefighters, many very young firefighters going up, and people would cheer, and of course many people very, very upset because many of those same firefighters are now some of the missing. And the president even talking about that in his speech earlier at the prayer service. Aaron, you heard that when he said, talking about all the names that we're learning, and he said they are the names of rescuers, the ones whom death found running up the stairs and into the fires to help others. And obviously many of those firefighters and rescue workers out there certainly concerned about their colleagues and comrades. So obviously a very important moment for those firefighters and rescue workers. Obviously an important moment for the president too. Aaron?
Yeah. I was thinking about the president's morale as you were. Presidents, as you and Judy both know, you've covered them, live in a kind of bubble, and it must have been good for him. Judy?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I read I think it was a New York Times this morning, someone who saw those firefighters going up the stairs at the Trade Center as he was coming down, and thinking later it was a ladder to heaven. That phrase has stuck in my mind. And just, again, thinking about the people, the president getting a boost, in a way, if you will, from meeting with these people. I don't think we can underestimate how important it is to those people on the ground working so hard to see the President of the United States coming in their midst, if only for a few minutes or an hour or half an hour, whatever it is, to shake their hands, to congratulate them, just to do a thumbs up. It must be just an extraordinary lift, provide an extraordinary lift for them to have him there.
Well, meeting a president under any circumstance is not routine. And meeting a president or seeing the president in this circumstance must be something else. It must be something. And goodness knows, these men and women down there have been working long and difficult, and today very uncomfortable days. And any morale boost they can get, much appreciated. Richard Roth has been down there as this group moves through. Richard?
Yes, Aaron, normally I'm at the United Nations. I guess I'm struck by the fact that here we are again in a year ending in 2001, and a Bush in the White House, and the talk, the rhetoric, the language from the National Prayer Service in Washington, and some of the rallying around the flag that we and you saw just now. Certainly very similar to the Persian Gulf War and his father's conflict, when President Bush says this conflict was begun on the times and terms of others and will end, in a way, at an hour of our choosing. He's certainly setting the table for some form of military action to come, and certainly the firefighters and the rescue workers who are feverishly clawing through the rubble will back him to the hilt. There's been 10,000 tons of rubble already removed, a lot more still left there, some of which the president was standing on.
The president.
You know, Aaron.
Go ahead, Judy. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, listening to Richard, I'm reminded I was talking earlier today at the cathedral prayer service with Franklin Graham, the son of Billy Graham, and he was saying he thinks the American people are ready for what comes next. We were talking about how in the last 50 years, nothing has really brought the nation together and made people prepared to make what will be some sort of sacrifice in the days, weeks, and months to come. But this is different.
Well, yeah, I mean, say what you will about what went on around the Gulf War, and it was important and it mattered. It was, I think, for many people in the country, they felt it was something the country had to do to engage the Iraqis. There was an economic threat and somewhat of a political threat, I suppose. But this has been a smack in the side of the head of the country, and that's wholly different, it seems to me, in the way people are reacting to it. This is, I mean, I was on the street yesterday. I thought people, you know, I've taken this personally. This is like personal business now. That's a very different feeling to me, as I see it, from the one when the president's father was trying to marshal forces against Iraq.
I think we feel violated as a nation. You know, people talk about feeling violated if they've been mugged or if their house has been broken into or something on a small scale. Of course, it's important to you if it happens to you, but I think our country feels and has been violated, and everyone does take it personally.
And when you hear the reporting of Jeff Flock in Dubuque and in Wisconsin yesterday, other correspondents in other parts of the country, you become aware that it's not just those of us here in New York or in Washington who have this sense of being violated. This is something, this wasn't an attack on New York and Washington. This is an attack on the United States, on institutions of the United States. And I think people have, in fact, taken it quite personally.
You're going to bring the flag down, readjust. So.
If you continue to look at the bulldozers working the area, the president, it is not, I'll confess here, not clear to me whether he has moved on. We expect him to go to one more location, perhaps to meet with some of those. He has now met with some of the rescue workers, perhaps to meet with some of those sad and desperate people who are seeking their loved ones. We have at various times visited the Armory in New York, which has been set up to deal with the friends and family of the missing. Just a bit ago, the president holding the bullhorn in the center of the picture and addressing the rescue workers, firemen from all over the area, not just New York City, but from all over the area. At one point, they said, "We can't hear you," and he said, "I can hear you." And they were chanting, "USA, USA." There are hundreds, of course, hundreds of workers down there, and in that area, obviously, everything came to a stop for a while. It's just a remarkable, even as grainy, this was shot, I suspect, from quite a distance, as grainy as that is, and we'll get a much clearer picture, and you will see still pictures very soon of this too. As grainy as it is still quite remarkable. It's something
Aaron,
to see. Yeah.
I was watching this, and you know, we're talking about how much this means to the rescue crews and the people involved in this recovery. I had a couple of phone calls Wednesday night from people in New York saying, "Where is the president? We know, you know, a lot of us didn't vote for him, but we need his presence here." And it's almost as if the White House was listening, because it was Wednesday, or Thursday rather, yesterday, that the White House announced the president would go.
Sorry, I mean to interrupt. I think there's your morning picture right there. The president waving an small American flag in the center of that group of people. What a shot that will be.
Yeah. This is grainy, we should explain, because the light is poor in there. I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, it is almost 5 o'clock here on a very dreary day in New York. As we were saying, it is possible the president will meet with some of the people whose loved ones are missing. Elizabeth Cohen has been at the Armory talking to those people for the last couple of days. It is a difficult and sad place, Elizabeth.
It is a dreary day in New York. It is an especially dreary day here on the corner of 26th and Lexington, where families come in. They are ushered into the Armory to give details about their missing loved ones. They're asked everything: their hair color, their eye color, 7 pages worth of details, and then they are shown 2 lists. One is a list of people who are still in the hospital, and one is a list of people who have been found deceased. But people here on the street corner, despite the dreariness, still have hope. We're going to talk to one of those people right now. Ricky Fortini is looking for his friend Bruce Gary, who is a fireman and was one of the first on the scene called to the World Trade Center. Who saw him last?
One of the members at the firehouse has seen him last, and that was pretty much the end of it. He's still missing. He has 3 children at home that are anxiously waiting for his return, and the hope doesn't stop.
What do you hope will happen when you walk around, you show this picture? I'm sure you're hanging up posters.
Well, hopefully he might be in a medical center. He could be in various different areas that, maybe another member saw, another department member has seen. There's just so many things that can happen.
Tell me about him. We can look at the picture. We can see what he looks like on the outside. Tell me about him on the inside.
He's a great loving dad. Has 3 fantastic kids. He's a single father, and he did whatever he could for his kids.
Now, you, sir, when you heard about the explosions, you were telling me your first instinct. What was your first instinct?
Our friend and myself, our first instinct was to get to ground zero, which we did about 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. We were really the only, I guess, civilians you could say that were there on site, assisting the fire department, any type of staff that was there, whatever we could do.
Were you able to do anything to dig through rubble at all?
Sure. We were moving debris. We were helping the firemen carry hoses, and a various amount of tasks.
Now, you still, if you turn, you can see that you still have dust here. You were back there today.
That's a lot of the insulation that was laying all over the ground still and being blown up by the wind. Although the rain has succumbed that was most of the dust that was there.
Thank you. Thank you. Aaron, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of stories like this. People who not only are looking for their loved ones, but are trying to help out everyone in this situation at the same time. It would be impossible for me to describe every little story that I've heard of people helping. For example, yesterday there was a vice president of a technology firm who came down here, set up a scanner at the restaurant that I'm standing in front of, and people just came in and he scanned their photos so that they could put them on websites. A girl, she must have been 12 years old, was walking around and offering people peanut butter and jelly sandwiches that she had made, offering journalists, offering people who were looking for family members. Another woman, she went to a hardware store and said they need masks, not the hospital kind, but the real gas mask kind, downtown. Can you give me some? They just gave them to her for free, and she ran them down there. There are so many stories like this during this dreary day here in New York. Aaron?
Elizabeth, I think I said to you yesterday at some point that in watching your work down there, listening to the people, one realizes that tragedy is a great equalizer, that in that mix of people there are the families of investment bankers and window washers. You talked to one yesterday, maintenance people, firemen and women. Tragedy knows no distinction in that way. It just affects people. And I think it's one of the things that makes it all so difficult right now. Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm sorry. Martin Savage has been down on the ground, if you will, for this long day, and he joins us now. Martin, I hope you can hear me. I know we're having a little problem.
I can. And I wanted to pass along two things to you, Aaron. First of all, I was contacted even down here at Ground Zero by the Navy, saying that the New York area will have another visitation by a military vessel. This time it is going to be the Navy hospital ship, the U.S. Comfort. It will be passing underneath the Verrazano Bridge around 6 p.m. this evening, about an hour from now. And then about an hour later at 7 o'clock it will be tying up. This is a huge hospital ship that will be offering any aid, any logistical help, anything that it can do and provide to this area if it is needed. The unique thing about this is the fact that this is usually a ship you see in far distant shores. Now it is a military ship tying up here, and not because it's coming back to its home berth. As far as the speech that was given on site there, impromptu by the President of the United States, through the benefit of radio here and other audio, some of the rescuers were able to hear that. I had to tell you, when we talked to the rescuers this morning, early this morning, and it was dark, and it was gloomy, and it was rainy, and it was cold, the morale had really been sapped out of a lot of them. And then yet when those words were heard, as you heard the reaction out there at the site, a jolt of electricity went through them, and they have been renewed in two ways: inspired by the words of the President, inspired by the fact that the sun has come out, and now motivated probably twice as hard as they felt this morning to go back to the job that they want to do, to find someone alive and bring them out and return them to their families. Aaron?
Thank you. Rather than us sitting around talking about what the President had to say, I wonder if we can just go back and re-rack the tape. And for people, a lot of people, I suspect, in the East are just getting home from work anyway. The President, just to update you, is in Lower Manhattan now. He has been touring, if that's the right word, observing, looking at the site. And there was a moment not very long ago where the President grabbed a bullhorn in one hand and began to talk to the rescue workers who are down on the ground. It is a little hard to hear in parts, but it is absolutely worth taking a look at and listen to. If you guys have the tape, we can do it.
As we mourn the loss of thousands of our citizens, I can hear you. I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of it soon. The nation sends its love and compassion to everybody who is here. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for making the nation proud. And may God bless America.
That was the President just a bit ago. Our senior analyst, Jeff Greenfield, is here. Judy, jump in whenever you wish to. There's no question here, Jeff. Just look at it. What did you see? And
I saw an interesting twist. We thought the President was coming up to boost the morale of the people working.
Work the other
I
way.
think the people were boosting the President's morale. I think he got a tremendous amount of strength and energy from the fact that these guys doing possibly as bad a job, or as worse a job, rather, as horrible a job as any American could ever have been asked to do. We're cheering him on. We're saying, we're with you. It's one of those moments where the kind of political give and take that we're so used to and 4 days ago was dominating the headlines, totally swept away by the magnitude of this. And we're going to be seeing a lot of this all over the country.
It was... Go ahead, Judy.
I was just going to say, I think we're seeing just an extraordinary rallying on the part of the American people that we really can't even begin to know the dimensions of. I keep thinking back to what Billy Graham said at the prayer service here in Washington today. He said they were trying to divide the country, and instead they've done just the opposite. I think he called it a backlash. He said they've united us instead, and he talked about the choice that we have to let this destruction implode on us and disintegrate, but instead our choice is to make us stronger, and that's exactly what it's done, and I think you saw that today with the president.
It's not one of those things you can put a number on, but here are these numbers. Walmart says it sold over 300,000 American flags just Tuesday and Wednesday. Add another 200,000 American flags that Kmart sold. A couple of huge retailers, a lot of small retailers, I suppose, were selling flags too. It is just one of those signs of how people have taken this all.
You know what I'm even encouraged by, and this may sound weird, I'm encouraged by the fact that they haven't completely put politics aside. The Democrats wanted the resolution of support rewritten, not to give the president a blank check. And I almost think it's like when a loved one is very sick and then they start snapping a little, you say, okay, I know they're okay because they're feeling good enough to even have those arguments. Politics is so in our blood that even at this moment, you have people saying, all right, but we still have to remember, we're the Congress, you're the president, we have to give you our support. And I, in fact, take that as a point of strength, not a point of weakness.
That politics, when it's, you know, without getting off completely on another tangent here, the problem with politics recently, as I watch, has been so nasty. But politics is not a bad word, and the process is important, and they ought to do the work of debating the side that just needs to be done civilly and appropriately.
Absolutely. You remember the Gulf War, where we talk about how United Americans was, they had a debate in both houses of Congress. They had a vote to make sure the president was going to get the support. We're not going to have anything like that because this is so much more serious. But the events of today, when we see these pictures and hear those words, it takes us so far beyond the political terrain that things have been played in that it really has swept it off the board. And yet there's enough left of our institutional strength to say we're going to do this the way the Constitution told us to do it. I think that's a strong point.
We're expecting to see shortly some more pictures. And maybe my imagination, Kelly Walls is up on the roof, she can tell me if I'm wrong. Looks like it got brighter a little bit outside. It's been so dreary here today, so nasty, cold, and wet. And just about the time the president arrived, we saw the sun peek through from the west. Well, there's no question, Kelly, it looks a whole lot brighter than it was.
It is a whole lot brighter. As you noted, it was a short time after the president arrived in New York. You could see the sun coming through the clouds. The first time we saw that on this very dark and dreary day, and obviously somewhat of a symbolic moment, lifting the spirits for the firefighters and the rescue workers who have been working out in the rain all day, and obviously that making their jobs a lot more difficult. You know, I wanted to just add, it's interesting points that you and Jeff are making too, and of course something that has happened here with the president. The president was somewhat criticized, as we know, earlier in the week on Tuesday when he left Florida, and then the decision was for the president to go to Louisiana and then to another military base in Nebraska before returning to Washington late Tuesday night. Some criticism that the president should have been more visible. And then the White House saying the reason for that travel plan was that there was a real and credible threat to Air Force One. Certainly, the White House, though, obviously the president getting out more, I'm not saying in response to that criticism, but certainly as the events have unfolded and as the administration was able to sort of see what was going on and get all its systems in place, definitely putting the president out. We saw him, of course, going to the Pentagon. We saw him go to a hospital yesterday, and of course coming here to New York. Obviously very important for the president because he has a role that really no one else can fill right now, and that is the role of the commander-in-chief, and of course making very important decisions about next steps, but also the person to comfort the nation and to try and come out here and lift spirits. And as you and Jeff noted, though, and we've talked about, he did that here, it appears, with those firefighters, but certainly the president getting a boost, and it will be something he'll probably look back to as he works with his team on the very difficult decisions in the days, weeks, and months ahead.
Just, Kelly, hang on a sec. Just hold on that shot a minute. Late on a Friday afternoon, the 14th of September, the sun finally comes out. And in all that has happened this week, that one gives you goosebumps right there. The shot of the Statue of Liberty, which is, you could see so clearly from what was the World Trade Center. You can see from certainly where we are in New York, where Kelly can turn around and absolutely see it out there, and how pretty and different in a way it looks today. What a nice shot, guys. Thank you very much. We expect in just a moment or two, and if it seems like we're vamping a little bit, we are, the pool pictures of the president from the ground level when he grabbed that bullhorn, that American flag. These pictures will be, we would assume, certainly much more clear, less grainy than the ones we showed you a little bit ago. And I think you'll get a better sense of the reaction of people, the reaction of the president, the expression on the president's face will all tell us something about not only how this is affecting the rescue workers, but the president.
You can't go any louder. I want you all to know that America today is on bended knee in prayer for the people whose lives were lost here, for the workers who work here, for the families who mourn. This nation stands with the good people of New York City and New Jersey and Connecticut as we mourn the loss of thousands of our citizens. I can hear you. I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon. The nation sends its love
Harry, by pushing
and compassion
no, sorry.
to everybody who is here.
Cross the line on that one.
Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for making the nation proud. And may God bless America.
All right, let's get back a little bit, folks. Give him some room.
Flag here. And there's your shot.
I was just thinking, Aaron, that 30-something years ago in this neighborhood, the line between those who supported the Vietnam War, construction workers, the so-called hard hats, and those who opposed it, and how sometimes that literally spilled into violence in the streets of New York. And if you can find that line today, I'd be amazed. There is no such line. There is no such division of any kind like that. In this case, this is not choosing up any sides. What has happened in New York on Tuesday, I think, has, at least for now, obliterated that line completely.
Statue of Liberty in your shot. Judy?
Well, Aaron and Jeff, quite a day for President Bush. From my perspective, that is the most comfortable I think I've seen him looking under extraordinary circumstances as he stood there with his arm around that firefighter with the bullhorn in his hand. Comfortable in his role as president since this terrible event on Tuesday morning. The emotions have run the gamut for this president today, from just now visiting, touring the area around the World Trade Center, remains, wreckage in New York City. Earlier today, the president was in Washington at a prayer service he called for at the National Cathedral here in Washington, and here are some of the sights and the sounds from that service.
Who are gathered here, Muslim, Jew, Christian, Sikh, Buddhist, Hindu, all people of faith, want to say to this nation and to the world that love is stronger than hate, and that love lived out in justice will in the end prevail.
Today we gather to be reassured that God hears the lamenting and bitter weeping of Mother America, because so many of her children are no more.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain.
With broken and humble hearts, and with tears in our eyes, we turn to you, our Lord, to give us comfort. Help us in our distress. Keep us together as people of diverse faiths, colors, and races. Keep our country strong for the sake of the good and righteousness.
My prayer today is that we will feel the loving arms of God wrapped around us, and will know in our hearts that He will never forsake us as we trust in Him.
On this National Day of Prayer and Remembrance, we ask Almighty God to watch over our nation and grant us patience and resolve in all that is to come. As we've been assured, neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth can separate us from God's love. May He bless the souls of the departed. May He comfort our own. And may He always guide our country. God bless America.
The President of the United States at Ground Zero, the Commander-in-Chief today, a witness both to what an unseen opponent is capable of doing to a nation and to the strength that rises from the ashes. Slowly, securely, the pace picking up at the nation's major airports, and as the country shifts to a higher gear, a pause to honor the innocent, the victims of Tuesday's terror attacks. Good evening from CNN Center in Atlanta. I'm Joey Chad.
Good evening, and I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting from Washington, where we've witnessed a day of remembrance, a day of prayer, and a day of the nation taking steps to prepare for war.
The request of President Bush, much of the nation has taken time today to pause, to reflect on the crisis at hand and the events that have brought us to this point. About 90 minutes ago, Mr. Bush touched down in New York to witness firsthand the destruction in Lower Manhattan. Mr. Bush is on his tour right now, as you see there, and a short time ago he rallied, as you saw, some of the rescue workers. We'll have more on this in just a moment. As you probably know by now, it has been a gray and quite grisly day in New York City, about 54 degrees at the top of the hour. The weather has hampered the rescue efforts where the World Trade Center towers have fallen. These efforts, though, continue despite all that. Mayor Giuliani citing what he called a strong sense that people are still alive. Quickly, we look now to New York City. President Bush is in the motorcade now, moving away from the scene of the World Trade Center towers. You see his motorcade moving out of the scene now. Kelly Wallace is standing by on a rooftop location with a view to what is going on in the city. Kelly.
Absolutely, Joey. We do not know exactly where the president is going, though, right at this moment. We do know he was going to go to one more location after meeting with and talking with the firefighters and rescue workers around what has become known as Ground Zero and the site, of course, of the terrorist attacks on Tuesday. We're not exactly sure what this location will be, but we did expect that the president would likely try and spend some time with some family members of the victims, people still holding out hope that maybe, just maybe, the firefighters and those rescue teams will find some more survivors in that debris field. So as soon as we see where the president will go, we will let you know. Joey, we've watched these events unfold throughout the afternoon, and one thing we have all reminded of is the extremely tight security that is going on right now. We know that this administration is operating on a highest state of alert, and the U.S. Secret Service operating at that alert and taking absolutely every possible precaution to make sure the president is safe and sound. We did see fighter jets in the air and lots of additional measures that we don't often see when the president travels to, again, ensure the safety of the president. And Joey, as we've noted, the main focus for the president coming here was to try to lift the morale and spirits of these firefighters and these rescue teams, people who have been working around the clock, obviously trying to find possible survivors. Many of these firefighters and rescue teams and police officers,
Kelly?
We can't emphasize. Go ahead, Joey.
Kelly, we just want you to stand by for a moment here. Richard Roth is at the position where this camera is taking the pictures of the president's motorcade passing through Lower Manhattan. Richard, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Joey. There would have been a lot of talk, I thought, in the days ahead of the presidential visit that it would be more of a smaller size security presence, but it seems like your typical traditional jumbo motorcade for a president when he travels, moving through streets that, of course, have been cleared out. A large amount of the usual accompaniment of security motorcycles. The Secret Service obviously coordinating the president's visit. Reportedly, several units of the Secret Service offices in World Trade Center building number 7 were destroyed or heavily damaged. Secret Service having a lot of its New York headquarters there. That obviously not hampering the president's visit and security preparations. Without really going where we're not supposed to go, moving up west side of Manhattan and passing what seemed to be 100 satellite trucks covering the devastation to the World Trade Towers.
Richard, let me ask you this, Richard. I am not sure where your location is and where the motorcade has just moved through in relationship to the World Trade Center Towers Point, but I can see that there's still quite a bit of debris and ash as the motorcade moved through. Is this very far from the location of the disaster?
No, it's not far. In fact, just before the motorcade headed up that avenue, on the same street, the 3 large garbage trucks filled with debris went ahead of this presidential motorcade. President Bush is, of course, scheduled to return to New York September 24th for the start of the UN General Assembly debate. No word on whether that visit is going to be changed, though they may lower the profile of the debate, Joey.
Let's bring back Kelly Wallace, who I see is standing by listening as well. Can you talk about the impact of Mr. Bush's visit to New York? Really, the intention, I suppose, was to uplift the folks down there on the rescue site, but the president looked quite energized himself by the amount of spirit and determination he found there.
Absolutely, Joey. That's what the president's goal was, to try to give a bit of a morale boost and lift some spirits. Again, we've noted firefighters, police officers, rescue teams, volunteers working 24 hours a day trying to possibly find survivors. Many of these firefighters, police officers have fellow colleagues, their comrades who are among those missing. So the president coming here to try and thank these rescue teams and firefighters for their work and to say that the nation stands united with them. But just as you noted, we watched the pictures unfold. We heard the crowds chanting USA, USA. And as Judy Woodruff noted, which I think was a very interesting point, the president, we saw him grab the bullhorn and talk to the crowd that assembled there. The president looking really the most comfortable that we have seen him since this crisis really began on Tuesday. The president saying, you know, I can hear you, the rest of the world hears you, and the people who knocked down these buildings will hear all of us soon. So the president seeming to get his own spirits lifted, a sense of strength, boosting his own morale as he probably leaves here, certainly at some point today, and then, of course, has to face big, difficult decisions with his top advisors about what steps the U.S. will take in the days ahead. Joey?
Yeah, Kelly, just to advisory to our viewers, on the left side of your screen there, you're seeing the live picture as the motorcade moves through, actually has passed out of the shot there on the left side. On the right side of the screen, you're looking at some videotape taken just a few minutes ago of the president greeting the rescue workers, thanking them for all of their assistance. You see there that many people wanted to step up to the president, and the president had many people to thank for their tremendous efforts in the city of New York. Wolf?
Joey, Marty Savage has been at ground zero in this entire search and rescue operation. He joins us now live. Marty, tell us what's happening right now in the aftermath of the rain that did some additional destructive damage to New York.
Well, let me point out something first, Wolf, to you, and that is the fact that though it was intended by the president's visit not to disrupt the search and rescue effort, which it did not significantly impact, it has impacted greatly the ability to get more supplies and to get more people into the site. The entire area immediately outside of where the president was visiting, that being ground zero, has been in lockdown essentially, and the streets here now, which had been moving with equipment, have been clogged for some time as they wait for the okay to begin moving in. It's important because it is not just the rescue effort that they are working to support, but also trying to deliver that sense of normalcy that the president has been so adamant in trying to get back to. Wall Street hoping to open on Monday. A lot of communication in this area has been knocked out. Restoring communications, restoring electricity, restoring basic services is essential to getting this part of the financial community online. That's why, with the president's words, with the sunlight back out, they're anxious to get back to work. But this morning, you're right, it was very dismal. It was very cold, it was wet, and it was windy. All three of those made for difficult conditions for the firefighters. The wetness made it very slippery, very treacherous out there working on the debris pile. A number of those that were working out there said that everyone was slipping and falling and getting injured. It also had a dampening effect on morale. Then there was the wind. Wind was a great concern, especially for the engineers that have been studying the buildings that have been severely impacted. These are buildings that still stand but are in danger of falling down, and falling down on the very people that are trying to rescue anyone who may be still alive. And one last thing about the rain, it made noise, something they don't want, because what they do out there is use their ears to listen for tapping sounds, any indication of life underground. The rain's gone, the wind's dying down, and now with the words of the president, they're ready to get back on the job. Wolf?
Marty, so the president's appearance, brief as it was in lower Manhattan there, did serve as a morale boost for all those rescue workers who have been so deeply, deeply moved and obviously so tired by what's going on. Can you tell that it's helped the morale of everyone down there?
Well, there are a lot of people that have been locked out on the perimeter here that were not able to hear the president's words, but a few of them were able to hear it over radios and other means. And they were inspired by what they heard. They liked what the president had to say and the way he said it. And they also agree that something needs to be done about this, not just finding survivors, but finding those who are responsible. Wolf?
All right, Marty, stand by. I want to bring in Brian Nelson. He's also down in lower Manhattan. He joins us via video phone. Brian, tell us what's going on over there.
Well, Wolf, some of the traffic that has been backed up carrying in supplies into the site behind us is now beginning to move now that the president has moved out of the scene. They've been backed up for, I guess, about an hour and a half during the president's visit. So now they're beginning to move past the police barricades toward the side of the World Trade Center. They're carrying everything from medical equipment to cranes, shovels, and whatever. That site is what we have been trying as journalists to get to as close as we possibly can over the last few days, and it's been kind of a tough job. And so what we did was give a camera to a couple of volunteers working there. One of them was a medical worker, and they took a camera in on our behalf. And I think we're going to show you some video now what that camera picked up. Here's part of it. What we have is a ground-eye view of the destruction of number 7 World Trade Center. This site, I don't know, adjectives somehow escape you. It's a compressed pancake. It's awesome, it's stunning, it's shocking to see it that close up. The other thing you notice is what is being called here the Bucket Brigade. Now you have lines of rescue and recovery workers who will make their way up that pile of debris and do it very gingerly. Their own lives are in danger as they do that because all of that rubble is in a precarious position. They snake their way up to the top and begin filling buckets. with pieces of debris, pieces of cement, pieces of anything that can find, and yes, indeed, even human remains. And that bucket is handed down one at a time as it comes down to the bottom, and you may be able to hear some of it being dumped out. And workers will go through that debris very gingerly, looking for pieces of evidence and, yes, human remains, before it is all swept away and is started again. So this is a really painful and painstaking process. And as you can see, it's going to take an awful long time for all of this debris to be cleared away. And you can hear in the background maybe the sounds of saws as they're cutting some of the metal girders as well. Now the rain today, Marty mentioned that just a moment ago, it made things, I think, somewhat difficult, although that video was taken during the rain. And so it made things difficult, it made it messy, but the workers there are determined to keep going. And so that is what they have done the entire day, even during the president's visit. Wolf?
Brian, tell us precisely where you are so our viewers who are familiar with Manhattan can get a better sense how close you are to the destruction.
Well, I'm at the corner of Greenwich and I think it is Harrison Street. And we are about 10 blocks from the destruction, and you can see it behind my shoulder when the smoke clears. Now that smoke is resurged all day long, even after the rain. But that's where it is. We can see it right behind us. And you've got a rooftop shot, and you've got this shot from the ground. It's absolutely stunning when you see it from the street level. That to me is the most shocking, to see how high that rubble is, and to think of how long it's going to take to clear that away, and to think of all the people who have come here. I just talked to a gentleman here who is from a local community college in New Rochelle, and he said he got together with some of his colleagues and they put the pressure and the finger on some of the suppliers to the college, and they put together 2 trucks of supplies, the shovels, the ropes, their gloves, their anything they can find, and they came down here to deliver it. There is such unity and determination here as Americans to get this mess cleared away and to get life as it was back to normal down here in South Manhattan.
You're right near Ground Zero over there, and I'm sure, Brian, you've been speaking to a lot of people. Tell us about what they're saying, their mood on this day.
Well, you know, interesting. The day began with an encounter with a policeman. That policeman came up to us, you know, and I guess you would describe it in a somewhat belligerent way. And he said, you know, that SOB is watching you. Now, he is referring to them, of course, but he tended to personify the people behind this as a single person. And he said, he's watching you. And I said, yes, I know, he's watching all of us. And his word to me was, you just tell him, we'll get him. And he was, I mean, this is utter anger coming out of this man. And then I talked to a fire chief named Ronald Crome. He's from Westchester County. Now, this fire chief was working on his own time today. He came down here at 7 o'clock this morning. I met him at about 3 this afternoon when he was leaving. He was going back to work. He was going to go and do his regular shift as a fire chief, a deputy fire chief in Connecticut. Now, in Westchester County, which is Connecticut, I'm sorry. What he said to me was that the hardest thing was pulling out some of his colleagues, and by that he meant other firemen. Now, these colleagues are New York firemen, but they are the most closely bonded group. Firemen in this entire area are closely bonded, and they all consider themselves brothers. And at this point, he began to well up in tears, and he couldn't talk. It was an absolutely moving moment.
Brian Nelson in Lower Manhattan, thank you very much. Just one note, you did point out Westchester County is in New York, not in Connecticut. We all know that. I know that because I have relatives who live in Westchester County. In any case, Joey, let's go back to you.
Wolf, now we want to get more information on the search for whoever is responsible behind these horrible, horrible things that we have seen. Joining us now, Mike Betcher, who's been following up on the investigation. Mike, investigators looking into this know more now about those they think are responsible.
And they shared some of it with us today, Joey. They released 2 lists today. One of the living, that included 100 people, but it was kept private. And this list of the dead, the hijacked suspects, all 19 of them aboard the 4 aircraft 3 of them that went into buildings, the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, and the 3rd that crashed into a field near Pittsburgh. You'll notice that many of these people are from Florida. There were 7 pilots in there. 3 of them are from the New York, New Jersey area. They list that as their address. 17 lived in the United States. The other 2 came from overseas. And we have been developing more information on each one of these people. But what we would like to do is take a look at Mohammed Atta, who was on board one of those aircrafts, the American Airlines aircraft, that goes from, I'm trying to get the flight number right now. Mohammed Atta was on American Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. And we have put together a roadmap of his travels, and it shows the international nature of the travels of Mohammed Atta. He started out in Hamburg, Germany, where he traveled and lived in the 1990s. And then from there, in May of 2000, he ended up in Venice, Florida, and he took a flight training class there. In December of 2000, he was at Coral Springs. That's where we pick him up there. He rented an apartment while he was living in that part of Florida. Then in December of 2000, Opelika, he was at the Sim Center in Opelika, Florida. Now the Sim Center instructor says that Mohammed Atta and 2 other people came there, and they wanted to take simulator time in a 727. And he said the odd thing was they weren't interested in takeoffs and landings. They were more interested in how to make turns in a jetliner. Then in February of 2001, we pick him up again in Hamburg, Germany. German police the last 2 days have been going to apartments that have been lived in by Mohammed Atta. According to German authorities, they've been looking at clues there. So he returned there for some reason. And then in August 2001, he came back to Pompano Beach, Florida, where he rented a car at an agency called Warwick. And Warwick Rental Car said they rented him 2 cars over the period of about 30 days. And in the last 2 weeks, the second car that he rented, in about 2 weeks, he put 3,000 miles on that car, which would take him up and down the eastern seaboard if he would have wanted to. So that was an extraordinary amount of mileage. Then last week, we pick up the trail of Mohammed Atta in Palm Beach County. And there he went to a flight center and asked to take 3 refresher flights. He said he wanted to practice that he was a pilot. He had the license. So he was there, and that's right before he left for Boston, Massachusetts, where at the Alamo Rental Car Agency, he rented a car and then drove up to Portland, Oregon on the morning of the attack in Portland, Oregon. He left the car there, Portland, Maine. He left the car there, caught a commuter flight to Boston, and then boarded that American Airlines jet that crashed into the World Trade Center.
Mike, we want to follow up on all of this. Now we want to turn to CNN's Bill Delaney, following up on the story from Boston and Logan Airport. Bill, as Mike noted, there has been a path already traced over all these different cities across the world as well. And at Logan and in the Boston area, there is evidence and indication that those involved may have been doing more, making some more inquiries in that area.
Well, many fragments, many strands. Investigators here in the New England region following thousands, really tens of thousands of leads as they try to understand how 10 hijackers hijacked those 2 767s last Tuesday. Now, one intriguing fragment. I'm standing at Eastern Air Charter in Norwood, Massachusetts, just outside of Boston, where law enforcement officials and other sources tell us several days before the hijacking, men identified as Middle Eastern types were here at Eastern Air Charter making inquiries. They wanted to know about chartering a twin-engine jet. They wanted to know about that jet's fuel capacity. They wanted to know how soon they could charter such a jet. Could they do it quickly? And they wanted to know how long it would take to fly to New York. Now, one high law enforcement official I spoke to said to me, Joey, he believed that there was a high possibility, he said, that these were either the hijackers themselves or another team Now, of course, the FBI hasn't ruled out the possibility that other teams are still at large. Eastern Air Charter officials themselves downplaying all this, but another source told us law enforcement authorities have been here, he said, tearing the place apart. A couple of other strands of many here. The Portland Press-Herald reporting today that in Portland, Maine, one of the hijackers, it is reported, had lived for at least a year and may have had a relationship, in fact, with a local woman. Amid other reports from many sources today, FBI sources, that the planning for all this, of course, took many, many years. Back to you, Jody.
CNN's Bill Delaney following up with more parts of the investigation up in Boston. Thanks very much, Bill. I want to move back to the human side of the story because there has been so much emotion on the streets of New York City. You saw it beginning really yesterday. We saw the great flush of emotion as all those people who are looking for all those missing loved ones from the World Trade Center area still wandering the streets of New York trying to find some way, some evidence of where the missing loved one has gone. CNN's Elizabeth Cohen has been following the scene out there at the New York Armory, and she rejoins us now. Elizabeth.
Hello, that's right. I'm here at the New York Armory. We do not know if President Bush is coming, but if he wanted to talk to the families of people who are missing their loved ones, this is where he would come. This is where their families come to register information about their loved ones. Governor Pataki was here yesterday, was hugging people. He had tears in their eyes. He talked to them at length. His wife was here this morning inside the Armory and spoke to people and told them if you need financial help, you can apply for it here to help meet your mortgage this month or to help do whatever it is that you need to do. When people come into the Armory, there is help for them. There are counselors. They register information about their loved one. They're then shown two lists. They're shown a list of people who've been found in the hospital, and then they're shown a list of people who the authorities know are deceased. This woman right here Audrey has just been at the Armory. She's looking for her nephew, Damian Moat. Can you tell me about your nephew? The last person who saw him was his girlfriend, right?
Last person that saw him was his girlfriend, Samantha. They came down on the subway together, and he left for work. You got to be at work by 7 o'clock that morning, and she went to school.
And tell me, you're distributing these posters. What do you hope will happen with these posters?
Well, I'm hoping somebody will see him somewhere where he can identify himself, and would call any of these numbers here. So, because I know he's out there somewhere.
It's been almost 3 days now, and I know people were full of hope the first day, full of hope the second. Are you full of as much?
I'm just as much as full of hope as day number one. He's out there.
What keeps you going? Is it your faith?
My faith, hoping, and my family and friends.
And his parents must just be distraught.
They are very. They're here today with me, but they don't want to come in camera.
I can understand that, of course. Tell me about Damien. We can see he's a very good-looking guy.
He's a very good boy. He's a very good person. He's not the kind of person that is into company. He's more into work. He's a home person.
When you went inside the Armory, were they able to tell you anything?
They weren't able to tell me anything, but we gave them all the information that we had that they wanted us to give to them. So we did that, and they sent us downstairs to check a list. He wasn't on that list. So they gave us a website number for us to keep checking, and they said they'll call us as soon as they get any information.
Was it well organized? Were they supportive?
They were very supportive. They even have counselors that came over trying to talk to us, but what we needed really was for some information how to get help for the kids that we have at home that are taking this very, very hard.
There are children in your family?
Yes.
And how are they responding to?
Not well, especially his younger brothers. He got 2 younger brothers, 18 and 10. They're not doing too well, so we need some kind of counseling for them.
I can imagine. Tell me what you'll be doing once you leave here. Where else will you go?
Well, we were on our way down to St. Vincent, and then we're going to go to that support group at the Pier Hotel because he worked with Cantor Fitzgerald, and they have like a support group up there, so we were going up there.
So that's a support group for people who work for Cantor Fitzgerald, with the financial group. I've seen so many of these posters say Cantor Fitzgerald on them, one after another. It must be devastating, so many people from one company.
Yes, so many people from one company, and most of them are up there at the Pier Hotel. It's like a support group, and you know, we feel better when we are among people who are going through the same thing that we are going through.
And has the company been helpful
Well, they've been helpful with the information that they've been giving us, you know, because so far they gave us numbers and stuff and places where to go, and you know, counselors to talk to us, you know, and stuff like that. So they're really doing much, you know, to help us. They're doing their best.
And tell me, is Damien a fighter?
He's not really a fighter. He's a kind of laid-back person, you know. But I know he's down there trying to get to us.
New Yorkers sometimes, people who are from out of town think New Yorkers are heartless and don't work together.
Not Damien, you know.
But the people, when you've been going on the streets, putting up your posters, have people been supportive?
Very, very supportive. You know, it's wonderful to see how New Yorkers, they get together, especially in crisis. You know, we all stick together.
Well, thank you, ma'am, and the best of luck finding Damien. We have another woman who wanted to come talk with us.
Miss?
Ma'am, tell me your name and who you're looking for.
My name is Ellie Nagler, and I'm here because my friend Alex Baelish, who's a Red Cross worker, he's working like 24 hours a day. This is his best friend, Ian Thompson, and Alex is working so hard he can't do this right now. So I had the day off, and I decided I would come and just put posters up and come and talk to people and see, you know, whether anybody might have seen him. So we were all very worried about him. He was a great guy. He's the kind of guy who would have been helping other people down. And he was on the 84th floor, and nobody's heard from him. He's got a wife and a baby. So, you know, we're just all concerned. And it's a great place to be, really, you know, because everybody's really very supportive.
And tell me, what kinds of things are you as a group doing to look for him?
Well, I know they're going to register, you know, him. They haven't done it yet because his wife has to take care of the baby, and, you know, she's really the one that knows him well, and Alex is, you know, working really hard. So they're doing that, and they're just trying to contact a lot of the people that he worked with and seeing whether anybody might, you know, remember where he was. And, you know, so far we don't really have a lot to go on.
Has anyone been able to tell you anything?
They don't have any information at this point. It's a dead end.
I was talking to the woman before you that sometimes out-of-towners think New Yorkers are heartless, don't help each other out. How have people hung together today?
Well, people are great. I mean, you know, I was really a little frightened coming down here. I didn't know what to expect, and I was a little scared. And, you know, everybody's so supportive, and we put up a bunch of posters. And, you know, I love reading about other people's families. It's very sad, but it makes you feel good that you live in New York. And you know, I've been here my whole life. This is amazing experience. Very sad. Very, very sad.
And tell me, what did he do at Eurobrokers?
He's a broker. You know, I don't know. I really don't know him, you know, and this is just a plea from my friend. Can you help me? We want to get the information out about this guy. I know you're not working, but I'm working. So can you spend the day putting posters up? And so I did it.
This was a building that obviously was in trouble in 1993. The people who you know who worked there, were they nervous about it? Did they think about it?
I have a few friends who actually worked in the building, and my a roommate, and she worked on the 84th floor. As a matter of fact, it's the same floor this guy worked on, and she used to be very scared of working there. Eventually, she got another job, so, you know, I'm pretty sure she's really happy about that. People, you know, you get used to stuff, but it's just too high a building. I mean, it was just too high, you know, and I don't know, it's scary.
You know, something that sort of hit me after talking to all the families is that I haven't heard anybody be angry at the people who did this. Everyone is just sad and at the same time hopeful that their friend is alive. Have you heard anyone be angry?
Really? I think the anger is really going to come. I find myself, consider myself a really liberal person, and I'm getting really angry. So, you know, there's a lot of anger out there. It's just that right now we're trying to deal with finding anybody that's possible to find, hoping against hope that, you know, there might be some people still that were trapped, you know, who might come out alive. And after that, then, hey, deal with the people that did this very severely.
It's Friday now. The explosion was Tuesday morning. It's now Friday evening. Has hope diminished?
You know, I don't want to say that. You know, I think that, you know, I haven't been down there. I mean, you could spend your days crying about the people that are trapped in there, or you could just keep on looking. I know these guys are working really hard to find anybody, and, you know, hopefully they'll find some people. I mean, you can't give up. You just can't give up at this point. It's too early.
And tell me, where are people putting the posters, and how many of you are working on finding him?
Well, I came with my aunt. My aunt did all the copying for me of the posters, and we started 57th Street, and we just keep on putting them up, you know, all the way down here, and you know, we put up about 30 posters already.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Wolf, back to you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And even as this painful and treacherous search and rescue operation continues here in Washington, Secretary of State Colin Powell had some pointed comments today on the nature of the war ahead and how it will differ from any other war this country has ever fought.
This is different. The enemy is in many places. The enemy is not looking to be found. The enemy is hidden. The enemy is very often right here within our own country. And so you have to design a campaign plan that goes after that kind of enemy. And it isn't always blunt force military, although that is certainly an option. It may well be that the diplomatic efforts, political efforts, legal, financial, other efforts may be just as effective against that kind of an enemy as would military force be. And the point the President made this morning is that the whole cabinet's involved, and we're going to use all the tools and weapons at our disposal to fight this campaign and to win this war.
Our national security correspondent David Ensor has been checking with his sources in the intelligence community and elsewhere to find out precisely what's going on. What have you learned today, David?
Well, Wolf, first of all, U.S. officials are saying to me, excuse me, that there's evidence there may still be terrorists inside the United States who are hoping to attack targets. So there's a real sense of concern, and that is why so many security measures are being taken. There is still evidence. As one official put it, there's reason to believe not all the perpetrators are dead or in jail. Officials say they can't rule out that there may be additional pilots with ties to terrorist organizations inside the U.S., and there may be other types of threats as well. So that perhaps is the headline. Now, concerning diplomacy and the efforts that Secretary Powell just talked about, tremendous number of calls out to allies and to other nations, particularly in the region, obviously. And the message is, particularly with nations that may in some cases have hedged their bets in the past, it's time to choose sides. And in one specific area, the United States officials say is asking for cooperation that can be checked. It's asking nations like Pakistan and moderate Arab states to stop the flow of any money to charities and other organizations that are thought to be fronts for the bin Laden organization. And it is saying that in the past, a lot of these nations have turned a blind eye to wealthy Muslim people, individuals, sending some money, and it's been kind of considered a hedge. The U.S. wants these countries to enforce this now, and it says it will be looking to see whether they do or not. And it has sources and methods with which to do that, Wolf.
And David, this organization that Osama bin Laden heads, this al-Qaeda organization, how big of a group is this? How many people does the U.S. intelligence community believe is involved?
They really don't have an estimate on the numbers, size. It's a hydra-headed organization. It's not even really an organization. It's sort of a loosely knit group of like-minded people. There are affiliations with things like Islamic Jihad in Egypt, where bin Laden's doctor is in fact the head of it. There are a lot of different kinds of groups, and the kinds of individuals that were apparently involved in these terrorist attacks in the United States, they operated very much separately. They didn't need to communicate. They didn't need to be in touch with anyone else. Their mission was started a long time ago. So it operates in a very compartmentalized way, making it difficult for U.S. intelligence to track it. Nonetheless, they are tracking some of the communications, and they do still have, and are continuing to find more, evidence, they tell me, that the people who were involved in these attacks can be linked to the bin Laden organization. Now, there may be other organizations involved, other ties as well, but that is one thing they are still saying, started saying Tuesday, and they're still saying, Wolf.
And finally, David, we've all heard that Osama bin Laden is a wealthy Saudi fugitive. How much money does he have and his organization have? Is there any estimate how much money they have at various banks and how this money can be tracked, if at all?
Well, as you see on the screen, and as I was saying earlier, wealthy Muslims in a number of countries are known to send charitable, what they think is charitable contributions, or maybe they don't think that, but contributions to charities and front organizations that then make their way into Pakistan, which is Peshawar particularly, which is kind of the organizational headquarters for bin Laden's group and affiliated groups. A lot of money goes in there. He, however, has his own personal fortune. He comes from a construction millionaire's family in Saudi Arabia. He was estimated at one point to have had a fortune himself of $300 million. There may not be much of that left. He doesn't, it's not that the terrorists, for example, these that have just done this, needed money. What the U.S. is interested, though, is in testing these countries to see whether they will cut off the funds. It's a test of them. Whose side are they on? That is the question the U.S. is asking countries today. Wolf?
David Ensor, thank you very much for your excellent reporting. Samuel Berger was the National Security Advisor during President Clinton's administration. He joins us now from our Washington bureau. Mr. Berger, thanks for joining us. Let me get to some of the points that David just reported about. First of all, the notion that there may still be other terrorists associated with this plot on the loose here in the United States. Is there a sense that Americans should not let their guard down?
Well, clearly security has to be a primary concern, not just in the short term, but in the long term. At airports, at our borders, and more generally. This organization was able to operate in the United States in a way that was beyond, I think, the expectation of the law enforcement and intelligence community. And therefore, we have to look at security not just in the immediate context, but generally over the long term. We're obviously going to have to perhaps recalibrate the balance between convenience and security.
I'm sure you must have been thinking over these past few days about what, if anything, your administration could have done, the Clinton administration could have done, as far as Osama bin Laden, assuming his organization was responsible for this, that perhaps you didn't do for whatever reason, rethinking, Monday morning quarterbacking some of your decisions. Anything come to mind?
Well, bin Laden was one of the highest priorities, certainly since the '98 bombing of the embassies in Africa. We had information that there was going to be a gathering of many of his operatives. We struck that gathering. We had some success, but not complete. There has been a very vigorous effort on the part of the intelligence community to take down cells in a number of countries. We broke up a multi-dimensional threat around the millennium, and we have looked for every opportunity during this period to strike at bin Laden. Unfortunately, it's a very difficult target, as others have pointed out. You not only have to know where he is at a given moment, you have to know where he will be at a future moment. This is not a group that is easy to penetrate. You just don't show up from out of town and say you're a cousin who dropped by. But I think the intelligence community over the last year has had a full court press on bin Laden, and we simply, now that he has escalated this beyond any imaginable level in the past, have to escalate our efforts by the same token.
Samuel Berger, the National Security Advisor during the Clinton administration, thanks for joining us.
Okay, Wolf.
Thank you. And Joey, back to you.
Wolf, as you have talked to Sandy Berger, you talked about some of the complexities about reaching Osama bin Laden, if he is in fact the figure behind all of this. There are those across the world, of course, who have come forward to demonstrate their support for the United States in its time of crisis. Many nations of the world have come forward with their votes of support. But bear in mind, too, that there are people, individuals in this world who have celebrated the attacks against the United States. Help us understand why, what motivates the anger, in some cases the hatred of the United States. Here's CNN's chief international correspondent, Christiana Amanpour.
These pictures of Palestinians celebrating the terrorist attack on the United States horrified all those who were in mourning. Palestinian leaders were quick to point out that these were only isolated incidents by what they called an ignorant few, and Chairman Yasser Arafat immediately condemned the attacks.
We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
Later, Arafat was seen giving blood in a symbolic gesture of solidarity with America. Arab allies, the Iranian president, and even Libya have strongly condemned what happened, saying that it violates Islamic principles. But on the streets of all these countries, anti-Americanism has been building. Moderates are being eclipsed by extremists after almost a year of violence in the Middle East, the Palestinian Intifada in Israel. We don't wish for the destruction of the American people, says this man. We just want the destruction of Bush and the U.S. Congress because they support Israel. Experts in radical Islamic terrorism say masterminds like Osama bin Laden have cleverly manipulated a real sense of grievance into a willingness by some to become human instruments of mass murder.
Osama bin Laden has been in the Muslim world. Has been capitalizing on very sensitive issues that mobilize the whole Arab and Muslim community. The liberation of Jerusalem, American troop presence in Saudi Arabia, of course the fate of the Iraqi people suffering under sanctions.
This gathered momentum after the Gulf War, when bin Laden bitterly complained about U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia. Troops invited by Saudi leaders to defend against the Iraqis, and yet condemned by bin Laden and extremist Islamic preachers for, quote, desecrating holy sites. In addition, Muslims all over the world have been enraged by a decade of continued bombing against Iraqi military installations and crippling sanctions that have ended up hurting the Iraqi people much more than their intended target, Saddam Hussein and his regime. Experts say terrorism cells managed to operate in America's Arab allies such as Egypt and Saudi Arabia, as well as Europe and North America. Fearful of a backlash, mainstream Muslim leaders here in Europe are trying to explain that this war on American civilians is a crime that can never be justified as a religious duty.
The position of the Muslim community in the UK, as I'm sure in different parts of the world, is very clear. We condemn utterly and unequivocally the atrocities that has been committed. We believe that the people, the perpetrators of this heinous crime are outside the pale of civilization.
So now, British and other world leaders are calling for a global alliance to combat a global network of terrorism, to arrest them cell by cell, shut down their financial support, and make it more difficult to forge travel documents. There are no quick fixes, they say, just a long, sustained, and difficult campaign. Christiana Amanpour, CNN, London.
The President of the United States, flanked by his predecessors, other dignitaries in the nation, leading a nation in sorrow on a day of remembrance and of prayer.
And under heavy security, President Bush sees firsthand the utter devastation unleashed by terrorists in New York City. And he's greeted by cheers of USA, USA.
Taking a step toward waging war against terrorism, the House of Representatives joins the Senate in approving $40 billion in emergency spending to help victims and to hunt down those responsible for Tuesday's attacks. Welcome back to CNN's continuing coverage of the events surrounding Tuesday's terrible tragedies across the United States. Much of the story that will be underway in the coming days is the economic one, the impact on the U.S. economy, indeed the world economy. Joining us to talk more about that now, CNN's Lou Dobbs of Moneyline. Lou.
Joy, thank you very much. In New York, the president today inspected the devastation and the rescue efforts underway in downtown New York City. Because for all that it is, ground zero, the devastated World Trade Center complex, it is, in point of fact, the battleground, the first battleground in what the president has termed America's new war. The president today visiting the scene of the terrorist attack on America, the worst attack ever. The president has called Tuesday's terrorist act an act of war. A war, he said, not of our choosing. The conflict, he said, began on a timing and terms of others. But Mr. Bush said it will end in a way and at an hour of our choosing. The president made his way through the still smoking rubble here in New York, and he came with words of sympathy for the families of victims. He came with words of appreciation for the rescue workers who continue to search for survivors and victims. And he came to reassure a shaken public of this nation's strength and its resolve.
America today is on bended knee in prayer for the people whose lives were lost here, for the workers who work here, for the families who mourn. This nation stands with the good people of New York City and New Jersey and Connecticut as we mourn the loss of thousands of our citizens. I can hear you. I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
Martin Savage is at the rescue site now and has more on the story. Martin.
Well, we're in the area of Reed and Greenwich Street. That is about 3.5 blocks north of the World Trade Center, or at least where the World Trade Center used to be. In the background, the cloud of smoke he mentioned still billowing high into the sky, replacing ones where those twin 110-story towers stood. This is a vital checkpoint of getting in supplies, getting in critical material that is supporting the rescue effort, the ongoing search for survivors. Sadly, there were no reports of any survivors being pulled from the rubble today. And in fact, there have been fewer reports of even contact with anyone that may still be alive. That hasn't dimmed the hopes. Weather was the biggest problem today. It was stormy in New York overnight. It was wet and windy and cold in New York when the sun came up. It made the job of the rescuers very difficult, very slippery, very treacherous. Those literally digging with their hands on the debris pile that now stands about 100 feet tall. On top of that, it was the winds that was also a concern. Towering over their heads are at least 3 buildings that are thought to be critically unstable that could come down. They weren't sure if they could take the wind loads. They are still standing now. They are still digging now. Then came the President of the United States. It was critical to the White House that his visit not disrupt the search for survivors. It did not. But he did go around shaking hands, congratulating those that were working on the job and telling them that they are heroes and they have inspired a nation. He shook about 400 hands, and according to those who were there, they say they liked what the president had to say. After he left, well, the cordon off area where we stand now has begun to resume some normalcy. They want to get back to work, not just to support the effort to find survivors. They're trying to get this area, the financial district, back online. Monday's a critical day. Power is still out. Communications disrupted. They worked all day on that effort, which is also critical as well. And finally, sailing up the Hudson River at this very moment, the U.S. hospital ship Comfort. It will bring comfort and supplies and critical medical supplies to this area that right now could use all the help it could get. Lou?
Martin, thank you very much. Martin Savage. As Martin just said, Wall Street is working mightily to prepare for an opening of the stock market on Monday morning. That is a difficult and arduous task by any standard. Those workers struggling to restore telecommunications, putting those phone lines back up and getting them running, essential to the return of the markets. Computer technicians are working hard. Over the weekend, they are scheduled to be testing software and hardware and communications. Everything from lights to running water must be restored, and it must be checked, not to mention the actual stability of several of those endangered buildings. From that rubble, Wall Street's key financial institutions are determined to rise and to be fully operational, if not fully recovered, by 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time Monday. Greg Clarkin is here now and has more for us on that part of the story. Greg?
And Lou, this tragedy really has brought together rival exchanges, and they're all working now with the one common and one shared goal of restoring trading by 9:30 Monday morning. They washed away the dirt and the grime, hoping to cleanse Wall Street of the remnants of the attacks on the World Trade Center. But inside the New York Stock Exchange, the challenges to restoring trading ran deeper. There are monumental telecommunications obstacles, including making sure electric and phone service will be intact. And then there is the main issue, making sure the sophisticated network that handles the trades for the NYSE can be processed.
The challenge is recreating the network, the interconnected infrastructure that brings 85 million investors individually and another 10,000 institutions from all over the world.
The New York Board of Trade was located in the World Trade Center complex. It will have a new facility come Monday.
Well, the major issue is we have to make sure that all of our clearing members are able to receive the trades and to clear them. It's one thing to trade, but if you don't match them and clear them, you've got a serious problem.
All of the trading exchanges will be undergoing extensive testing this weekend to spot potential problems.
I mean, we've got to make sure we have adequate power, we have adequate access to downtown, and that we have the telecommunications capability necessary to carry all of this.
Now, the New York Stock Exchange already has stringent security measures in place. They will be upgraded even more, and this goes for tourist employees, just about everybody there. And Louis Dick Grasso, the CEO of the NYSE, said he instructed his security force, if Dick Grasso were to arrive without the proper ID, send him home.
That is all well and good and appropriate. How realistic is it that we can see this stock market, as represented by the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ, open for business Monday? I know they're making a heroic effort. What would you rate the odds at right now?
I think pretty good, Lou. After being down there today and speaking with Grasso and some of the other heads of the various exchanges, they are adamant that they believe they will have trading up and running. Speaking with Verizon, handling the telecom side of it, they say they believe they will have service. The question really is the level of service that will be available. And right now they'll be working through the weekend, spot checking things, looking for potential problems and any bugs.
And of course, there are a number of reasons, not the least of them the symbolic reason to restore the world's largest equity market to trading after this vicious act of terrorism. But the fact is that the world economy depends on these markets. The New York Stock Exchange accounting for some $13 trillion in market capitalization, that market alone dwarfing all of the other exchanges in the world, whether Tokyo, whether Frankfurt, or London. Greg, thank you very much. Well, when those markets do resume trading, there is, of course, some fear amongst many that a big sell-off might occur. Christine Romans has been taking a look at the implications of that possibility and has the report for us. Christine Romans.
Lou, it will be normal trading hours here on Monday, but anything but a normal trading day. The opening bell will ring at 9:30. There'll be 2 minutes of silence, and then New York's financial community will try to swallow its pain and trade stocks. Many fear a sell-off soon after the bell. There's the uncertainty lingering after Tuesday's terror attack, and now signs of the economic fallout. Ford will shutter several North American plants and said third quarter earnings will fall more than expected. Disrupted freight service has caused a parts shortage there, so there will be a short shuttering of some plants. General Electric warned World Trade Center related losses at its reinsurance company will cost GE 4 cents a share in the quarter, and some analysts fear the economy will tip into recession.
Undoubtedly, even before Tuesday, the economy was precarious. Consumers were getting nervous. Their debt was very high. They were seeing higher unemployment figures and mass layoffs. And the global economy also was not in all that healthy a position.
A week ago, the Standard & Poor's 500 closed at a 3-year low, and pundits were searching for any sign of economic recovery. Still, there is hopeful talk that corporate buybacks could counter any selling on Monday. Also, Lou, players are reporting a so-called gentleman's agreement to limit short sales. After 4 days of no stocks trading, no one's really sure how markets are going to react, but many players are very quick to note that the initial reaction could be violent, but prices tend to smooth out from there over the next few weeks. Lou?
And of course, we saw that violence in overseas markets immediately following the tragedy at the World Trade Center. But the fact of the matter is, we're also seeing a lot of economic signs that suggest some tempering of immediate reaction, aren't we, Christine? Retail sales for the month of August, just as all of the pundits and gurus and savants were suggesting this economy is going into recession, suddenly we see retail sales move higher in August.
And there are analysts who are saying be careful about getting too far ahead on the downside, because maybe if we are here at the bottom of the economy, you could be hurting yourself longer term.
And there is another factor at work here, and you alluded to it, Christina, a gentleman's agreement, if you will, amongst the major firms to, if not altogether, not conduct any short selling, at least to constrain it so that there will be limited pressure on the downside.
Absolutely. And some folks are saying that so many sectors are already trading near 52-week lows that maybe they are already undervalued here at these levels. It will be very interesting to see what happens on Monday morning.
And Christine, I can't wait to tell you and all of our other viewers, share with you some of the comments, the many comments we received from viewers about what they're going to do Monday and what they recommend that others do. Christine, thank you very much. The Treasury Department announced that it has established a team to target terrorist fundraising. Officials saying that task force will include representatives of the FBI, the CIA, as well as, of course, the Treasury. The Treasury Department saying that team will eventually become a permanent foreign terrorism asset tracking center, meaning they're going to try to find out where the money for terrorists comes from and precisely where it goes. For more perspective now, we turn to Jeremy Siegel. He is professor of finance at the Wharton Business School. Joins us tonight from Philadelphia. Jeremy, good to have you with us.
Good evening, Lou.
As a student of these markets, certainly one of the country's ablest and most knowledgeable observers, give us your judgment about the likelihood that we're going to see these markets open Monday, that importance of that event, and of course what will happen.
Well, certainly I think opening is important. I think trying to get back to normal will never be normal again, I think, but in a functioning mode is very important, and I hope they will be able to do it. I also hope, Lou, that the Fed will act very aggressively. I'm actually hoping that before the opening on Monday that they may lower the Fed funds rate by 50 basis points. I think that would be very important, yes.
And why do you see that as so important as compared to providing all of the liquidity that the Fed is making available, both in the international banking system as well as in our American banking system?
Well, they're providing the cash that individuals want to take out of the bank. That's what the liquidity is. It's very much like Y2K when people wanted to take out funds. And that's all well and good, but that doesn't actually lower the interest rates. And you've been looking at the Treasury markets. They're expecting sharply lower rates. They'll be disappointed if the Fed does not follow through.
Jeremy, I think one might even say, in addition to expecting, almost demanding it as we look at what is happening with the 2-year note in particular.
Absolutely.
What is your best guess? And we acknowledge, I think all of us, including certainly you, perhaps you first among all, that any prediction here is simply that, a guess. What is your guess as to what the markets will do, what investors will do come Monday morning?
I think there'll be huge trading. I think trading might set an all-time record on Monday. I think there'll be extreme volatility. I can see the Dow maybe opening down 300-400 points, then surging up 100 and back down, swings that we really have never seen before. I think it would settle down at the end. I think we have to settle down at lower levels because if you take a look at Europe, if you take a look elsewhere, you will see that there hasn't been a recovery in other markets, and I don't think we'll get one here.
Jeremy, let me throw a contrarian bullish outlook at you to see what you would make of it. As we watch what were remarkable services all over the country today, a rather inspiring, I must say, display of patriotism in this National Day of Mourning, is there in your judgment room here for some of the experts to be surprised and to see a positive outlook, an economy and a society in this country assert itself more positively, a stronger level of confidence rather than a weaker level of confidence?
It is really heartwarming to see how people have come together, and certainly that is the strength of America. But if we look back, there's no way that this can be positive economically for our country. And as a result, I know I've been hearing some things you have to be patriotic and buy. The problem is, you know, if people do that and then the market goes down later, they're going to feel very resentful. Because finally, the level of the prices is going to be what the level of the economy and the earnings are, no matter really who buys and sells on Monday.
Jeremy Siegel, as always, good to have you with us.
Thank you very much, Lou.
Well, trading today did resume on the New York Mercantile Exchange, but not without some serious problems. Electronic trading did begin at 2:30 this afternoon Eastern Time. It was halted just moments later because of, as you would not be surprised, because of some technical problems. Light sweet crude oil soared more than 8% in those minutes of trading, gaining more than $2 a barrel. The action resumed again at 4 o'clock. It ended just minutes ago. We don't have an official close yet, but light sweet crude oil was higher, up again just about $2 as of about 15 minutes ago. Bonds today surged in price for the second straight day, and investors are continuing to look for a safe haven. Lisa Leiter in Chicago with that story. Lisa?
Lou, for the second straight day here at the Chicago Board of Trade, the mood was somber and trading was thin, but trading was orderly, and that's something that traders say was very important, and prices were much easier to come by than they were yesterday. And in the early going, the government went ahead and released regular new reports on retail sales, producer prices, and industrial production, although those reports went largely unnoticed in the bond market. Instead, here, traders spent a lot more time talking about their friends and colleagues in New York. They swapped survivor stories, and they showed their patriotism by hanging a pullout section from the Chicago Sun-Times with the American flag on it. Again today, Lou, like you said, investors sought the relative safety of short-term government debt. The two-year note surged with that yield falling to a historic low of 2.86%. Lou?
Lisa, thank you very much. Lisa Leiter from Chicago. And now joining me to give us some perspective on this bond market, and in particular the activity and what we can expect in the days ahead, Kathleen Hayes. Kathleen?
Well, you know, there have been so many interesting themes touched on, Lou. I really don't know where to start, because I think there's two important themes coming out. How is the bond market functioning, and how is the economy functioning? In terms of the bond market, let me start there, and let me try to explain to our viewers. You said the bond market, that's not necessarily my market. I'm not going to trade there. But remember, this is really kind of where the lifeblood of our financial system flows, through the bond market, through the credit markets. It has to be functioning fully and well for this financial system to be fully back on its feet. Like this entire city, people are trying to get there. And in fact, as Lou just said, second straight day of trading, 2 days of rallies. But there are some little glitches beneath the surface. People are working out of back offices. Back offices are not like full offices. The computer systems may not be fully operative. Brokers, in fact, are not able to look at screens. Dealers are not able to look at screens as they were, except in very limited market-making ways. In fact, one guy I talked to today said, I'm doing this like I did 15 years ago. I'm calling up the phone to ask about prices, you know? In terms of the economy, let me say quickly, I think you're very wise to point out this contrarian view. The markets are calling, Jeremy Siegel calling for this aggressive rate cut on Monday. Remember, Bob Matier Wednesday gave a speech, said it's too early to judge the macroeconomic consequences. I think that's going to be the story at the Fed. We may not get that cut as quickly as people seem to want it.
Okay, Kathleen, thanks. Kathleen Hayes. Well, the disaster at the World Trade Center has, of course, affected almost everyone, and certainly the people who often offer guidance and some direction and advice right here on Moneyline. Economist Diane Swank, principal among those, and she joins us tonight from Chicago. And Diane, just a few days ago, was outside the World Trade Center running for her life as that first plane crashed into the World Trade Center. Diane, it is good to have you with us, and we're glad you're safely back in Chicago. Tell us, if you could, what happened?
Well, briefly, I was in the World Trade Center, and thankfully for Kathleen Hayes, I had someplace to go because Kathleen put me up for the last couple of days, and as much as I love staying with her and her family, they were wonderful to me. I'm glad to be in Sweet Home Chicago. It was an incredible event. It felt like an earthquake. The Marriott was incredibly good at getting us out. Only thing I kept thinking the entire time was I felt somewhat responsible as a leader of the National Association for Business Economics. I had chosen the World Trade Center as our location. I had some students with us, and we were, the whole time I just kept trying to get people to keep moving forward. As people looked back, they began to panic at what they were seeing, which was a horrendous sight. And what I kept doing was just getting people to move forward, move forward, move forward, until finally everyone was placed and taken care of at the end of the day. I had to walk my way all the way up from Battery Park to our offices at Bank One, and then to Kathleen's house up in Upper Manhattan. And
then you by automobile back to Chicago because, of course, no airline.
I got an automobile, a luxury a limo back to Chicago that broke down. My father had to come pick us up. They also tried to gouge us, but I came to work today for a very important reason. One, my people needed to see me there, and I wanted to prove a point that you can't take us down. We have to keep moving forward and move on, and that's why I'm here today.
Well, Diane, the markets trying to reopen, certainly the equity markets Monday for much that very reason. Your judgment, your best judgment about what we should expect over the course of the next several weeks.
Well, I think Kathleen made some very good points about this issue that the Fed should cut at the onset. We need to see what's going to happen first before the Fed moves. They will move. They've stood up and said we're ready to move. Congress is going to be pouring money into this economy at an extraordinary pace, moving from 20 to 40 billion now just allocated to this crisis alone, increased expenditures on security. The outcome for the economy, although the upfront losses are clearly there for this market, there's also signs for a ray of light at the end of the tunnel, or the silver lining to the horrible gray cloud I walk through. And I think those things will help keep the market calm. We've seen orderly, Lisa used the word orderly, bond market trading. I think there is a real attempt here to try to keep these markets as calm as possible, and we may not see the big price swings, the big dramatic effects that many people are looking for, because I think there is a real resilience and a real attempt to agree to that right now, and I think that's very important.
Well, it is good to see you, Diane, and we're glad you made it safely out along with all those who did, and I know you, like we here, joined those who lost friends, family, loved ones, and colleagues who did not make it out. Diane Swank, thank you.
Thank you.
The attacks on the World Trade Center brought the financial district down. Millions of square feet of office space have been lost. That means lots of companies have to find a place in which to do business. And Peter Viles has that story.
I think what we could simply do there is thinking if we have the space is just put two people in the same room temporarily.
Well, I think in a cubicle.
In a cubicle, yeah.
CEOs do not typically worry about who shares a cubicle, but these are not typical times. This is the old American Express headquarters, structurally sound but damaged. Ken Chenault is moving 5,000 workers, some to this new headquarters in Jersey City, others into two larger leased spaces in the Jersey suburbs.
Fortunately, all of our core operations and processing are outside of our New York headquarters building, all around the world, so we have had virtually no interruption of service for any of our businesses across American Express.
15.5 million square feet of office space was destroyed, another 12 million damaged, meaning the city's businesses are now looking for 27 million square feet of space. American Express has already located nearly 1 million square feet for itself. When you include suburban office space, metropolitan New York has 46 million square feet of vacant space available. The problem is finding enough large spaces to replace what has been lost.
It is a game of musical chairs right now, where the major companies are out really in a frenzy looking for the larger blocks of space. And commitments are already being made as we speak. So we will be essentially out of large blocks of space by next week.
The scramble to find that space, though, is overshadowed by rescue missions. This staging area is just footsteps from the new American Express headquarters.
The focus has really been on the victims, their families, the rescue workers, and that, I have said to employees, should be the primary focus. the business issues pale in comparison.
Another gentleman's agreement to report tonight, Lou. We understand that several large landlords have made an agreement, an informal agreement, to keep their prices at last week's level, essentially an effort to stop any price gouging in commercial real estate in this city before it starts. Lou?
Yeah, profiteering is not going to be a popular activity, nor a very smart or healthy one, I think, in these times. Peter Biles, thank you very much. Well, Chicago's Midway Airport, a private airport south of Chicago, was shut down today after police detained 2 people for questioning there. Police have not yet said why those 2 were detained. Elsewhere, most airports were operational, but at only a fraction of their normal capacity, of course. All of this has had a major impact on the airline industry, but it does appear tonight that some help is on the way. Congressman Richard Gephardt talking about $12.5 billion in direct support for the industry. Kitty Pilgrim is here and has the story for us. Kitty?
Lou, Congress is requesting a major bailout for the airline industry, and Wall Street estimates that it's about $4.4 billion in losses this year alone. Airlines absolutely have to start flying. Let's go through the numbers on what's going now. United Airlines, which lost 2 planes in the tragedy, completed 84 flights yesterday, scheduled 500 today, and that's out of 2,300 normally. American scheduled 800 flights today, but then had to cancel to New York because of delayed airport openings, and they completed 147 flights. Delta's typical 2,500 flights, 467 completed Thursday, 1,200 flying Friday. But this ground stop is not really the only issue for the airlines. Now, the new FAA guidelines for safety also have a great cost in personnel, and labor for the airlines is very expensive.
Right now, the airlines are looking at all these rules saying, well, how do we restart our operations when we have all these new rules to cope with?
Now, commercial airline pilots also serve in the reserves, and we have these numbers. 50,000 reservists are approved for active duty. 3,500 will be in the initial wave. 13,000 are for Air Force duty, and Air National Guard pilots are needed to man the fighter jets that the Pentagon has put on alert nationwide.
We've had people who are knocking on the doors seeking to help. They want to serve. They want to be a part of this. They're very emotional.
Now, United says some of their employees have been activated. Delta says they're sure they're going to be involved, and they're going to cope with it the same way they did in the Persian Gulf. And American, Lou, says many of their pilots do have a military background, and they are sure that they will be involved in this reserve call-up.
Just as they were in 1990 and 1991. Kitty, thank you very much. And we have, by the way, just received word that Midway Airport has just within the last few moments now reopened. Joining us now to talk about how his company is faring after these attacks, a man who runs a very large business dependent upon air travel and the operational airports around this country, is Jim Kelly. He is the chairman and the CEO of UPS. Good to have you with us. I know these are, as for almost everyone, extraordinarily difficult times. There is so much importance attached to what you do and your competitors, your industry, because so many companies, businesses in all areas of life depend upon your overnight services, your airmail services. What is the status first of that service tonight?
Yeah, well, first of all, Lou, I mean, our biggest concern, of course, was for our people, and certainly the victims of this horrible tragedy. We extend our sympathy and our prayers to their families. We were fortunate not to lose any of the many people that we have working in that area. But our system ran pretty strong considering the circumstances. Our people work very hard. We deliver about 10 million ground packages a day and 2 million air packages a day. And with the airline down, of course, a lot of that merchandise went into our ground system. Some of that was delayed, but last night we were up and running and pretty much back to normal.
And when you say normal, pretty much back to normal, is that 80% of normal? Put a number on it for us, would you?
Well, today it'll be 95, close to 90+%. As a matter of fact, we'll be re-implementing our guarantee to our customers as of Monday. So as of Monday, we expect we'll be 100% back. We're getting our worldwide business, our international business up today and over the weekend.
And what is your best judgment about the effect on your company and others of the reservist call-up ordered by the President today?
Well, I think the American people, of course, are very resilient. I think a lot of people continue to do business this week, even during this horrible tragedy. Most business was conducted in our country this week, and I think it'll rebound fine. I think the economy, of course, was weak before the tragedy, and I think it'll improve going forward.
Okay. Jim Kelly, Chairman of UPS, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
We're going to go now to our Moneyline contributor, William Cohen, who is also a former Defense Secretary. Bill, good to have you with us.
Great to be here, Lou.
Today we witnessed a president leading this nation through, it seemed to me, two phases, declaring, as he did yesterday, a national day of mourning. You and your wife Janet, I know, were at the National Cathedral for the prayer services, and this president here with a bullhorn in his hand, talking about those who will soon hear from all of America, those who had been responsible for bringing down the walls of the World Trade Center and those other buildings. Is that right? Have we entered a new stage? Is America now engaged in war?
I think quite clearly the President has indicated acts of war have been perpetrated upon the American people. And I think he also made it quite clear that we will respond at a time and place of our choosing. And I think he's going to be very careful with his national security team to evaluate all the options available, military, diplomatic, and economic, and then seek to effectively respond to against those who have caused this. So it, in effect, is a call to arms, so to speak, to stiffen the spine of the American people, to tell them that great sacrifice has been required of them in the past, great sacrifice will be required in the future.
And let me ask you, on one front that probably a lot of people are not going to talk about, but intelligence work is going to be so critical a part of the president's war. Do you believe that the United States will be successful in tracing terrorist money through the international banking system? Is this country, in your judgment, prepared to demand that of international banks around the world?
I believe that this administration, this country, will call upon all the international community, financial and otherwise, to contribute their support to rooting out terrorism and the financial network that supports terrorist organizations. I think that the administration will call upon them, and I believe that given the international expressions of support to date, and that we have a very good chance of achieving that.
Bill Cohen, as always, thanks for being with us here. I'm Lou Dobbs. Thanks for being with us, and good night from New York.
I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. Here's a look at the latest developments at this hour. President Bush has visited the incredible ruins of the World Trade Center in New York. Surrounded by scores of rescuers and volunteers, Mr. Bush vowed that those responsible for Tuesday's attacks, quote, will hear from us soon. In return, he was greeted with thunderous cheers of USA, USA. The Justice Department in Washington identified 19 men suspected of hijacking those 4 planes on Tuesday. All are linked to the accused terrorist Osama bin Laden. Bin Laden is believed to be in Afghanistan, where the United States says he runs his terrorist operation. The U.S. Senate, followed by the House of Representatives, has approved $40 billion in emergency spending to wage war on terrorism and aid victims of Tuesday's attacks. President Bush also authorized the call-up of some 50,000 military reservists for, quote, homeland defense. Joey?
Wolf, let's continue now. Look at this hour. This is a live picture of Lower Manhattan. If you could look from Midtown down to Lower Manhattan, this is what you would see at this hour. Look a little bit closer at what is still smoldering, the ruins of the World Trade Center. Already, rescuers have removed 10,000 plus tons of debris from the big crater left of the World Trade Center. Thousands of people involved in rescue and support. You see them working away desperately in their efforts at this hour. And at this hour, there remain 4,763 people still missing, still not accounted for. And so the work does go on in New York City. Also at this hour, the airports in this nation are getting back in place, getting back and putting more planes in the sky. CNN's Maria Hinojosa is at one of them now. Maria, talk to us about the scene that you are seeing at LaGuardia at this hour.
Joey, it's been yet another frustrating day here at LaGuardia Airport. First of all, the airport has been officially open since this morning, but here at the American Airlines terminal, you can see that the gate down there is closed. And over here at the ticket counters, just a few people, no lines at all. Beyond that, at the ATA terminal, there is a flight that I've just been told will be departing for Chicago. But again, at the American Airlines information about flights, everything pretty much is saying canceled, 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 canceled. Now, at about 11:20 today, the official ban on takeoffs and arrivals was lifted. But the first plane did not take off here until, good news, 4:30, more or less, here at LaGuardia. When the first plane started taking off, there have been sporadic takeoff and arrivals since then, mostly United and Continental flights. Now, here in the airport, though, things are really far from normal. You hear no announcements. There's nothing of those loudspeakers making announcements of when planes are going to be taking off or not. You see a lot more presence of U.S. Marshals and of police, armed customs officials, for example. But even so, given the fact that people have been stranded here for 3 to 4 days now, the mood among many of the people has been very calm. Of course, that's tempered with the fact that they have just, as all of us here, suffered through an extraordinary tragedy. So many people are saying the fact that we are here, that we can't take off for another couple of days, we are alive, and that's what's most important. In terms of pilots, there are discussions among the Airline Pilots Association to perhaps revamp regulations, perhaps fortifying cockpit doors, perhaps allowing pilots to carry firearms or stun guns. So while things have clearly changed on land, things will also change in the air. Joey?
CNN's Maria Hinojosa at LaGuardia. Now we move back to Wolf in Washington.
Thank you very much, Joey. Our Patty Davis has been checking in to see what's happening with the aviation industry. First of all, Patty, tell us what we know about those voice and flight data recorders that were recovered from that American Airlines jet that slammed into the Pentagon Tuesday morning.
Well, the National Transportation Safety Board has analyzed those. It was given those last night in conjunction with the FBI and the Justice Department. A Justice Department official tells CNN that the voice recorder on that American Airlines flight that smashed into the Pentagon was indeed, the tape on that was indeed damaged. Not sure how useful that will be to the investigation. Now, overall, though, they're hoping to get some useful information. They still have the flight data recorders that they will get information from. Wolf?
And what about the damage, the incredible damage that's being done to the U.S. airline industry as a whole? What's happening on that front, and what's the government planning on doing about it?
Well, Congress is looking at a $2.5 billion bailout of the airline industry, really unprecedented for the airline industry. The industry itself is saying that it expects to lose worldwide about $4 billion because of the incidents this week in New York and Washington. That's on top of $6 billion because of the poor economy that the industry was already facing in losses. $10 billion total there. American Airlines, one spokesman telling me today that that certainly will help. The funds will help the airlines weather the latest crisis. Now, overall, about 2,000 airlines, according to the FAA, 2,000 flights were in the air today by midday. That's about half, 40 to 50% of what's normal. In terms of American Airlines, they said they were operating about 30% of normal schedule, including international flights. They gradually will go up to 80% of their schedule. United, 20% of normal schedule. And Delta, domestic flights, they're just saying simply will gradually resume. Now, as of 4 o'clock, the news from the Department of Transportation was that general aviation, which had been restricted, is now allowed to get back into the air. But there are certain restrictions on that. They cannot fly within 25 miles of Washington, D.C. or New York. Now, overseas carriers as well allowed to get back into the air. The FAA saying that indeed they're allowed as long as they meet all the extra security precautions precautions that have been implemented by the FAA as well as the airports that they're flying from. Now, in terms of airports that are still closed, Washington Reagan is still closed, at least today and tomorrow until further notice, is what that airport is saying. Boston Logan also closed at this point, but Massport, the Port Authority there in Massachusetts, saying that that airport plans to open as of 5 a.m. Joey?
CNN's Patty Davis for us in our Washington bureau. Again, a live picture of Lower Manhattan at this hour. As we told you, 4,763 people remain unaccounted for from the World Trade Center's attack. But there are some people who are beginning to talk about their experience. Survivors who are speaking from their hospital beds. A short time ago, a victim who is now at Bellevue Hospital, treated at one of the very important emergency centers in New York City, spoke with reporters. Let's listen.
Firemen, the rescuers, they found me.
And how did they get you out? What did they do?
Well, they moved the partition that was behind my back, and they pulled me out by my arms because I was facing in their direction. So they pulled me out by my arms and put me on the stretcher. No, the last thing I knew is I was holding my co-worker's hand, and that's when the building fell and we lost, we went apart. I didn't hear anybody else. I didn't see anything else. That was the last thing I knew. The last thing again, I heard somebody yell help twice while I was stuck under the staircase.
One of the survivors of the World Trade Center tragedy, speaking from her hospital bed at Bellevue Hospital in New York. Now we want to return to New York City. Richard Roth, one of our correspondents covering the president's visit to New York, to Lower Manhattan this afternoon. And as you see, the Statue of Liberty, still a beacon shining bright over Lower Manhattan this evening. At this hour, Richard Roth, who has been following the president's tour there, joins us. Richard, is the president still in town?
I believe so, though from our vantage point, he has clearly moved way out of range, and in fact his helicopter landing in Lower Manhattan was also hidden by the skyscrapers, the dark skyscrapers of Lower Manhattan. But holding an American flag and wielding a bullhorn, President George Bush told rescue workers, a representative number of them, that the USA is proud of them. He said, "I can hear you," which after he said, "Can you hear me?" and the crowd of emergency workers cheered very loud when he said, "The rest of the world can hear you." And especially they cheered when he said, "The people who knocked down these buildings," referring to the World Trade Center and surrounding support buildings, "will hear from George Bush and the U.S. soon." He thanked all of the emergency workers for their hard work, said they made the nation proud, and he said the U.S. is sending its love and compassion to everybody who is here after about 20 hours of gloomy skies, heavy driving rain. The sun actually came out shortly after President Bush set foot on Manhattan Island, and there is a lot of sun now here, but amazingly this huge amount of dust and ash going up into the early evening sky here from the 10,000 and more tons of rubble there left from the destruction of the two towers by passenger planes. Joey.
Richard Roth standing by in Lower Manhattan at this hour. Wolf?
Thank you, Joey. Let's go back to CNN's Martin Savage. He's down near all of that rubble at Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan. Marty, tell us about some of the other buildings that are still up, those huge buildings, but they seem the windows are all out. Are those buildings going to be able to be renovated? Are they still going to survive this disaster?
No, there are a number of them that are not going to survive the disaster. The big question that's being asked at this point is, will they come down on their own, or will they be pulled down? And if they're pulled down, when and how is that going to happen? The concern is for actually 3 buildings, which are said to be so structurally unsound, they could potentially collapse at any moment. It is something that has concerned the engineers that have been watching over those buildings, because those buildings hang over the very people that are trying to rescue and search for any survivors. So it is a critical issue at the moment. It was very critical when the winds were blowing and the storms were in the New York area. As you can see, the skies have cleared, but the smoke continues to billow from building number 7 that's collapsed behind us here, and the remains of the Twin Towers, a debris pile that now measures about 100 feet tall. from buildings that used to stand 110 stories in the air. As for the other buildings, they did sustain heavy damage. The difficult part here is that some of the buildings that look so heavily damaged may in fact be the ones that are more structurally sound. Yet the newer ones that didn't seem to suffer as much damage, or buildings that almost seemed untouched, have been told to us as being in danger of falling down. It's an unusual dichotomy here, and appearances are not what they seem. They watch the buildings, they hope to make repairs. Finding survivors is the first priority. Wolf.
So Marty, what you're saying is that those hundreds of search and rescue people that are engaged in this operation right now and dealing with all the rubble, perhaps including the reporters like yourself who are there, there's still a serious danger to all of them.
Well, there is a threat. They try to manage the danger. As I say, the engineers literally watching the back of these rescuers, and they have gone into the buildings, continue to go into the buildings, monitoring the cracks, monitoring any change, listening for sounds of shifting. And so that is something that they will watch very carefully. It is a danger, but they realize that the possibility of finding a survivor, at least in the minds of the rescuers that they tell us, is much greater than worrying about buildings coming down on them.
And I take it, Marty, that people are already looking ahead to some of those other buildings that were near the World Trade Center, some of those huge buildings, and we're looking at some of those pictures right now of the necessity of having to implode them the way we've seen old buildings around the country from time to time being imploded.
It's clear that some of these buildings, I'm not going to mention specifically yet because they are still trying to make determinations, but a number of these buildings will have to come down. They are just not safe enough to continue to be in this area. So it's not just the Twin Towers, it is this whole area that will have to undergo a complete renovation. At last report, there were at least some 25,000 people that were made homeless as a result of the disaster that happened here. Of course, that is a minor difficulty on top of the cataclysmic tragedy that many families have suffered. Well,
and we've heard, Marty, of many family members trying to reach the rubble, even though it is, as you point out, very dangerous. What are the police and other law enforcement authorities doing to keep family members, loved ones, friends who just are desperately searching for their loved ones away from that scene?
Well, in fact, there are a number of family members that we have run across that are now acting as volunteers that went into the debris. I talked yesterday to a man whose son is a New York City firefighter who's now missing. He showed up yesterday with the son's dog. He hopes with the dog and with himself that they can go and find his son. And then there was another case of a young man, an engineer, who also showed up to volunteer to carry out by hand buckets of dirt. He isn't there because of his engineering expertise. He's there because his brother was in one of those Twin Towers and is now missing. That's how the relatives come here to find their own.
Well, one final question, Marty, before I let you go. Is there a need for more volunteers? Because I'm sure there are people not only in the New York City area, but all over the country, perhaps around the world, who would be more than happy to come to New York and volunteer for that kind of work, if in fact there is a need.
Well, the need is a question that needs to be worked out. There are a lot of volunteers, a lot of professionals that have shown up from other communities. The question is, how long can they stay? Many of them will have to leave perhaps by the end of this weekend and begin returning to their own jobs and to their own police or professional jobs that they have. So who will come in to take their place? It's being organized. In fact, for the first time today, one rescuer said, "We finally got it organized inside." Wolf.
Thank you very much, Marty Savage, in Lower Manhattan, near the scene of all of that rubble. Joey?
Wolf, the Bush administration has talked about the exiled Saudi millionaire Osama bin Laden as being the main suspect behind Tuesday's attack. Joining us now to talk more about Osama bin Laden is Hisham Melhem, who is the Washington bureau chief of the Lebanese newspaper Al-Safir. Mr. Melhem, if you can talk to us a little bit, there has been sort of this knee-jerk gut reaction among many people in the United States that if Osama bin Laden can be proven to have ties to these attacks, then a swift, quick strike on this individual is the way to go, is the way to retaliate. Is it that simple?
Well, it's not that simple. I mean, I think that you cannot combat terrorism, especially terrorism of this kind, by military means alone, and you cannot combat it without the support, at least the tacit support and approval, and maybe the explicit collaboration of regional powers. And that's why, to begin with, you have to identify the enemy. This is obviously a new war, but you're dealing essentially with a faceless enemy, an unorthodox enemy using unorthodox means, and it requires a great deal of specificity. And I think the people of the region will probably go along with retribution and punishment if it is directed at the culprit alone, after you come up with convincing evidence. But people in the region would like to, who obviously looked at what happened in New York and Washington with a mixture of revulsion and shock and disbelief, would like also the administration here in Washington to be cognizant of the fact that even those in the region who criticize certain U.S. policies in the region definitely would never condone such heinous crimes such as we've seen on Tuesday.
There is
so
a difference.
First you have to identify the enemy and then deal with it, but clearly deal with it also in context.
Well, talk to us on the couple tracks that you started out by outlining, one of those being the notion of a military strike being the appropriate response. Why is that not? I mean, talk to us specifically about why a military strike might be A, so difficult in the region, and B, produce some consequences that people might not have considered.
I'm not saying no military strikes in absolute terms. But if you're talking about lashing out as without really defining the enemy, coming up with strong convincing evidence and work with the neighboring states on a clear strategy, you probably end up repeating what happened in 3 years ago when Osama bin Laden's camps were bombed to no avail, and when the United States bombed a pharmaceutical plant in Khartoum, Sudan. That was the wrong target.
And there was anger. I mean, this generated actual anger among some people who may have peripherally supported the same notions as bin Laden, but might have actually been motivated to back him more specifically as a result.
I mean, that created a great deal of anger, absolutely. But again, just as people here understandably are angry and outraged and frustrated because civilians were killed for no reason, I think people in the region, if they see that the American retribution is going to lead to civilian casualties, to so-called collateral damage, also they will be very angry. Things in the region are at the boiling stage. We've seen what's taking place in the Palestinian occupied territory. There is a great deal of anger, there is a great deal of frustration in the Arab street. And of course, nothing justifies, no cause, no grievance, no religion justifies what happened in New York. But then again, leaders in this country are called upon at this stage to deal with the situation rationally, in a cold-blooded fashion, if you will, and deal with this incredible phenomena, which not only threatens the United States or the West, it also threatens the existing way of life in the region. Osama bin Laden is one of those false prophets, self-appointed angels of death, who are wreaking havoc not only in the West, but also in the Arab world. But you have to define the enemy, and you have to work with the neighbors, and you have to also address the political grievances in the region. Again,
Mr. Mellon, I ask you to stand by for a moment here because you have very important information, but we also want to give our viewers a notion about what is happening right now in New York City. In fact, this is New York Harbor, and you see the red crosses painted on that ship. That is the USNS Comfort. This is a ship brought to support the many rescuers involved in the efforts at the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. Of course, you understand that many of those people have come from other places, both in the city, outside the city, in the region as well, to support the situation there. But they are exhausted. They need assistance. They need a place to rest. And so they have brought the USNS Comfort into New York Harbor so that those people would be able to have a little time to rest, a little place to get a little rest and a little quiet in the midst of all the hard work they are doing. Also at this hour, in fact at 7 o'clock Eastern, we are anticipating in many places in the country a candlelight vigil, and at this hour that has already begun in Birmingham, Alabama. You see there a ceremony underway, a very solemn evening, even for Birmingham, so far away from the images of New York, of the World Trade Center Tower, so far away from the Pentagon. Even in Birmingham, Alabama, there is this commemoration this evening, and as you see, candles being readied for the many people who are being involved. I know that there are being emails passed around all over the country today. In fact, I've received some myself from people suggesting that tonight is the night, that 7 o'clock this evening is a time for the entire nation to stand unified, to light these candles of remembrance, of hope and honor for those who have been lost. Wolf.
Going around elsewhere around the United States, we're now looking at a picture from Somerset, not yet, but we shortly will be looking at a picture from Somerset, Pennsylvania. Here it is right now, Somerset, Pennsylvania, of course, not far from the crash of that other airliner that went down in Pennsylvania, the plane that was supposedly turning around, heading back towards Washington, but after reports of a struggle on board, the plane crashing near Somerset, Pennsylvania, about 80 miles or so outside of Pittsburgh. This candlelight ceremony in Somerset about to begin, as are candlelight ceremonies all over the United States. An outpouring of sympathy and support. Here's another candlelight ceremony in nearby Arlington, Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C., where I am. Arlington, Virginia, right across the Potomac River, not far, of course, from the Pentagon, where that American Airlines a jetliner smashed into the Pentagon early Tuesday morning. Arlington, Virginia, home of so many government employees and officials who work, in fact, at the Pentagon, outpouring of support around the United States. These candlelight ceremonies, by the way, were well coordinated around the country through the internet. Let's listen to this ceremony that's now going on in Birmingham.
From the city, way out on the farm, our hearts still bleed red, white, and blue. I'm proud to be an American. I'm proud to take a stand. I'm proud to tell the whole wide world that I'm American. Oh, beautiful, oh, spacious skies. Boy, am the ways of green. Oh, purple mountains, majesty. Upon the brooding plains of America, America. God shed his grace on me and crowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. We may not be real happy about the shape our country is in, but it's still the land of all the lands where dreams can still come true. Only in America can a person make a choice. It's still the land of all the land where dreams can still come true. I'm proud to be an American. I'm proud to take a stand. I'm proud to tell the whole wide world that I'm American. Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies. For amber waves of grain. For purple mountains, majesty. Up on the brooding plains of America, America. God shed his grace on me and crowned thy good with brotherhood from
A nation united in its grief. You see there Birmingham, Alabama, commemorating the loss, the World Trade Center at the Pentagon, and in Western Pennsylvania on Tuesday. This is one of the many, many ceremonies of remembrance all across the nation underway this evening. As well, we understand some in Canada, where people have joined in something of an email campaign, joining in and saying at 7 o'clock this evening, most places local time, people will come forward with their candles and remember and honor those whose lives have been lost. Also, the grief shared by the world, many places in the world. In fact, we told you yesterday about the Queen's Guard, the changing of the Guard, marking the tragic loss in the United States with the singing of the Stars and Stripes, or the playing of the Stars and Stripes. Earlier today in Germany, the Brandenburg Gate, a symbol of freedom, a symbol of so much division during the Cold War, at the Brandenburg Gate, marking this day as well with a note of amazing grace.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound
I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington.
And I'm Joey Chen at CNN Center in Atlanta. We want to continue now with our coverage and bring you up to date with the latest information we have about the tragedies of Tuesday. President Bush was very much in the public eye today as he helped the country, in his own words, express our nation's sorrow. Mr. Bush traveled to New York himself to see the devastation at the World Trade Center site. He met with the rescue workers who greeted him with chants, USA, USA. Earlier in the day, Mr. Bush, as well as much of the nation's leadership, gathered at the Washington National Cathedral at a service to honor the victims of Tuesday's terror attacks. 4 former U.S. presidents, diplomats from 170 countries were all also there to share the nation's grief. Commercial airline service has resumed at most U.S. airports, although on a limited basis still. And with the new security measures, officials are warning passengers that they must show up 2.5 hours before domestic flights so that all the security can be done. Wolf?
Joey, our senior White House correspondent John King has been doing some digging, some reporting, which of course is what he does best. John, tell us what you've just learned about Pakistan and its willingness to cooperate with the United States in this expected war against Osama bin Laden.
Wolf, senior administration officials telling us a short time ago this could be, emphasis on could be, a significant development. We know the president's weekend deliberations with his national security team will focus on potential military responses, and we know the administration has been trying to pressure the government of Pakistan to cooperate. Pakistan neighbors Afghanistan, which of course is where Osama bin Laden has safe harbor. We are told in a series of diplomatic conversations over the past few days, Pakistan responded today by promising the U.S. government it would, quote, cooperate fully with any U.S. efforts here. Now, a little bit of background. Right after the attacks, the Pakistani government condemned them and promised to cooperate. So yesterday, Secretary of State Colin Powell decided to put that to the test. He spoke to Pakistan's president, and he said the United States wanted Pakistan to close its border with Afghanistan, to stop supplying fuel to the Taliban movement, and to guarantee that if asked, Pakistan would provide access to Pakistani airspace to any U.S. warplanes. The U.S. government also asked for any information that the Pakistani government might have about the movements or the organization of Mr. bin Laden. Now, we are told today there was another diplomatic conversation in which Pakistan promised to fully cooperate. Want to emphasize U.S. officials still a bit skeptical. This has been a hot and cold relationship. They say the major test will be whether Pakistan moves immediately to close its border with Afghanistan. U.S. officials watching that closely. Now, this all part of a much broader effort by the Bush administration to build an international coalition, a long-term coalition to fight the war against terrorism, and we know a bit more about that tonight as well. We are told by senior officials that in all those conversations Mr. Bush has had with international leaders in recent days, he has specifically appealed to the leaders of nations like Canada, France, and Germany to crack down on terrorist cells known to be operating in their countries. He has also asked Saudi Arabia to crack down on any financial support to Mr. bin Laden and to the Taliban. Secretary of State Colin Powell at the State Department today outlined in a broad sense what the administration was looking for.
The enemy is in many places. The enemy is not looking to be found. The enemy is hidden. The enemy is very often right here within our own country. And so you have to design a campaign plan that goes after that kind of enemy. And it isn't always blunt force military, although that is certainly an option. It may well be that the diplomatic efforts, political efforts, legal, financial, other efforts may be just as effective against that kind of an enemy as with military force.
So again, the administration encouraged tonight. It says it has received a promise from Pakistan to fully cooperate with any U.S. efforts here. One footnote, though, U.S. officials saying they want to put that promise to the test. They are watching to see if Pakistan shuts down the border with Afghanistan. Wolf.
And John, just to nail this point because it's significant, General Pervez Musharraf, the president of Pakistan, are you saying he did give the United States authority, permission to use Pakistani airspace to fly over Pakistan if it were going to attack positions of Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan?
What I am told, and we need to be careful here, but what I am told by senior administration officials is that subsequent to the conversation with Secretary Powell, the Pakistani government has promised to, quote, fully cooperate. And we do know that one of the requests was that the United States could ask for and would immediately receive promise that it could fly through Pakistani airspace. So it certainly is implied in saying you would fully cooperate, that you would grant that access. Again, U.S. officials saying they want to test this out, they want to have follow-up conversations, and first and foremost, they want to see Pakistan do what it could do quickest, shut the border with Afghanistan.
John King at the White House, thank you very much. Joey?
Wolf, here in the CNN newsroom, we have General Wesley Clark, of course, advisor to CNN about all these matters. Military, certainly your experience with NATO, will help us to understand a little bit more about what John King has been talking about the significance of Pakistan's cooperation, however much that turns out to be. Can you outline for us some of the keys in this and why Pakistan is so crucial?
Well, Pakistan is the bridge into Afghanistan along this border. We would normally like to use the seaways to get access to the region. If we were going to go in with ground troops, of course, we would want to make an egress through Pakistan. If we were going to use air power, perhaps we'd go over Pakistan. All that is entirely speculative right now, but we do know that the Taliban and Osama bin Laden in particular are getting support out of Pakistan. So first order of business is cut off that support along that border. Second order of business is we want the Taliban to isolate Osama bin Laden, detain him, bring him in.
Is that the rough area, the area you just circled? Is that?
He's got many different camps in many different areas. And we don't have, to the best of my knowledge, hour by hour, day by day tracking on Osama bin Laden. That's one of the problems.
Yeah, I understand that at one point the Clinton administration had looked into the possibility of trying to send some sort of force against bin Laden, but because he has so many areas that he operates in within Afghanistan, that they couldn't be sure that the latest intelligence would actually find the person
This is the most difficult matter of going after an individual. You either have to know he's got an appointment somewhere, like a meeting, and we did strike at one point when we heard there was going to be a meeting, or you have to have real-time tracking that's with some kind of a pattern so you can actually predict where he's going to be and time the arrival of the force or the munitions or whatever. It's a tough problem.
General Wolf has a question for you as well about this relationship. Wolf?
General Clark, if the U.S., as our national security correspondent David Enser has been reporting, is considering the need for ground forces at some point to go into Afghanistan against Osama bin Laden's forces over there, presumably the U.S. would need some staging point from which to move against these positions in Afghanistan controlled by the Taliban. Are some of the nations in that part of the world, like Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or others, presumably maybe even Pakistan, prepared to allow the United States those kinds of staging points?
Well, I think that'll be a matter of intense diplomatic discussion, but ultimately, if they're on our side and feel those sympathies that they express to us, then they're going to allow those staging capabilities. We've also got alternatives. We may be able to use a sea-based staging platform, but we've got to look at the time, distance factors, the size of the force, what the mission is, before we really know what the requirements are for logistics.
And the U.S. obviously has some aircraft carriers in the region as well, potentially.
That's exactly right.
General Clark, thanks very much for that additional information about the scene we see in that part of the world. Now back to the part of the world where the search is still underway. Lower Manhattan, where the work goes on at the World Trade Center site. Gary Tuckman is standing by there now. Gary.
Well, Joey, it's now been 3.5 days since terrorists commandeered an American Airlines plane and a United Airlines plane and crashed them into the World Trade Centers, which was 5 blocks behind me. And even after all this time, after 82 hours, this still doesn't feel real. As a former New Yorker, I used to walk down this street that I'm on right now, Greenwich Street. I used to rollerblade down the street no matter what the weather was or the situation. There was one constant. You saw these 2 gleaming 110-story buildings right down the street. And now what we see are smoldering ruins. And when you get close to the scene, it really looks like hell, because you just see the burning, fires continuing, you see the smoke, and it's almost like a geyser. The smoke hasn't stopped since this happened on Tuesday. It's been a very, very eventful day, but the most important thing hasn't happened today, and that is the discovery of survivors. For the last 2 full days, not one survivor has been found, and that's very bad news considering the fact that about 4,700 people are still missing. The potential is that 4,700 people are buried just a few blocks behind me. What did happen today was a visit by the President of the United States. George W. Bush arrived here in New York City about 4 o'clock Eastern Time, about 3 hours and 20 minutes ago. He is still here as we speak right now, but when he came here, he went to the site and he met with the hundreds of rescue workers who are there right now. And they all started shouting, USA, USA. They were very enthusiastic, very happy to see the President of the United States, who toured the site with the Governor of New York, George Pataki, the Mayor, Rudy Giuliani. And it certainly was people from all parties all together, because it was the 2 Democratic senators from the state also with him, Charles Schumer and Hillary Rodham Clinton. The President of the United States then went on top of the rubble, surrounded by workers, and talked to them.
Sorry.
Thank you all.
Sorry, go ahead, Mo. What's a boom? Go ahead, got it.
I want you all to know it can't go any louder. I want you all to know that America today is on bended knee in prayer for the people whose lives were lost here, for the workers who work here, for the families who mourn. This nation stands with the good people of New York City and New Jersey and Connecticut as we mourn the loss of thousands of our citizens. I can hear you. I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon. The nation sends its love,
Harry, by pushing
and compassion to everybody who is here.
Cross the line on that one.
Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for making the nation proud. And may God bless America.
It was quite an extraordinary sight. The President of the United States standing on the wreckage of the World Trade Center and saying, quote, the people who knocked down these buildings are going to hear from all of us. Those are words that people will remember for a very long time. And we want to talk about the rescue workers who are on the scene. There are between 1,000 and 2,000 of them at any given time. And you may tend to forget how dangerous that work is, considering that the rubble continues to shift. One thing you have to keep in mind, you may remember this, you may not, but we want to talk about Oklahoma City. During the Oklahoma City disaster, one of the volunteers who went in there was a nurse. She was hit on the head by falling rubble, and she died. Her name was Rebecca Anderson. She was one of the 168 people who perished in the building, and there was a chair at the Oklahoma City Memorial in her honor. Wolf and Joey, back to you.
Much, Gary. I want to go now to Elizabeth Cohn. She's been at the Armory in New York telling some incredible stories of people searching for their loved ones. Elizabeth, tell us what's happening now.
Wolf, what's happened is that this corner where families come and they register information about their loved ones so that the authorities can help find them has sort of evolved into a natural gathering place where ordinary citizens come to give comfort to those who are missing their loved ones. As you can see here, people have gathered to light candles. And if we move across the street over here, we can see all those posters that are up there. Those are posters of people who are missing. When you walk around this city, it is like gardens of these have shown up all over, and they're not just there. People actually stop and they look at them. I met someone yesterday who was down here and I said, "Sir, are you missing a loved one?" And he said, "No, I just wanted to see if I knew anyone in these posters and maybe I possibly might know something about them." You can see up above people in their apartment are lighting candles. It's just, again, everything here has happened so spontaneously. When families have come to register information with the police about their missing loved ones, they might find another family who's missing someone from the same company, and they then share information, and we have seen people just support one another in truly incredible ways. There's a young woman down here who I'd like to speak with. Her name is Sarah. Sarah, tell me why you came here today.
I came here to just comfort the families who lost their loved ones. I'm just very sad about this tragedy.
Thank you. And that is simply and eloquently put the reason why everyone is here. I have someone who handed me a candle here, and it says, join in an outdoor vigil, light a candle wherever you are, and show the world that we are strong, we are united, and we will not tolerate terrorism. Wolf?
Elizabeth, I want to go to a live picture from Boston right now where I believe some of these candlelight ceremonies are continuing.
Mental health workers have fanned out across the country to help with this emotional trauma.
This is in Birmingham, Alabama, where the candlelight ceremony, one of many around the United States, is continuing. If Elizabeth Cohn is still there, I want to talk to Elizabeth as we look at this candlelight vigil in Boston. But Elizabeth, there are about 5,000 people who are officially listed as missing in New York City. Does that mean that is the eventually, perhaps, tragically, we hope not, going to be the death toll? Are there others that perhaps are not officially listed? Is that the issue there?
I just called the death. Oh, wait.
All right. Unfortunately, Elizabeth Cohn is having some problems hearing. Let's listen and watch this this candlelight vigil that's continuing in Boston right now.
A family under one sky, aye, aye. We're all a family under one sky. A family under one sky. Let's sing that together. Here we go. 1, 2, you know what to do. We're all a family under one sky. A family under one sky, aye, aye. We're all a family under one sky. A family under one sky. That was beautiful. Now I'd like you to sing that chorus again. But this time I want to see you swaying back and forth.
Elizabeth Cohn, I hope you can hear me now. I wanted to try to pinpoint the numbers that we're getting, the tragic numbers of those missing. There are almost 5,000 who are officially listed as missing, but that number could go up, couldn't it?
Dave, they want to go that number. I don't really know what the actual official numbers are. What I know is that the families who've gathered here, the families who are missing loved ones, they don't really care about the numbers. All of them, almost without exception, say, I know that my brother, mother, father, sister, girlfriend, boyfriend, I know he or she is alive. I can feel it in my heart. I know that he or she is out there. Perhaps they're one of the John or Jane Does who's in the hospital. Perhaps they're in a coma, but I know they're waiting for me.
So what you're saying, Elizabeth, is they still are holding out hope against hope that they're going to find their loved ones.
Exactly. I mean, it's hope against hope, but they don't really think of it that way. They really think of it as hope. I thought today, I've been talking to them now since Wednesday morning, and I thought today perhaps the hope might have dissipated, might have gone down, but it really hasn't. They really truly believe that they're going to be the ones who are going to find someone alive.
And is there any sense how many of those Jane Does and John Does are currently listed in hospitals?
Well, if they don't know who they are, then they're listed as just unknown. But when people come to the armory, which is what you see here on the corner, they're given two lists. And one is a list of people who are in the hospital, and another one is a list of people who they've identified as being deceased. Apparently, there are a small number of people who are in hospitals, but they don't know who they are. Or at least that's what I've heard here. But again, it's a very small number, Wolf.
And are the crowds increasing as the hours tonight go on, or are they beginning to go away?
Well, the crowd right now is pretty big because of the candlelight vigil, but as far as families actually coming and registering information with the authorities and taking a look at these lists, that has gone way down. Yesterday, the lines were around the corner. It could take an hour or even more than that to get through the line. Today, there were far fewer people. I think yesterday was really the day where people wanted to come in and give information. They were also asked to bring information back in later. They were asked to bring in hair samples. They were asked for immediate family to give blood samples so that DNA could be matched if a body was found.
Elizabeth Cohn at the Armory in New York. Once again, thank you so much for sharing those stories with us. Back to you, Joey.
Wolf, New York also got much inspiration and hope from President Bush and his visit. You see that the work is still underway at the World Trade Center site. 24 hours a day, the perhaps thousands of people involved still working away down there. That is a live picture you're seeing from the scene. Also looking on to the scene today is CNN's Richard Roth, who's following up on the president's visit there. And Richard, if you could talk to us a little bit now about the impact that the weather might have had on the search efforts. I did see that the plumes, the smoke seemed to be down somewhat. I'm wondering if the rain did at least have some effect on dampening down those big plumes of smoke coming up from the rubble.
Well, you're seeing work continuing right now in the rubble, just about an hour and a half after President Bush departed here. Tractors, excavation equipment, illuminated by floodlights, very eerie scene. But yes, above that rubble, hanging all over the workers, despite about 14 to 17 hours of driving, pounding rain and strong winds, the cloud is still there. It almost seems bigger. It is just a mix of dust and ash, and of course fears of some levels of asbestos concern a lot of people in this area, and the clouds are wafting a bit west at the moment over some of these buildings that are of concern to rescue workers. And still rushing to the scene here, a little late though, but like the cavalry, there's a gigantic line that stretches perhaps a mile. It goes past some of the skyscrapers here. I can't even see it. The buildings are a mixture of ambulances, buses, trucks, cars, because that West Side Highway, the main access road to get supplies and help into the World Trade Center zone, that was closed because of President Bush's visit. So now that he's gone, they've opened the road. It's an amazing sight of vehicles and nobody blowing a horn, which you could never get in Manhattan. Everybody just sitting quietly waiting for a police officer to wave them by, and a lot of people gathered around some of the supply trucks. Joey?
CNN's Richard Roth in Lower Manhattan at this hour.
Sorry, go ahead. Welcome back to our continuing coverage. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. Just want to report that when President Bush was visiting the site, the rubble today in Lower Manhattan, he met with the wife of a firefighter who has been confirmed to have died in this terrible tragedy. The wife presented President Bush with that firefighter's badge.
People whose lives were lost here, for the workers who work here, for the families who mourn.
Let's get an update right now on exactly what is happening at this moment. President Bush has toured Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan. Early this evening, Mr. Bush rallied the rescue workers who are doing the arduous work of searching for survivors. The president said the whole nation stands with the people of New York. U.S. officials, meanwhile, tell CNN they have reason to believe that would-be terrorists still are in this country and may attempt to carry out further attacks. They say the terrorists they're speaking of may include more pilots. Today, the Justice Department released the names of 19 hijackers who struck on Tuesday. 7 were pilots. Around the United States today, Americans paused to remember the victims of Tuesday's attacks. And President Bush said the country will meet its responsibility to history. He's authorized the call-up of 50,000 reservists and has declared a state of national emergency. Bill Press and Tucker Carlson are standing by of our Crossfire team for more. Bill and Tucker?
Thanks, Wolf. It's been a day of mourning. The question, what next? How does America respond? Our conversation tonight with Larry Johnson, who's a former State Department counterterrorism official, and Jerry Bremer, who's the former chairman of the National Commission on Terrorism. Bill Press.
Mr. Bremer, as Americans, all of us feel somehow we've been victims or wounded by these attacks, even though not directly. But for you, there was a very direct personal toll. Your company, Marsh McLennan, located in the South Tower of the World Trade Center. How badly were you hurt, and what is your company, how are you dealing with this?
We don't have final numbers yet, but we've obviously lost several hundreds of employees in this attack.
Your office was located in the South Tower, where?
Most of the people who were missing were in the South Tower, the high floors above, really at the place and above where the second aircraft hit.
And how many did you have working there?
Well, we had a total of about 1,700 employees in the 2 buildings.
Of which, how many are accounted for now?
We can account for all but about 450.
450 missing among that total that Wolf gave us a little earlier. A lot of us, the question that I hear from people that I talk to is, and I'm sure to some of your employees too, how do we know it's over? I mean, the people who are in those planes are dead, but we haven't found the person who coordinated the attacks yet. There's been not one arrest yet of any other suspects. We know there must be other people in this country. Isn't it pretty clear that they are here and that they could very well strike again and that it's not over?
Well, I think it isn't over even, I mean, I would say it wouldn't even be over if we had already arrested all the people who did this, because we are, you know, people talk about this being another Pearl Harbor, and in a way it is in this sense. Pearl Harbor was the first battle of a long war, and this is the first battle of a long war, and like as in Pearl Harbor, we lost this battle. In fact, this is going to turn out to be worse than Pearl Harbor. But as in the last war, we're going to win in the end. But it's going to be a long campaign, as Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz said yesterday. This is not a one-time thing. We're not going to talk about retaliation. Retaliation implies a tit for tat. We're talking about a war, and that's a campaign. And in a campaign, there are going to be a lot of battles. We're going to win some of these battles. We're going to lose some of these battles. There are going to be more civilian casualties on both sides. More Americans will die. Maybe there are more of these guys in the U.S. now. I certainly hope we catch them if they are. But I think now, my sense, talking to people just as I move around in Washington and New York, is that the American people are ready to understand and to be led by the President in what is going to be a very difficult task.
Larry Johnson, let's talk about the long war that Mr. Bremer is referring to. There appears to be a consensus, A, that nabbing a few terrorist leaders won't do it, and B, that a ground war in Afghanistan is not likely to be fruitful. The implication is that the United States will move against a country. What country do you think that's likely to be?
The swamp where the mosquitoes in this case reside is Afghanistan. They're not only housing Osama bin Laden, the Egyptian, two of the most radical Egyptian groups, the Egyptian Islamic Jihad, Al-Gama Islamiyah, the Saudi Hezbollah has a presence there as well. So most of the groups that have been targeting and killing Americans are hiding out and receiving safe haven in Afghanistan. They've been training. Last year, 60% of the people who died in international terrorist attacks died in India. The people carrying out those attacks came from camps in Afghanistan that were passing through Pakistan. Pakistan's also on the list. And it's a bit of a conundrum, because on the one hand they've been our very best friend in helping turn over terrorists such as Ramzi Youssef, the bomber of the World Trade Center, Meryl Malkanzi, the fellow who assassinated CIA employees. That said, they've been supporting the Taliban, and they've got to make a very difficult choice. They've got to either be on our side or the wrong side.
But let's get Afghanistan specifically.
Sure.
Parts of it famously inaccessible, famously difficult to have any effect by air. Of course, we failed to kill Osama bin Laden a couple of years ago from the air.
Sure.
So what does that mean exactly for American forces? Does it mean sending ground troops into Afghanistan?
Well, I think the Bush administration is moving in the right fashion. Number one, we do not want to get in a situation where it's the United States against a Muslim country alone. That's point one. They're moving to build a coalition, and when the body count is done up at the World Trade Center, it's U.S., it's Europeans, it's Latin Americans, it's Asian, and it will also be Middle Easterners whose bodies lie in that rubble. And therefore, that's why this is an attack against the world. And so there you can ratchet it up to diplomatic pressure, but ultimately when we go into a military, one of the hesitations in the past, you have to have forward staging bases. Until we get Pakistan on board, that's difficult. But now with the Russians coming in, you're looking at countries like Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, who are on the north border of Afghanistan. Afghanistan has got a real serious problem down the road.
I want to follow up there, Mr. Bremer, with Osama bin Laden. The Washington Post reports that the CIA has had basically a blank check to go after Osama bin Laden and either capture him or eliminate him since 1998. He has eluded us, the most powerful nation on earth. He's eluded us for the last 3 years. What makes us think that we could get him now?
You know, I think when we talk about the next steps, it's a lot more complicated than Osama bin Laden and Afghanistan. Basically, we need a three-ringed strategy. The inner ring of that strategy is to find out who did this, and it looks like it was bin Laden, and punish him, basically eliminate him if we can, and any state which provided him support, which means in this case Afghanistan. And in my view, I differ from Larry. I think it is going to mean putting an expeditionary force into Afghanistan with all that entails. The next ring out is to deal with all of the other terrorist groups, both bin Laden's and others that are around the circle. There are a lot of states which support terrorism, and we've looked the other way for the last 8 years. Syria, for example, Lebanon, Pakistan, as Larry points out. We're going to have to get the international community to take seriously that, and that's the third ring. The third ring is to get a new international consensus that says terrorism is simply no longer acceptable. We had a pretty good international consensus during the 80s under American leadership. We've lost it a bit now in the 90s because of a feckless counter-terrorist policy during the Clinton administration, and we're going to have to get it back. These three rings all have to operate together. It's a very difficult strategy, and the inner ring, as you said, Tucker, is militarily very difficult. I lived in Afghanistan. I know the people of Afghanistan, and I know the terrain, and they're both very tough. And there's already snow falling in the Hindu Kush Mountains. Going into Afghanistan has been, you know, the death of many expeditionary forces. So it's not an easy operation.
We can ask the Russians. But let me suggest that there may be a fourth ring, which is the American people. And right now they stand very strong, they stand very united. But I want to show you maybe a little contradiction. In our latest CNN poll asking American people what they would support, the first question, would you support strategic airstrikes against military targets? 85%, right, are there. Oppose only 11%. But you make that question, would you support massive bombings that might kill civilians? 48% favor, 46% oppose. We want to do it from the air, without any loss, without any American casualties.
Let me say this. This is basically the challenge of presidential leadership. The president's father faced the same kinds of polls before the Gulf War, and he turned it around entirely through an act of great presidential leadership in the fall of 1990. And this president now faces the similar challenge. He's got certainly a base of support, as you point out. Basically, it's not the fourth ring. It's the base on which all three rings are built. And he's got that base now, as you could see in the video clips of the reaction of the people down at the World Trade Center today. And now he's got the challenge as president to lead that forward, to do what is going to be done. It's going to be tough. We should not be kidding ourselves. There are going to be a lot more casualties.
Now, Mr. Johnson, nothing is scarier to most people than the idea of dying in a plane crash.
Sure.
What can we do to make air travel safer?
We need to do what we should have done 10 years ago, and there are four basic, very simple steps. Number one, we need to eliminate the double standards that we have for aviation security. There's one set in place for international, another set in place domestic, and in fact, even domestically, you have one level for some airports and a different level. Stop the nonsense, because that's predicated on being able to predict what someone's going to do. We can't do that. Build one system, high security, that's the standard. Second, professionalize and federalize the folks that man the security checkpoints at the airports. Even though in this case the breakdown was not there, nonetheless we need to make sure that that's a professional position, because there's entirely too much turnover and too many unsophisticated people. Third, we need to have all the equipment that's available technologically from detecting weapons and detecting explosives at those airports, at all airports, not just some airports, at all airports. Because right now, what we do in some parts of the country, we assume that nobody's going to get on board a plane with a bomb, because people won't do that. Well, that assumption no longer holds. And the last thing we need to do is onboard the aircraft itself. We need to get rid of this concept of, I call it the bandit and the teller. Right now, if you go to hijack an airplane, the procedure is for the crew to take you to the front and you get into the cockpit with the pilot. We can no longer afford to do that. We need now, from this point forward, put a new door on there that cannot be breached for about 5 minutes. In that 5-minute period, the pilots can do three things. They can descend to a lower altitude. They can alert appropriate officials, and they can also open a lockbox which contains a firearm, and whoever comes through the door gets shot and killed.
I'm just struck that all the suggestions that you've just laid out, none of them have taken effect yet. In fact, the things that we've seen, eliminating electronic tickets, curbside baggage check-in, closing National Airport possibly for good, all strike me as ways to punish air travelers, but they don't. It's not clear how they're going to make air travel safer.
The FAA is in a tough position. They've got to demonstrate that they're doing something, but the reality is most of what they're doing is cosmetic gesture.
Yeah. But Jerry, just following up on that, Larry mentioned the distinction between maybe different kind of airports and foreign travel and domestic travel. But domestic travel, I haven't heard anybody talk about executive jets. I mean, isn't that one great big hole in the whole network?
Well, there were
There's
a lot
no
of failures.
Screening at these executive jet airports.
That's right. There's basically none. No, that's right. I mean, I fly on executive jets from time to time, and there's no screening. Correct.
I just want to add that to your list. That's all.